Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi there, my name's Alison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Very excited to be back with you on Sewing Street, this time in the studio, this Thursday at midday. I'll be bringing with me, for the very first time, our aloe vera range. Now, aloe vera makes an incredible material because it's sustainable, soft, and luxurious. I'll be showcasing scarves, socks, and even pillowcases, all of which make the most fabulous of gifts. And as an additional product bonus, I'm going to be bringing from your sister company, Primal Living, an aloe vera cream to top it all off. I'll see you there this week.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Thursday and Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. How are you? Much better day outside this afternoon, apparently. We're going to have sunshine, but no rain. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We've got a lovely, bright, gorgeous day for you here on Sewing Street. So I hope you're going to stay with us. Now, we're starting with a brand new early bird. Which we'll be going to in just a second. Here it goes, our early bird special. Now we've got this wonderful, never been seen on air before, Michael Miller panel. It is absolutely beautiful. It's £10.99 and it's based around some beautiful love sentiments. We've got beautiful butterflies featured throughout these almost stamp-like panels. Would be fantastic, just layered up and quilted, bound edges, and then you've got a beautiful wall hanging. You could also cut down each panel and create a larger wall hanging by adding some sashing, some piecing, maybe some blocks in between. This would be gorgeous for a guest bedroom, wouldn't it? Hang over the guest bed to really make people feel welcome. You've got gorgeous floral motifs. This is a cute one, 5 cents. I don't know when that was, but I don't think you can send a letter for 5 cents anymore. But this is my favourite one. Look at that, Home Sweet Home. Could really feature that. You could put your house number in the centre. That could be a little wall hanging for in the entrance hall, or just to remind you where you live. How lovely. It's brand new in today. Now it should be $10.99, but of course it's our early bird special, so it's not $10.99 today. Up until midnight it will be a different price. Let's crash it. Come on. $8.99. It's going down. Get it down. $8.99 for this panel. Now, of course, you can buy multiples, but they will come pre-cut in separate panels. Now, I think this panel would look absolutely gorgeous, cut down into different panels, pieced back together again with different sashings, a little bit of patchwork in between. You could use things like your Rosenhubble solids. You could maybe even mix in some tone-on-tones, some batiks as well would look great. And just add some sashes and a little bit of piecing to that. But even as it is, you could layer that up, you could quilt it, you could add perhaps some little pennants at the bottom and have that as a wall hanging in the entrance hall. That would be absolutely beautiful. Little tab tops at the top and then a little curtain pole and hang that up somewhere. That would be really pretty. It's from Michael Miller, a company I know ever so well. They do beautiful, beautiful fabrics. It's beautiful quality cotton, beautifully printed as well. Lots of lovely different colours, and it's got a summery look to it. It'd be great to get ahead ready for spring. But if you're maybe having guests over Christmas and you want to freshen up your guest room, I think this would look absolutely beautiful. What about Christmas gifts? We've got a whole hour on Christmas gifts coming up later, so plenty to entice you. And of course, Christmas gifts don't have to have a winter theme to them, do they? Love the butterfly theme to this panel. Lapidoptery, is that right? The study or the, of butterflies. You're a lepidopterist. I only know that because of, oh, there was a film, wasn't there, about like spies. I can't remember what it's called. The Golden Circle, that was the second one. Kat's just saying random films at me now. It wasn't 007. But it was very good. Anyway, I digress. Beautiful, beautiful there. Also, of course, another thing I would do actually is some of these smaller panels. These would make great feature panels for cushions. So, for example, this one right here, okay, I would cut that out. I would add some borders around that. That would create a really beautiful centre of a cushion. You know, and even with plain, really wide borders, but mitered corners would look great. A little bit of piping around the edge, maybe in this soft coral pink. That would be beautiful. Add a little bit of quilting. You could also add things like a few beaded details or a little bit embroidery around the edge too, just to really, really jazz this up. Loads of you have got this in your baskets. It's a great bargain, this, isn't it? $8.99 for so much on that panel. Now, it's only going to stay at $8.99 until midnight, so do be quick. It's our early bird special. Once it's in your baskets, check out. You'll pay $3.95 postage and packing, but then that's it for the whole day. You won't pay another P&P. I've already got my order in this morning for something that's coming up a little bit later on, which I'm very excited to share with you. Now let's have a look at the menu before we get going on our packed morning. Now, at 8 a.m, we've got Living in Loveliness with the wonderful Kerrie Padmore coming up. The Wash Me, Wear Me, and So Ready for Work. Well, I'm so ready for you, Kerrie. At 9 a.m, it's Christmas Makes. Then at 10, Kerrie is back with Christmas with Living in Loveliness, which means the Bauble is back in stock. You don't need me to say any more about that. You know what I'm talking about. There it is. Kerrie's iconic Bauble. fabulous kit. We might just have the instructions on their own too, for the first time ever, just saying. At 11 a.m, we've got wonderful Christmas gifts. We're also going to have the 580 Plus from Elna in that hour. Have a really, really good look at that. And as anyone who saw on Facebook yesterday, my little tease, we're throwing in a walking foot for free, £54 in value with that machine. So do make sure you tune in at 11 for Christmas gifts. Then at 12 p.m, we've got the wonderful Poppy joining us from Primal Living. Really wonderful, wonderful part of our family of TV channels from Primal Living with a wonderful hour of aloe vera products. I'm excited about that. Now, do you know anything about aloe vera? Do you use aloe vera products? I know I do, and I'm wearing this gorgeous aloe vera scarf, which I've got to say is absolutely beautiful. It's so silky and soft. I'm loving it. Now, let's have a look at the website and see how you can get involved. Now, click on Watch Live. And then if you scroll down, you'll see you can get in touch with us, send us a little message there. Do love our messages, so do get involved, won't you? And then if you scroll down, everything there on pre-order for the entire day. So do get ahead, won't you? If you want Kerrie's Christmas baubles, if you want those instructions on their own. What about other Christmas makes? We've got some gorgeous kits, bundles, patterns. Do get ahead and shop so that you know you've got your products and you can just relax and enjoy the demos. We've got a lovely, lovely range. Now, I might have bought that this morning. I might have bought that as well. You know how I feel about Tim Holtz. 20 fat quarters in a bundle of divineness. That's my top tip. We've got some lovely mugs. We've got some gorgeous gifts, actually, for you or for the person who loves sewing in your life. What about the Quilt Builder card deck? What about, look at that. We were having a look at that this morning. We were thinking of all different kinds of ways we might use that. And then, of course, the Elna Excellence 580 Plus with a free walking foot worth £54 included. That's Sewing Street's gift to you. It does look an awful lot like the 680 Plus, and with that walking foot, it comes pretty close, let me tell you. Without the price tag. And then, of course, our products that we're going to have at 12 o'clock are aloe vera. Look at that beautiful scarf, absolutely lovely. There's the turquoise one I'm wearing, and we might just have some surprises for you within that hour as well. Beautiful socks, face creams. I'm really excited to learn more about aloe vera. So do tune in for that, because we're all about beautiful fabrics. I use beautiful fabrics in my quilting, in my dressmaking, in my home decor. So beautiful, sustainable fabrics are important to me. And that hour is going to be all about just that. I think you'll like it. Now, let's start this hour with issue 16 of Living in Loveliness, which is a fantastic, let me grab. I'm going to grab the other sample. Thank you, darling. Now, we've got two different colourways. Let me show you what this is all about. Now, I've been having a wonderful chat this morning with Kerrie from Living in Loveliness about her company and about the product, and I honestly was blown away, first and foremost by the great designs, but also by Kerrie's fabric choices, which are just zingy, joyful, and just, you know, absolutely full of the reason why I sew. That wonderful joie de vivre. Now let's have a look. Issue 16 is the Sew, Wash and Dry set. Now we've got two different colourways that this comes in. Can I just dive in and open it up? I mean, I love the packaging. It's like, it's getting a gift, isn't it? It really is. Your fabrics all come beautifully packaged, packed with loveliness. Lots of love, Kerrie. That's cute. Kerrie, I love this. Details are on screen. I'm really making a meal of opening this because this is what I do with presents. Oh, that's gorgeous. Rip it up. Is that what you say to your kids? Tear it open.
Oh no, I say save the paper. We can reuse that one.
You're a mum, aren't you? There's Kerrie, everyone. Isn't she a joy? Now this is the Michael Miller colourways. This is gorgeous. I love a bit of grello. I love a bit of grello. This is a beautiful kind of golden mustard. You've got these beautiful greys, and actually this is very sophisticated. This little bit of almost like a tobacco-y gold. That is absolutely beautiful. So you're getting these different fat quarters. I love the concept behind Kerrie's fabulously fast fat quarter fun issues, because it's all about using generally 4 fat quarters to make 2 or 3 fabulous makes. I just think that's brilliant, because I mean we all love to buy fat quarters, but so often we don't know what to make with them. So you're getting your fat quarters, which are lush, and then you're getting your full instructions and your patterns for making 2 brilliant makes. Now let me show you what those makes are, because these are brilliant, innovative, and so for me right now, and I'll explain why in a second. So first of all, you've got the Wash Me, Wear Me bag, pouch, what would you?
A bag.
A bag.
Yeah.
The
Nice
wash.
and flat for your case.
It's perfect. So the idea behind this is that we can keep small items, I'm just going to say small items, in our suitcase or our overnight bag that need to be washed and that are good to wear. You've got an invisible magnetic snap here, which is so smart. I love that. And then inside, 2 divided pockets with zips. So this one is the Wash Me. I don't know if I dare put my hand in. Oh no, it's okay. It's not been used yet. Excellent. Thank you, Kerrie. Very considerate of you. So when you're away and you've used those small items, they go in the Wash Me. Zip them up nice and secure. But this side is the Wear Me. So this is where you're going to put those small items that we're going to dive in and freshen up every day. That is such a clever idea. That's one of the projects that you need from your 4 fat quarters, remember. And then your second make, again, this is perfect for me because I've just bought new pegs. Producer Cat was slightly sniffy about the fact that I was excited about buying new pegs, but personally, I was excited. But I'd said I need a bag. This has got a lobster clasp on for hanging it on the line for all your pegs, but also how many other ways could you think of using this circular bin with the cutest appliques on? I mean, perfect for your sewing room, but also perfect for makeup brushes, art materials, pencils and crayons. Rolled up fat quarters could go in there for storage on the
that's
shelf.
a good idea.
Well, we've all got plenty of those, haven't we? Let's be
I haven't thought
honest.
about that. That's such a good idea.
I'm always thinking about different ways to use storage. This is perfect. Both of those projects and your fabric all included those patterns which I know you'd make again and again and again. Very, very giftable items as well, aren't they? $29.99. Now that's one colourway that you're going to get. Do I get to open the second colourway as well? This is fabulous. Love it. All in my car, please. All in my car. Just smashing. So this is the other colourway. I'm going to do what Kerrie said now. I'm just going to rip it open. Oh, now this is gorgeous. This is the Liberty option. Can't do Kerrie without doing Liberty. Your reputation precedes you. These are gorgeous, aren't they? Look at these. Really, really smashing. Fresh florals. Really pretty. Really pretty. Those are great. I love the aqua. That is so soft and gentle. Absolutely lovely. So you're getting those 4 fat quarters. Of course, you're still getting the patterns for both your peg container and also your Wash Me, Wear Me bag, but in that lovely Liberty option. That's really pretty.
Really pretty.
Love
Really
it.
pretty. collection.
Love it. And I love the fact that everything comes wrapped up. It really feels like you're getting a treat. Buy yourself a little present, you know. I think especially, Kerrie, when the weather's miserable.
We said that this morning, didn't we?
Yeah, you know, you need a little cheer me up. That is beautiful at $29.99. Now, we're also launching issue 17, which is also completely gorgeous. Now then, let me just show you first of all the bag that you're getting. This is so innovative. So this is all about being so ready for work, which of course we always are here at Sewing Street. Perhaps you're going back to the office, back to college, back to school, or back to workshops and classes, back to quilt club, yeah, back to WI, and you have those meetings, and of course you need a lunch bag. So this is all about the lunch bag, but of course also as well, I'm thinking of so many ways this could be adapted and used for other things.
Crochet bag, perhaps.
Crochet bag,
on the front
knit bag,
yeah, absolutely.
sewing bag. So what you've got inside there, I'm just going to take out all these other things, but inside, so heat reflective batting, all bound seams in there as well. So you've got space there for your hot lunch or your salad to keep it cool as well. All right. I love the fact then that on the front of your bag, now I thought this was just a little pocket, I'll be honest, but look at this, opens out and we've actually got a cutlery roll in there. How clever is that? So you can put your knife, fork, spoon, your chopsticks, your spork.
We like a spork.
You know, I'm all up on these modern things, so sometimes visit the city.
You're far more up than I am.
And I love magnetic fastening there, so quick and easy. I mean, a lot of I think we're moving towards a system where plastic cutlery, forget it, it's not going to be provided. Yeah. Personally, I'm not mad keen on the wooden cutlery. I don't like the feel of it in my mouth. I'd much rather take my own, and I don't want to share other people's.
They're really
cutlery.
sweet as well because they come with a little brush so you can keep them. We've got some lovely reusable ones, not the wooden
straws.
Ones. Yeah,
yeah,
so they're really sweet. Yeah,
I've just bought some reusable straws. They're
I love
real.
You get excited as excited as I get about pegs and all the
personal cutlery set. Very excited by that. I love the fact as well they come with chopsticks because I love eating things like noodles and sushi and all that kind of thing. I mean, it's just a brilliantly thought out bag, but also crafting, crochet, knitting, English paper piecing, all your bits and bobs in there. You know, this idea is so clever. I wish I'd thought of that. I love it.
We have a few bags with those in.
Love that idea.
We're trying to get the most of the space on the side of the bags for all the accessories we need to be taking with us.
Of course, you're getting your pattern and then you're also getting sandwich wraps as well. So no more cling film, and also a pencil case too, which again could be adapted for your crochet hooks or your double pointed needles. So we've got the red Liberty version. That's this one, isn't it? Let me open this up and show you the fabrics. Oh, delicious. Liberty fabric is absolutely beautiful. We're working with quality. This is quality fabrics and something that's really covetable. When you walk into the office with that bag, expect to get many admiring glances, probably for what you've got inside your lunch bag too. That would be me sniffing around to see what you'd got.
There was nothing in there today. I feel like
no, there
I've let
wasn't.
the team down today.
You have, Kerrie. No, you haven't. You've brought us this gorgeousness. Look at those. So you've got your 4 fat quarters plus your instructions. Again, for things you're going to make many, many times. I think that's the point. This isn't a pattern you're going to make once and say, done that, wouldn't do it again. How many times are you going to make that lunch bag? How many times are you going to make those pencil cases, those sandwich wraps? I mean, how giftable, again, are they? And think of all the family members that would benefit from a beautiful Liberty lunch bag. I know I would. Now we also have a second colour option, which is Liberty again, but in blues. I'm excited. Let's have a look. Now, if you want webbing for the handles, we've got that. Oh, this is gorgeous.
Nice.
I've not seen that before. That's a beautiful one. Oh, look at these. That is a really beautiful print. That is a really beautiful print, isn't it?
Gorgeous, yeah. That's the one I'm working with today as well.
Oh, good.
I was
Love
undecided whenever I get the liberty in which one should I have a dress in.
Well, it's
I
all
did
lovely,
choose
isn't
that
it?
one.
Let's
It's
be
beautiful.
honest.
It is all lovely.
That's pretty. Shirt in that, please. Oh, it's gorgeous. And you know, it's gorgeous, isn't it, when you get a selection picked by somebody who really knows what they're doing with colour and combining different scales of print, tone on tone, florals, mixing them up, you know, because it's like a lesson in colour and fabric as well. It's really helpful. Beautiful, beautiful. Now, any other bits and pieces that you might need, for example, lobster clasps, webbing, have a look on the website. They're all on today's shows. We will run through them at the end of the hour if we get a chance, but I think it's important to get to demo now. Kerrie Padmore.
I love you calling me by my full name. I'm not sure whether I'm in trouble or I feel important.
No, no. Well, I mean, no lunch in the bag, but apart from that, you'll know for next time, won't you?
Don't come empty-handed.
Don't do it again. Where do we start? And so wonderful to have you here today.
It is wonderful
Great
to meet you this morning. You're a ray of sunshine in the morning, aren't
Oh,
you?
bless you. Annoyingly so. Oh, to you.
Right, so the pattern that we're going to be looking at is using that beautiful blue fabric there, and we're going to look at the lunch bag as well. So of course, as you mentioned, I have seen this made up into a little crochet bag as well. So of course you could use that front pocket there for your crochet hooks. Now in each of the templates, as we've moved through Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun, some of the feedback we had is if we could mark up the lines in particular if you're making this as your lunch bag. So you will see those on the front of your pocket, so we'll keep this nice and easy for you. So we do like to get the most out of the fabrics, and I always try and pop a little bit of binding onto the front of the pockets there, just another way to showcase that lovely fabric that Stuart's chosen for his shirt this morning.
Absolutely.
Good choice, good choice. So with that little bit of binding, we'll start with a smaller pocket, which is your cutlery pocket, and we'll just fold that in half and give that a little press. Make sure that that's folded in half, and then we're simply going to align those raw edges there at the top, and just using a straight stitch, sew this into position.
Seam allowance, Kerrie?
1/4 inch.
1/4 inch. You use that throughout for all of your makes?
For these ones, yeah.
Great.
Sometimes in patterns, if I'm using a Bauble foam, I will recommend slightly bigger seam allowance, which we'll always mention in the pattern as well.
Yeah, fab. Kerrie's using the 580 Plus, by the way, from Elna. We're going to have a really good look at that machine later on.
And then just to finish off the binding, if we push against the binding there, just give that a little press. Naturally, as we fold this onto the back, we're going to fold that binding over, just making sure the folded edge of the binding is resting just below that seam line there.
Fab. This blue colourway, Kerrie, is proving very, very popular. It's so gorgeous, isn't it?
Really pretty.
Fresh. It's joyful. You're getting 4 beautiful Liberty fat quarters. I love going to the Liberty store, Kerrie, but I never buy anything because it's so expensive.
But it's a real treat, isn't it?
Well, I feel I'm immersed in it and I don't have to buy anything. But then
and there's so much choice as
well.
There
is. But then when you get the opportunity to buy 4 fat quarters plus those patterns for under £30, now I can go for this. Whereas in the store itself,
we've popped them all together and making sure that you're a bit scared.
I can't imagine you're scared.
Right, where did we pop those?
I've taught at Liberty. It's a lovely
place.
Yeah.
Oh, how wonderful.
They have a lovely teaching room. But because it's a listed building and it's all wood panelled inside the teaching room, you know. But in the winter, by about 2:30 in the afternoon, you can't see your hand in front of your face. Because
so nice early classes then.
Exactly, yeah. But it is a charming place to visit.
Gosh, how wonderful.
So that binding, you just machine sew.
I've just used a zigzag stitch just along the top there, and I quite like using a zigzag stitch, particularly on binding, because you know you're going to catch that on the back there as well.
Insurance policy.
Yes. Absolutely. Now we've got the lines onto, we'll just get a little ruler actually. Can I see a little ruler? That's the only thing I've come without today.
I can grab you a ruler, Kerrie. I can grab you a ruler.
Oh,
I've got one
thank you.
right here. There you go.
Thank you ever so much. Now, if you are going to make this, and perhaps you're going to make this as a crochet bag, you may want to make these pockets a little smaller, but as this has been designed for your cutlery bag, you really don't need to measure these. You can simply pop that template on top and just use that guideline there to mark up your templates. Just use a little fabric pen to give yourself a guideline there. Your insurance policy is that. There we go. And then all we're going to do is to sew through those 2 layers just to pop those pockets into position.
I love that combination of fabrics.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's so pretty. It's so pretty. When you're choosing fabrics, do you have, I mean, how do you do it?
I have to say, I choose the fabrics that I love first and then design the projects afterwards. When we're creating the kits, I think these ones in particular, I mean, this has been designed as a lunch bag. I think it's quite nice too. I always imagine picnics and bright fabrics and, you know, sort of, I know really sometimes it's just eaten very quickly, isn't it, on a lunch break, but it's a nice thought to be sitting in a park and having those lovely flowers.
Whatever you can do, exactly. If you only get 5 minutes, you know, grabbed for your lunch at work and you have to do it on the go, at the very least make your lunch bag beautiful.
Absolutely.
I mean, bring that bit of joy into it, whatever.
Absolutely.
You might be eating a supermarket sandwich or something out the garage, but I mean, pop it in a lovely lunch bag and it just makes the whole thing a bit more of a treat.
You're
or if you want to
there.
encourage somebody to eat lunch and they normally skip that meal, I think giving that, like Charlie, my husband Charlie, is a prime example where it's really hard, does really physical work, doesn't eat breakfast, doesn't eat lunch. And then by about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he's grabbing chocolate bars and wagon wheels.
He's running out of energy.
Exactly. If I pack him up a lunch in a lovely lunch bag, he will sit down for 20 minutes and eat it and have a proper break and proper food. What a great way to encourage.
Do you put little notes in there? I bet you do.
I don't.
No!
I don't, but I do send him texts throughout the day. We message each other and things like that.
I used to do that to my teenage son just to, you know, just to wind him up. Say, if you misbehave, I'm going to sing.
That's called karma, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's a good one as well for Mom. I'm not so sure he agrees.
You know, you have the baby pictures, don't you? And all that kind of thing. You can
We've
always
got some
hold
fabulous photos. We really have. We really have. We've got some
love it.
wonderful photos.
Did any of your children ever cut their own hair?
Oh, yes.
They're
I've got an
my
amazing
favourites.
photo of my daughter. Have you ever watched the programme with Lloyd Christmas in there? I'm trying to think what it's called. And he cuts his hair at an angle. Yeah. My daughter did exactly that 2 weeks before my brother's wedding.
Of course, of course. They
Right
always
before
pick
the
their
wedding.
moments, don't they?
And she said, Mummy, I've been very silly. So she told us. She was very proud of herself.
Oh, bless.
But yes, I think it's certainly something that they all go through.
Yeah, I just love the fact that it's always right at the front where they can grab really easily.
Yeah.
And then they cut literally at scalp level.
Yeah, that's exactly what she did.
Yeah.
That's exactly what
Brilliant.
she did.
Brilliant.
Now, just to mention on this particular pattern as well, you have got your sew lines on here as well, just on the side, and that's really important for the pocket on the front to fold in so it actually connects into place. So you get that lovely concertina fold for the front pocket there.
Do need to let you know at home there are literally 4 of the blue colourway left. Now, if that's in your basket, please check it out right now. And then you can relax. You've got your beautiful Living in Loveliness kit on its way. But until you've checked out, it's not yours. Now, the red colourway is on air. You can see the details there. Remember, you're getting issue 17, so ready for work. You've got 3 fantastic projects there. It's still Liberty fabric. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to get that kit back out again, actually, because it is such a beautiful, joyful range of fabrics. And remember, you're getting the pattern to make Kerrie's superb lunch bag. It's absolutely superb design. But you're also getting the pencil case and the sandwich wraps. We'll talk about sandwich wraps in just a second. But look at all that gorgeous fabric. You've got that really joyful, this is very much picnicky, summery. I mean, talk about a way to bring a bit of sunshine into the office or the staff room or your car. I mean, often if I want a little break, I'll go and sit in my car. But I think I'm well known for always having chopsticks in my glove compartment of my car because...
I can't use them.
Can't you?
No, I can in my hair. I can do a nice bun in my hair.
Good. Well, that's a life skill. Blue colourway sold out, folks. Well done if you got the blue colourway, but look at this beautiful red colourway. It's absolutely smashing. Some lovely messages that I just want to quickly read out, Kerrie, while we've got a moment. Morning, love to all from Blackpool. That's from Patricia. Leslie says morning all. Sally, morning from a very sunny Weymouth. Beautiful today. Hey, fantastic morning, Stuart crew and team. That's from Anne. Chrissy says good morning, Stuart and Kerrie. Claire says good morning, Stuart and all. Sue says morning, Stuart, Kerrie and team. Susan says good morning, Stuart, Kerrie and the team. Becky Alexander Frost has emailed in to say good morning, Stuart, Kerrie and the team. You're both looking bright and cheerful this morning. We've had our cup of teas. Leslie says, morning, Stuart and Kerrie. Love your cheery chat. And the kits are fab. Aren't they beautiful? Which one are you going for? The red, the blue? Oh, loving the Liberty. I am a big fan, says Sally Ann. Sue says, my daughter cut her fringe. This is what I mean about picking their moments. My daughter cut her fringe the day before school photos to about ½ an inch from the roots. Well done, Sue's daughter.
Yes.
Nice, nice. So there's a permanent reminder forever.
I have one of those actually. When I was at school, it was a bit of a thing where we used to pull these two pieces, have a really tight bun.
Oh yeah.
And have two pieces. I mean, it's terrible when I think.
Straight down.
Straight down.
Yeah.
I used to straighten these two pieces, and my mum had said, do not pull your hair down for that school photo.
Yeah.
Well, my last name began with a P, so I was right at the end, which meant I had to say an hour after school to have this photo taken. And I convinced myself that I deserved to pull these two pieces of hair down.
Of course you did.
Forgetting that when the school photo came home, of course, the evidence would be there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And when I left school, my mum said, you better not have done that. I said, no, I haven't done that. And then, of course, the photos arrived.
Yeah.
So we have that awful photo.
Oh, gosh. There to remind you.
Yes.
Youthful folly. But that's what youth is for, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
To do things that you wouldn't do when you're an adult.
Absolutely. So what I've done now, just using the gusset there, again, we've got the polytherm on the middle there, and I've just sewn. So you do have two pieces. You're sewing the two pieces together, and just to secure those, I'm simply just going to do a straight line on either side of those seams.
Now, Kerrie, a lot of people get nervous about sewing through fabric and quilt batting at the same time, and especially something with a surface.
Yes.
Do we need to change our foot, do anything special?
You can change it to a walking foot, but because this is only a small strip, I'm not going to change it for this particular part.
Fair enough.
If you're finding that your machine is struggling to feed that through, then absolutely pop your walking foot onto here.
Now, don't forget that today we've added in a free walking foot worth £54 with the Elna Excellence 580 Plus. Because we had a look at it, I had a look at the machine a week or so ago and said, you know, the thing that's missing from this machine for me is a walking foot. Can we not add a walking foot? And we've added one for free. If you don't ask, you don't get. So we asked and we got, basically, but only until Monday. Only until Monday. So, and I love a walking foot. I use a walking foot for quilting, bag making, really important actually for things like home decor and dressmaking as well, when you're matching up patterns to stop the pattern shifting.
Yeah, they really are worth their weight in gold, aren't they? And I think once you have that accessory in your collection, you're going to use it as well, aren't you?
You do, you do. What are you doing now, Kerrie?
So all I've done on the end of here is I've simply just put some little tabs onto the edge of the zip just to give that a lovely finish there. I always tend to make my tabs a little bit longer to make it easier to sew across. So all I'm doing now is just aligning the scissors with the side of the zip there and just trimming away that excess. Now I really like working with either the glue
what size
pen.
zip do you need, sorry,
This is a 16-inch zip.
16-inch, lovely. Yeah.
I think we have some of those as well
we
today.
We do. We have some packs of zip. We've got 12-inch and 9-inch zips, but we also have other sizes on the website. Glue pens we've got too. Ooh, yes. You glue-based your zip in.
We like anything that makes it easier.
Don't we?
We certainly do. So just popping a little bit of glue along the top of the zip there, centering that zip on the exterior fabric, which is that beautiful blue that we love.
Well, we loved so much we bought them all and they've sold out. But don't forget the red version is available, again featuring 4 beautiful prints from Liberty in lovely reds with blues. Got a message from Dawn. Morning, lovely Kerrie and Stuart. Love both of these kits. Gorgeous and so useful. I mean, they really are, aren't they? A great meeting, Kerrie, at the Malvern Quilt Show on Sunday. Hugs.
We had
How
a great
was
time.
it?
It was brilliant. Really, really brilliant. I should have
So
perhaps
good to be
checked.
back
Do you
at
happen
shows
to know if
now.
there is a little zipper foot for this machine? It's not in the
There is.
little...
It's in the top segment. So let me, I'll come. Can I show, there you go. You got it.
There
I
we
know,
go.
isn't it cute? I know, everything's at your fingertips. It's a great machine.
That's wonderful. I love anything with pockets and little drawers that keep me
Yes.
nice and organised.
It's a bit of a thing in dressmaking, isn't it? There's so many enamel pins you can get that says it has pockets.
Absolutely.
I love it.
We do like a pocket. In fact, I've come to put my hand in. I think this is the only dress I've got that doesn't have a pocket, and I feel
We
like
keep on going. Like, they will be there. I'm going to make some. I'll force my way in.
Now, with your zip, you can feel through your zip. So I have popped that down, the silver side down onto the glue then, just running my hands over and making sure that's nice and secure. Just pop a little clip on there, and to remind myself where to stop when we come to the zipper, I'm just going to pop 2 fingers just ahead of that zipper. We don't want to get too close, and that will just remind me to stop here.
Nice tip.
So, especially when you're working with something like the foam or, of course, the polytherm fleece, you can get too close, and then it's then you fight in the zip sometimes,
and we
aren't
get a bit excited
you?
as well when we're sewing, don't we? Could forget.
Oh, I definitely need that little pin there as
I always
a
have to
reminder.
put 2 pins in to remind me to leave a gap for turning.
It's so exciting though when you're arriving at the edge of your project.
Yeah.
So those
now,
little things
if you've
really
never used
help.
that polytherm before, you'll notice that Kerrie's using it with the foil side as the right side, and that's important, isn't it?
Yes, because you want that facing the inside of the bag. So you want all of the foil side facing the inside of the bag for it to work and keep those foods nice and either warm or cool inside there.
Yeah, to kind of reflect the heat. If you ever want to make something that's, so when you put the stuff inside the bag, it's protected from, say, the heat from outside, turn the fabric around. And then it will reflect the heat away from what's inside.
Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do now is to open this up. And you can give this a little press, but you will find that this folds back quite neatly. Now, I would always recommend avoid using pins when you're using the polytherm fleece there. So always, if you have these in your collection, work with your clips instead. So we're just bringing those 2 raw edges together, just popping on a couple of clips to make sure they're not moving.
Pens?
Because you can pierce this, and it's so the recommendation for the product is to avoid using pins so you're not piercing into this one.
Cool.
So I spent a lot of time with the designers learning really about the product, so that comes from themselves there.
Fab. Yeah, they always come with instructions. We rarely read them, do we?
Well, I thought it's nicer to have a cup of tea and a chat.
It's true, it's true.
We'll go for a cup of tea and a chat.
Amanda's messaging to say, morning all, looking back on old photos always makes me chuckle at hairstyles and clothes. Yes, the way we wore.
I love looking at my mum's photos from when we were younger, and she used to wear really big blue eyeshadow, right? Yeah. Lots and lots. I mean, I wear a lot of eyeshadow, but
blue mascara,
but solid,
electric blue mascara.
Oh yeah, that was a real thing.
That was very much a thing. That was in the 80s, though. I'm older than you, so you perhaps didn't do that.
Oh, I did.
Oh,
I copied everything my mum did. I was really inspired by my mum, so I had the blue
now I'm
mascara.
as old as your mum, thanks.
I was born in the 80s too.
Wait, I was born in the 70s. Born in the 80s. Oh,
Shall I just sew? Shall I just sew?
Just do your zip.
So this time you can actually see where the zip is. So we're going to shuffle that along, moving swiftly on there.
Yeah, but how good does a pink zip look with that Liberty fabric? With the red version that Kerrie's made, she's used a yellow zip. Let me just show you that, because that looks absolutely gorgeous.
I like the bright colours.
I think it's smashing. Look at that. That is lovely. Using the blue webbing for the handles. And then across the top, that really lovely yellow zip. How smart is that? Let me just show you some webbing options actually, because we've got some gorgeous ones. Can we start with my favourite colour? My favourite colour is rainbow. Look at that. That is ace. You're getting 3 metres of rainbow webbing for £2.99. Wowza. Packaged by Kerrie from Living in Loveliness. You're getting 3 metres for £2.99. That is brill.
It's gorgeous, isn't it, that colour?
It is fantastic. And it gives any bag you use, if you use webbing handles, it just gives them a professional finish, doesn't
absolutely.
it? Instantly elevate. Or you could sew this on top of a fabric handle as well to reinforce it. If you buy multiples, of course, they will come pre-packed in 3 metre lengths. So that's your rainbow option. Then we've got a solid red, and it's a beautiful, bright sort of cherry red. Again, 3 metres. This would go beautifully with either the red or the blue kit, actually. And this is 25 millimetres wide, 3 metres in length. Fab. Again, £2.99 with a navy version. These are the bits which are often so hard to find, aren't they, for bag makers? The webbing, the metalware.
Yeah.
We don't sell them as 3 metre pieces. This is very, very convenient. This is stash. This is stash building for bag makers, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And
it's not just about fabric.
We won't ask what anybody's going to do with a stash. I've learned not to do that.
Exactly. Last option we've got is a grey. This is a great sort of pewter. Would work with so many different colours. That would actually look really good with the either of the colour kits actually as well. Again, £2.99. What a brilliant price for those. Add those into your order. I'd definitely be getting at least the rainbow. We've got a question from Carol. Good morning, folks. Really love these fabrics. I was interested to see glue on the zip, but doesn't it get stuck on the needle?
No.
No.
No, not at all. It will go straight through the needle there, and it's only a temporary glue as well. So, no, you could use quilter's tape as well, which works really well sometimes, and it really does depend what's in my stash. If I've run out of one or the other, or whatever's closest by, you could use the quilter's wash away tape, which I frequently do on the zips as well there.
The other thing as well is with those fabric safe glue sticks is that they go on as a colour. You saw like the one that Kerrie was using went on blue. As soon as that colour disappears, it might be yellow or pink, as soon as that colour disappears, it's dried. So at that point, certainly if you're sewing through it, there's nothing sticky to gum up your needle, but it's designed for sewing. So they're brilliant things to use, aren't they?
Oh, they really are. I wouldn't be without mine. And I think, again, it's another one of those collections. If you've got that in your stash there, you'll find every reason to make life easier, and it certainly does when you're working.
And you just buy refills, don't you, once you've used. Brilliant tool, really good. But Stuart says, Susan says, good morning, Stuart and Kerrie. So lovely to see you on this chilly morning in Derbyshire. Oh, but Derbyshire's lovely, isn't it? Elaine says, nothing wrong with blue mascara. I loved it. Oh, I loved it too.
Oh, I did.
Definitely.
I absolutely loved it.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. But it was very of its time, wasn't it? I mean, every girl at my school wore electric blue mascara. Every single person.
White eyeliner as well. That was a good. That was good.
And guy liner. Let's not forget that.
Absolutely.
Used to love a bit of guy liner. And my brother would never go out without wearing Gold Digger lipstick.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was the 80s. I mean, it was just, you know.
I always think I wish I was around a little bit. There's certain songs that come on the radio. And even my youngest son now will turn them up and say, this song reminds you of Nan, because I always go, this reminds me of Nan, this song does. Dancing around, hoovering up.
I was driving in this morning listening to Human League, Don't You Want Me Baby? I mean, come on, what a song.
You couldn't ask for anything better on a morning to give you a good lead up into the morning, couldn't you?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's just wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, early
Katie
morning
Piper's
radio.
on Radio 2 this week.
Oh, really?
Covering for, I don't want to say Fern Britton, but it's not Fern Britton. Vanessa Felt. She's just wonderful. Love her. Got about 10 minutes left on the hour, Kerrie.
Okay.
Now, I know we've got another kit to have a look at, haven't we?
So all I've done here is just pop the zip in. Now, a really nice tip for you is if you're working with either a batting or even the polytherm that I'm working with, or even your foam, it's always really helpful just to sew around and bring those together. It certainly makes the next stage of the project much, much easier, because we're going to bind on the inside of this bag. Although a few people have said they've used some Liberty remnants and they've put the binding on the outside, which I think is a lovely idea as well. So this here, this is going to create your gusset, but while we've got a few moments, I do just want to show you how to finish off the pocket on the front panel there.
Please.
So, really nice and easy what you're going to do. Now you do bind this, as I mentioned. This time we're going to pop, so you'll repeat this on both sides, but of course one side has your pocket. So place your polytherm flat, so this time you can see the white side. Pop the fabric on top, pattern facing. Now if you're using fabrics in your collection, at this stage just make sure your direction is the correct way, and those are on the templates as well. Now, a little earlier, we just top stitched around that little pocket here, just to pop that into place. And to secure this into place, what we're going to do is align that with the bottom edge and just center this into position. So we'll pop some clips in place and just sew through those layers.
Really close to the edge?
Nice and close, about 1/8 of an inch, just to catch onto those. And I do find that extra moment of just sewing these layers together makes the next stage much easier.
I totally agree with you on that, and the basting around the edge is so, because foam and the polytherm, it does have a tendency to slip, doesn't it? The fabric slips down. Helen's asked, good morning, Kerrie. I love all your kits. I have so many of them. Could you make a wash bag out of this pattern?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
You could line it with curtain lining, couldn't you?
Yeah, so if you were to turn this into anything else other than the lunch bag, what I would recommend is you'll need a lining, of course, so you will need a nice pretty lining for the inside of your bag.
Or shower curtain.
Or shower curtain, yeah, works really well. And then I would use a layer of batting for this particular bag. You might find with the size of the bag, which is quite small, that actually using a foam is a little too thick. So I would use a batting and a lining and pop it together. Now those steps aren't in the pattern, but quite easy to adapt that one too.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it's a very versatile bag. Kerrie's asked, can you use the thermo wadding in the microwave? Susan's already jumped in and said, I wouldn't, it has metallic flex in. No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
No, it's designed to, so don't use it for things like your soup bowl.
Oh, no, absolutely not,
cover. No. You can't even use normal quilt batting in the microwave because of they use like sort of plasticky glue to bind the fibres together, and that will melt in a microwave. So if you're ever making anything to go in a microwave, like for example tortilla warmers or jacket potato bags, you need to actually find batting that doesn't have scrim in it. That's the binder that holds the fibres together. You can get ones which are specifically packaged for microwaving. The process of making this bag is very, very straightforward, isn't it, following your instructions?
Really nice and easy. And on top of your templates as well, we've popped all the markings. So I have just gone ahead and popped that magnetic clasp in. You're simply going to pop a pen through the hole to mark up your dots on there. And again, you've got your full step-by-step instructions. So we've got the batting, the exterior fabric, and then this is going to create the lining fabric. And just like the template, we've even marked up your turning gap there on that template to keep that nice and easy.
You remind you to leave it. I forget.
That's for me, that is.
Yeah.
But
me
this,
too.
we're going to see that exterior on there. So we do only want a small turning gap at this stage. So we're sewing around now those four edges, just excluding that turning gap.
Wonderful, wonderful. Lorraine says, morning, Kerrie.
Good morning, Lorraine.
So many lovely messages this morning. Just joyful. Your fabric choices are fabulous, aren't they? Just so zingy and lovely. Joyful, fresh.
Well, the one that we chose, the Michael Miller for the peg bag, I think we certainly need those lovely bright colours in there, don't we?
It's absolutely delightful, this. Don't forget, we've also got another issue of Living in Loveliness. It's issue 16, the Sew, Wash and Dry. We're actually going to extend this hour a little bit, if that's all right with you, Kerrie.
Okay.
Can we keep you?
You can keep me. I like being here. It's been a little while.
Excellent. Are you happy to talk about Wash Me, Wear Me while we're...
Yes, of course.
Is that all right?
So Wash Me, Wear Me has definitely been designed. It was designed, as you can see there, for your peg bag. But like you said, Stuart, you put some lovely ideas there that these can be used. And in fact, as we won't get around to the demo, I will show you very quickly the one that I'd popped together to show you if we got around to doing that demo. I actually just used the little dress from the templates there. And this one, as you mentioned, will be great either for your brushes in there, or even your makeup brushes, or even a makeup pot as well. So you've got several different templates. I think this one's quite nice, actually, just using the little dresses there. So
well, the other thing I was thinking was, how about this maybe in your sewing room or your crafting room, if you hang a curtain pole, right, at a level that you can reach, and you want the curtain rings with the little crocodile clips on, like we have in the studio, and then you could clip these all along it for your tidy up, and your tools could go in there. Rotary cutter.
That's such a great idea.
I'm always looking for ways to be more tidy.
Does it work though?
No!
I have to say, I'm very much the same. And a lot of the patterns that we create have pockets, and therefore they are intended to be very organised.
Yeah.
But when I open them up, it's a wonderful surprise to have a little look and go, oh, I forgot I had you.
Exactly. I've taken the principle of Christmas and applied it to everything. It's the thought that counts.
Yes.
And meant to be tidy.
Do you love Christmas, Stuart?
I do,
yeah,
I do. For me, it's really, it's that togetherness. It's that togetherness time.
And I think we take the time to actually slow down as well, don't we? Which we don't necessarily have the chance to.
No. And I love little handmade gifts and little special things, but I'm very keen on the small special gift.
Yeah, me too.
The quick special gift,
We have a pre-Christmas Christmas with our children every year. And we have £5 each. And we have to be as creative as we possibly can with £5. So just so they don't get into feeling like they have to, spend lots of money. And they are only small. But it has to make us laugh, and it has to be creative as well. But what generally tends to happen is my youngest son Chase, I mean, he's getting a bit older now, and we always go away for a pre-Christmas Christmas, is he always makes sure that he gets his own present back because it's so brilliant.
Really? Is he particularly good at picking?
So we've done things in the past where we've done rhymes, and you know, you pass the present around until the rhyme or finishes, and then we've done other things where we do like you know, like a spinny game, and whenever it lands on your number you pick a present.
Oh, so each person buys a present but you're not necessarily buying it for someone else.
Yeah, so it's just it's whoever gets that. So I will just quickly show you how I've popped this on. So to make this little pocket work, if you bring your magnetic clasps together, then you know naturally that these are going to marry up. I've then pinned through the layers of the fabric here, and I can open this back up now and just pop this pocket out of the way, allowing me just to sew across the top there and reverse stitch either end to secure that on the exterior part of the bag.
Brilliant. So that's top stitched in place.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Fab. And that's what you meant when you said about that little opening. This is going to show, so keep it small and neat.
Nice and neat, yeah.
Perfect, perfect. No, I love that idea with the little gifts. We might have to do that. I know the royal family do that, don't they? They buy each other a silly present each year, and the whole idea, that's all they buy each other, one silly present.
Well, we were finding that our children were wanting to spend their pocket money, and you know, and we just sort of said, you know, we want to keep this as a bit of a tradition, so when you do go out to work, you know, there's not that pressure to buy expensive, elaborate gifts, you know, it just has to be something funny. But Chase, of course, always ends up with his own gift bag because it is the best thing.
Really? What kind of things has he bought in the past?
Oh, he's done lots of different things. We're quite a creative family, so we'll make different things.
I think very.
Well, we are a very creative family, so he'll often make, I mean, he did like a little sock rabbit before, and he loved it. He put so much effort into this sock rabbit, he just didn't want to give it away.
Oh, bless
so
him.
we had to keep calling out the rhyme
So
until it landed back on it, and he was like, oh, what a surprise.
Brilliant, love it.
So that's the front of the bag there, which is nice and easy, and you have, of course, got your step-by-step instructions to complete the construction of the bag
and
as well.
And it's just a brilliant idea, the way that pocket folds out and has that sort of
nice and useful, isn't it? Well, we want the most for the best bits of the lunch inside. We don't want to waste any space on the cutlery.
You're not kidding, absolutely. It is a great space inside. Now, we do have some of Kerrie's older kits back in stock, which I'd just like to show you. Now then, right. Yes, they are, thank you. Ah, yes, there they are. Right, and I think you've got some of these samples, haven't you?
Yeah.
Sewn with Scraps, issue 3, so handy.
So Sewn with Scraps was, we created 3 different issues of Sewn with Scraps, and this really was when we were creating Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun, we found that we were left with little remnants of fabric even after, certainly in the earlier stages of the Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun. So it was a way to use up and showcase those fabric in smaller projects. So this particular issue, So Handy, has been designed so it's a great little gift for inside your bag. First of all, you've got the little Kerrie's case there. Now this was designed so you could perhaps pop a little mirror inside, and you've got 2 little pockets which you can either pop inside your lipstick or lip gloss or that sort of thing, lip salve, something like that. But I actually find it works really well for a sewing on the go collection as well. So I generally, for myself, I do a lot of sewing in the car. It's just keep a little pack of needles, small pair of scissors, and in the side there you've got 2 little pockets which you can easily fit inside 4 little threads inside there, so small threads. So great handbag size gift.
That is fab.
Really, really, really sweet. Uses small pieces of fabric, as you can see, for each section of this. The next one is a really nice, easy, again great for just inside your handbag, just a little tissue holder there, really nice and simple. Again, using the smallest amount of batting and the smallest amount of fabrics, but incredibly useful when you're out and about. And then the final one inside here, I don't know whether you're like me, Stuart, and you're always arriving at the supermarket without your pound or your trolley coins. So we have just got that little key fob there. And inside, so this uses a little snap fastening. You've got a tiny little pocket which will allow you to pop either your trolley coin or even a pound coin in there.
And you can tuck that through your
tuck that on. So you've got your little keyring fob on there, which makes these nice, easy and useful collections to have in the bottom of your handbag.
Again, the kind of gifts you're going to make again and again and again and again with all your scraps for £9.99. So that's back in stock today. Now, next up, we've got Verity.
Verity's been one of our most popular patterns, really, and I think this is ideal for myself and yourself, Stuart. It's a zipper pocket, but you've got a clear panel on the front there.
Perfect.
So you can actually see the contents of the bag, so not dropping everything inside your pockets.
Yes, yes.
And losing whatever is in there.
Oh, is that glitter vinyl?
So we've got some lovely glitter vinyl.
Nice.
These are available on the website as well, so we've got some nice glitter vinyl on the inside. And of course, it's a nice size as well to either keep your templates. So if you've got a collection of different issues, it's the perfect size to pop even your pattern booklets in there.
Well, if you're a dressmaker
as
well,
absolutely.
And you put your pattern pieces, they never ever go back into the packet. Ever.
No, they certainly don't. Nothing ever does it? No.
I don't care how much you stamp up and down on the pattern when you folded it. It won't go back in.
Never. They do. You're absolutely right.
It's fabulous.
So that's the Verity bag.
Brilliant,
there.
That's $6.99 for that. Again, the kind of thing you're going to make so many times. The Alana free motion bag. This is lovely.
Where did Alana go?
This is
she's
there.
up here.
Yeah. This is gorgeous. So this is a bag, free motion bag, some lovely applique there. Again, $9.99. Brilliant price for this, and what a lovely bag.
So my original patterns, when I first started writing patterns, I was naming each of the patterns off a member of the family, my nieces certainly, and Alana's one of my lovely little nieces. We have bought this on previously as kits, and then we bought it back as a pattern as well. So really nice, easy, free motion embroidery on there. And inside the pattern as well, you've got a practice option in there as well. So if you've never done free motion, we talk you through over 6 steps, I think they are, how to have a little go at free motion. So if it's the first time that you're starting out, and again, these are made from fat quarters, so getting the most out of your remnants of your fat quarters. And I do really like felt with your free motion, but of course you could use up those lovely Liberty remnants that you've got that are left over from your fat quarters perhaps, but I particularly like the look of free motion on felt. I just think it gives it a lovely 3D
It is,
effect
it's got
as well
a
on
lovely
there
3D effect, really like that. And you could add embellishments and all sorts, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
What a super bag, really super that. That's the Alana free motion bag. Then we've got, and I'm particularly taken with this, the Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fern, issue 12, so essential.
And the reason it's so essential, originally this pattern was designed, and you actually get given the measurements inside the booklet. It was actually designed as a first aid kit. So I designed this when we sort of started getting back out and about. You've got 3 different patterns, which include your hand sanitizer bottle, which you can again just clip onto your handbag inside of your handbag there. Again, this particular pattern features, we'll just have a quick look inside. There we go, there it is. You've got the little tissue holder there as well. And finally, if I open this one up here, inside this one, because we like the clear glittery vinyl, we've now added a little bag which closes up nice and easily. Again, you don't have to use this as a first aid bag like I chose to in the original pattern, but you've got 2 of your patterns, which of course, again, if you're back out to classes, you've got somewhere to pop your pattern and of course your templates, or your pattern and your templates. And a lot of our patterns have lots of small pieces to bring those together. It's a nice way to organise yourself, really, with those nice clear pockets.
For your fat quarters as well, haven't
Absolutely.
you? Could be about going along to it. This could be your workshop organiser.
Yeah.
I mean, be the one that's got ahead, cut out the templates, got the fabrics all pressed, ready.
Shock the teacher because we're like, oh no!
I tell you what particularly impresses me, when somebody turns up to a class with a cardboard roll that they've ironed and rolled all their fabrics onto, and then they roll it out on the table. I'm always impressed by that. And then...
There you know what to do when you go along to a Stuart's classes.
Exactly. Absolutely brilliant. And then finally, we've got scrap bags. Oh, we do love a scrap bag. We do love a scrap bag. These look like Liberty here.
These are Liberty scrap bags.
Lovely.
So you've got your Liberty scrap bags. They're a 50 gram scrap bag bundle, and perfect for your smaller applique or your smaller patterns as well. Absolutely perfect for things like the collections. And really that's why we put a lot of the scrap bags together, to complement the patterns that you've got with your sewn with scraps. or if you're making one of the little pots perhaps for your brushes or your makeup brushes, then you've got a nice variety of fabrics that you can include there on. If you don't
let's be honest, even with scraps, we've never got quite enough, have we?
Absolutely, and we keep them all as well. We keep them all.
Yeah, you never know when you're going to need that little bit of something. This is lovely, and these are all scraps from things like your kits.
All of the scraps that we make up come from offcuts from all of the kits. Yeah,
that's fab. So that's your Liberty 50-gram bag for $8.99, and then we also have a Riley Blake version, which I've got here. Again, I adore Riley Blake fabrics. They've got such a cheery look, haven't they?
Yeah, I love Riley Blake. I just think that their fabrics are really bold and beautiful florals on there as well. I'm obviously drawn to lots of beautiful floral fabric.
They are, and they've got a lovely whimsical style to their fabrics. So again, 50 grams of Riley Blake scraps, all really usable pieces though, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah.
You're not going to get bits of thread. You sometimes get that though, don't you, where it's a really sort of like bit that you couldn't use, but these are all really usable pieces.
Self-covering buttons. That's my solution for everything. I do love a self-covered button on every project.
Yeah. True enough. True enough. There's always something you can do. Kerrie, I've had the most wonderful
It's been lovely, Stuart. It has.
You're back in an hour, or less than an hour.
Well, yes.
In fact. You're bringing Christmas with you.
We have Christmas in an hour.
I'll
see you then.
We've got the Bauble back, which I would recommend you pre-order and check out on that, so you know you've got it. They always sell out. Thank you so much to Kerrie for that wonderful hour. We're going to go to a quick break now, and then we'll be right back with more Christmas.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hello, I'm Kerrie from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Sewing Street. How are you doing this Thursday in October? I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company. Do get in touch with us, won't you? Either through the Facebook page or through our email address, www.sewingstreet.com. studio@sewingstreet.com is the email address. Send in your questions, your tips, your observations, what you're working on right now, anything at all. Send in pictures too, of course. This hour is all about Christmas. Let's start with that most iconic of wintry birds, the penguin. We have got the most wonderful, wonderful toy design from Delphine Brooks. I was here for the launch of this toy and he flew. You know what I'm saying. Delphine has designed the most wonderful toy. This is the Delphine Brooks Sky Penguin toy kit. Now you're getting full instructions. This is the Sky colourway. You're getting a metre of fleece, so you're getting ½ a metre of each of the black and the white, and then you're getting some fat quarters as well, so that you can create the beak and the feet, and also a bow tie. So that sky blue, for which this kit is named, is to create the bow tie. Now, if you want to use one of your scraps to create a different coloured bow tie, you absolutely can. He is a gorgeous size, absolutely beautiful, would make a lovely soft toy, but also great as a decorator doll as well. I think a pair of these. Now, what about for a wedding, a pair of penguins, 2 boys, 2 girls, 1 of each? Just absolutely fab. Also a lovely christening gift or a Christmas gift for anybody that you want to show a bit of love to. Now that kit, remember, you're getting ½ a metre of the white fleece. It's 2-sided as well. There's a kind of shorter pile and a longer pile. You can mix and match. You can use the shorter pile for one, the longer pile for the other. You're getting ½ a metre of the black. You're getting your 2 fat quarters, sky blue for his bow tie, and also yellow for the beak and feet, and then you're getting, most importantly, those full-size instructions. I remember talking with Delphine. It took her such a long time to create this pattern because it was all about getting personality and proportions and the shape just right, and I think you'll agree. Absolutely beautiful, beautifully made and created design. $19.99 is a fantastic price. All you're going to need to add for this, by the way, is a bag of a fibre film, toy stuffing, which of course you can get on the website, some threads, add a little button from your button tin, a little bit of felt or buttons for the eyes, and a bit of embroidery thread. But I mean, really, you're getting pretty much everything you need to create your very own Delphine Brooks penguin. Super. And also, wouldn't the penguins make brilliant extra Christmas decorations? If you're somebody that loves to kind of light up your sitting room windows or your kitchen windows and you like to create a little scene in the window for passers-by, you could create a really fun kind of penguins Christmas display as well. Would look terrific as part of your annual Christmas decorations, but also just a gorgeous, gorgeous soft toy to enjoy throughout the year. So that's the sky variation. We also have, excuse me, a second colourway. So you're getting exactly the same components, the fleece, the pattern, and the yellow fat quarter for the beak and feet, but then you're getting a silver mottle right there, beautiful fabric, and that's to create a bow tie. You could even make a little waistcoat or something else if you wanted. But as I say, if you fancy mixing things up a little bit and using some of your scraps, then you absolutely could. So that is the silver version. Love that penguin. Super cute. We've only got 10 of the silver left. So that is going to fly, pardon the pun. There is one kind of penguin that can fly, actually. There's one kind of penguin that can fly. Now, this is a very timely reminder. Christmas makes, crack on now. Christmas stockings, I think, is something I bring out every year, certainly. I bring out the Christmas stockings that I've made in previous years. I've made them for the pets. I've made them for, obviously, us, Charlie and I. I've also made them for family, friends. And they're a great thing to bring out every year. Now, this is a lovely book from Search Press. It's called Christmas Stockings, and it's by Rachel Rowe. And in this book, you've got all kinds of different gorgeous stockings to make. It's going to have a little flick through and show. I'll turn that around actually so you can see. You've got some with applique. This is great made out of hessian. Some rickrack there on that one. Patchwork. This one's made out of felt. Some of them can be hand sewn. This is used an upcycled sweater. What a great idea. So all sorts of different ways to create stockings. It's a cracking price at £7.99. There's even an advent calendar. Lots of different skills, lots of different variations. And now is a great time to buy because there's just enough time, I think, to make everyone a Christmas stocking. And what a personal gift, a little stocking with just something simple inside as a Christmas gift that you can bring out every single year. Now then, had an email through that says, wow, isn't the penguin just the cutest? I would call him Arnold. I want to know why. Love him. Great show so far, Stuart, from a very chilly Cheshire. Sorry, hubby will have to give him a home. I totally agree. Arnold's coming home, Pam. Wonderful. I still want to know why Arnold, but gorgeous name. Hey, Arnold. Moving on. Let's look at 10-inch squares. Now, are we going merry and bright? Oh, I've got one at the front as well. I've got loads of merry and bright. Absolutely beautiful. This is from me and my sister designs for Moda. So it's a gorgeous layer cake from Moda. Now, Moda, of course, originated the layer cake, and we all fell in love with 10-inch squares thanks to them. This is a really beautiful, just as the name describes, merry and bright. You've got a gorgeous selection, and this is kind of peppermint candy colours because you've got these gorgeous reds, and then you've got lovely crisp whites, and then fabulous peppermint green. Lovely fresh, little bit modern look to it. You've got some lovely candy stripes. You've got prints featuring snowmen, little dots, a wide variety of different prints. This is a nice one featuring holly leaves and berries, candy canes. Now, 10-inch squares, super, super useful, especially if you want to make a quick quilt. So, for example, you want to freshen up a bed. Maybe you've got a special guest coming for Christmas. Arrange the squares out on the floor, maybe 5 rows by 7. So that's going to use 35 of your squares. Sew them together. You're going to get slightly smaller than 50 by 70, but certainly in that region. And then layer it, bind it. You've got a quick and simple bed throw. The remnants that you've got left, of course, you'll have 7 squares left. Use those to make some coordinating pillows, pillow shams. Really quick and easy way of making a quick quilt for Christmas. Now, this has been a very, very popular layer cake I'm not surprised, it's so bright, it's so gorgeous and fun. Lovely as well for making things like Christmas stockings. Of course, you can cut them up into strips, squares, circles, applique those to maybe some solids, some reds, some greens, some white solids that you've pieced together. Would also work really, really well. That's Merry and Bright from Me and My Sister Designs. $44.99. Great for quick Christmas quilting. Now we do have a second 10-inch charm pack, which I'm going to, yeah, there it is. Now this again, oh, flannel, flannel. This is lovely. Now this is called Gnome for Christmas. See what they did there? And this is a flannel. Now I just want to show you quickly the difference between flannel and regular quilt weight cotton, because you've still got 42 squares, but look at the difference in thickness. Because the flannel, of course, is a brushed cotton. You've got that extra kind of thick layer, which is really warm and snuggly. I mean, absolutely gorgeous for snuggling on the sofa, or if you're going to midnight mass and you want to take a quilt to drape over your knees to keep you warm on the pews. We always go to midnight mass at York Minster. It's beautiful, but can get chilly. I'll be honest, it gets a bit chilly. Flannel quilt, beautiful. I always recommend using a walking foot when you're working with flannel, because flannel can slip a little bit when you're sewing. If you use a walking foot, it won't do that. Now I'll show the back to show you some of the designs that you're going to get in here. It's a really fun collection, this one. You've got this lovely wide border print, you've got snowflakes, little gifts, and of course those gnomes having a fun old time at Christmas. And again, simple quick quilting, rail fence, 4-patch, 9-patch. Don't have to do anything much with these fabrics. Sew them together, quilt and bind. You could even tie the quilt using cotton perlé. Again, $49.99 for that. It's really cute. Now we've had a message back to say I would call him Arnold because he's from the Arctic. Arctic Arnold. It's so cute. I love it. Makes perfect sense. Beautiful. Let's have a look at some panels. Big fan of panels for Christmas quilting because it's all about half the work's already done. You get quick results. Where would you like to start? This one right here. Now this is a really cool concept. This is kind of stitch and fold advent calendar, or perhaps you fold first and then you stitch. Cut out your calendar by cutting along the edge of the panel. Create pockets by folding along the lines marked fold. So far I get it. Pin or baste and press. Cut your backing and batting 4 inches larger than your calendar. Layer your backing, then batting, then calendar, and then quilt the vertical bands, stitching through all layers. That's it. Quick and easy. Quick and easy. This is the first time it's ever been on air before. Absolutely brill. I love that. I love that. And the design at the top is really cute. Can I just turn that around so that you can have a closer look? I mean, the pockets are gorgeous, but I want to show you the top as well, the top band. How sweet are these? And you're also getting some lovely labels as well. Season's greetings, made with love. Just going to move this along a little bit so you can see. This away. Which way would you like them? Absolutely lovely, aren't they? Got a lovely traditional look. Advent calendars are the kind of thing you're going to get out every year as well, aren't you? You make a real, you know, something timeless, something you can keep bringing out, a little bit of family tradition. And there's those lovely labels down the side too. It's just $12.99. And I would add something like ½ metre of solid for your backing of this. Maybe use something like a rose and hubble, like a red or a green or an ivory, something like that would work perfectly well. That's super. And the pockets aren't too big, so you don't have to buy anything too big to go in them. I do think that's an important consideration. Now, the penguin toys from Delphine are very, very limited stock. So, you know what I'm going to say? Be quick if you want those. Jump on, order and check them out. Now, if penguins are your thing and you want friends for Arnold, what about Delphine's lovely penguin cushions? We've got 2 different options of kit, but the pattern, you can create both. So let me start with the navy colourway. We've called it navy, which I've got right here. Now there's 2 designs in the pattern. One of them features 3 baby penguins, and this is the one I've got right here to show you. Super cute, fusible applique. So you're going to use Bonder web and something like a blanket stitch or a machine zigzag to finish the edges. Delphine's added some little embellishments here as well from her scrap box. Super cute, aren't they? Really good. Happy feet, I think. Very happy feet. And a nice opportunity to do a little bit of free motion quilting or hand quilting in the background if you like. Now you're getting a selection of fabrics in this kit, $19.99. This is the cream colourway, I beg your pardon. So you're getting 1/2 metre of this nude, and then you're getting 4 fat quarters. So you're getting a lovely bright golden yellow, like an egg yolk. You're getting white. You're getting this lovely teal, like a really deep teal. And then you're also getting a metallic. Now this is gorgeous, and this is the one that Delphine's used for the bodies of the baby penguins. It's cream background and then this gold metallic that is absolutely lovely and has a real nice sheen to it. Isn't that, can you just see that? Isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely lovely. And again, nice opportunity to do a bit of free motion, bit of hand quilting, and pillows which are very good for Christmas, but of course you could keep out year round as well. Would look really good with the Arnold the Penguin right next to them. So that's the cream option. And then of course included, you're getting Delphine's instructions that are always so clear, so concise and precise to show you how to create both cushions. Actually, you're getting the patterns for both cushions. There's that little baby penguin on the back. All right, so you might well have some fabrics at home as well that you could mix and match to create both cushions. Let me show you the other design. So this is called Navy. How fab is that? Absolutely lovely. I'm just not sure why it's called Navy, because there's no navy fabric. But what you have got in there is you've got this lovely grey, and then you've got, that's 1 metre of that, and then you've got your yellow, you've got this one now, this is gorgeous, like a batik background in swirly greys, and even there's a little bit of sort of pink in there, and then overprinted with gold, and then you've got black, and you've got white. Great, isn't it? When it's called navy, and we've called it navy. But what a fantastic cushion! It's absolutely beautiful. You'll be able to make Delphine's version backed in the yellow. It's really lovely, isn't it? Easy, quick, fusible applique. Again, with Delphine's very, very good pattern, all included. Yours applique will be on a grey background using that kit. So lots of penguin loveliness from our wonderful Delphine there. Great Christmas, great winter. Now, a little bit of cross stitch. This is lovely, and I think it really typifies the traditional Christmas to have some nice cross stitch. Various different options, and these are all from the Cross Stitch Guild. Now we've got 2 bumper packs, and with these, really the choice you're making is between Aida or linen. Okay, so I would personally, I would go for the Aida because my cross stitch is not at that sort of level where I can use linen. Yeah, so what you're getting here is you're getting some red Aida, and it's a lovely Christmas red. You're getting like a Christmas green Ada, and then this is fabulous. You're getting, it's like an ecru, but then you've got a gold lurex thread woven throughout the Ada, and then this wonderful selection of Christmassy shades in thread. They are absolutely beautiful for £19.99. Now, there are all sorts of little pretty patterns for creating things like Christmas cards, gift tags. You could create a little picture using different elements or repeat them. This is exclusive to Sewing Street. You're getting those included with your pack. So this is on Ada, and that's £19.99. Now, if you prefer to sew on linen, even weave linen, then we have a linen version as well. Now, this time you're getting that beautiful Christmas red. You're getting what I would call mistletoe green. I'm just going to show you side by side. This I would definitely call a Christmas or a spruce. This I would call a mistletoe green. And then the ecru has got like a almost like a pearlescent, like an aurora borealis thread through there. Very, very pretty. You can just about see. It's almost like a sort of a glittery holographic effect. Very, very pretty if you were to use that for things like Christmas cards, Christmas tree ornaments as well. You're getting all those lovely threads, and of course you're getting that exclusive chart too. So again, think about those lovely little Christmas tree decorations, I think, gift tags that you could make. And they would be wonderful to create those, tie them onto the front of a little plain card for Christmas, and then people can take them off, hang them on the tree and keep them year round. That's £24.99 for your linen version. And those are both from the Cross Stitch Guild. Now, we do have some Christmas tree decorations from the Cross Stitch Guild as well, which again are absolutely beautiful. The kind of thing they're very special, and you can bring these out year round. Now, I'm going to start with the Christmas tree Watbow. This is CXYW02. Now, this little tree decoration can be handmade in a day and by you. The pack includes the chart, unbleached 28 count Cashel linen, threads, beads, thread card, 2 needles and full instructions. That is very, very pretty, isn't it? Really gorgeous. You're getting everything you need there in the pack. I think perhaps you just need a little bit of stuffing for inside. You could hang that on the tree. It would also make a really lovely scissor fob, wouldn't it? You could attach that to your scissors for your Christmas stitching, especially if you don't want anybody else to touch them. That's £9.99. That's a great price, isn't it? And again, if you're doing Secret Santa at your sewing club or your quilt club, or you've got a stitchy friend that you want to give a little Christmas gift to, for under £10. Now, we also do the Victorian holly wreath. I think this one's going to be very popular. It's lovely. Victorian style tree decoration. It's part of a series that the Cross Stitch Guild did, and can be made in an evening or in a day, however you want to do it. Nice bit of quiet stitching. Your pack includes your chart, your unbleached 28 count Cashel linen. Isn't that a great design? Your threads, your thread card and your needle as well. And of course, full instructions. That's smashing. Really like that. Lovely little stocking filler. And also, you know, I always like to have a little handmade project to do between Christmas and New Year. I know this is to hang on the Christmas tree, but we do keep our tree up until the 6th. So, and I like something to say, look, I'm sitting in my chair now. I'm not moving for the next 4 hours. So if you need it, get it yourself, because I'm doing some stitching. Some people are like that every day. I just have that between Christmas and New Year. Really nice, that lovely bit of cross stitch. Now then, we have a nativity set. Oh yes, there it is. Now we're very, very limited. We've only got 5 remaining of these. Now's the time, isn't it? What you've got here is a fabric panel with everything printed on it to create the stable. And you've also got the crib, you've got the little baby Jesus, you've got Mary and Joseph, the shepherds, you've got the three kings, you've got the angel. I mean, I'm just going to show you for a moment just how big this panel is and how much. Director Jessie said, pop it on the table, not realising just how big it is, but it is absolutely massive. I also love the fact that all of the characters have feet on the underside, and I particularly like Joseph's boots. Brilliant stuff. And then you're also getting your full instructions as well for how to make up the stable, the whole nativity scene. Now, I was a primary school teacher for many, many years, and you know, Christmas is such a special time in school and for young children, and the nativity scene that we used to bring out every year, I think was just the highlight, the excitement that the children used to have when we brought out the next character. Talk about getting the message home and getting children engaged with the story of the first Christmas. A nativity set, there's nothing quite like it really. Beautiful heirloom that you could make. It's $24.99. If you're buying that, I would really, really recommend putting a bag or two of toy stuffing into your basket at the same time so that you've got it there ready for when you need to stuff the characters. We do have recycled toy stuffing, which is made of old plastic bottles, which is terrific. $4.99 for a 250-gram bag. And I think, to be honest with you, one bag of that would be plenty. If you're also going actually for Delphine's penguin toy, a bag of that toy stuffing is perfect too. We also do a wool version if you prefer wool, but the recycled toy stuffing is great. It's keeping plastic bottles out of landfill and out of the ocean as well. I'm all for that. Christmas makes are just the best, aren't they? Love them. Now then, let's have a little look. Excuse me. There's another stitch and fold here. Fold and stitch. This is great. Brand new design for us. That is lovely. Now that would fit in my home so well. You've got loads of metallics there. You've got this beautiful kind of russet, really deep rusty red. It is gorgeous. That tree, look how it shimmers. It is gorgeous. I need a pack of seed beads, thank you, and some bugle beads to sit and decorate that with first. Head over to Jewellery Maker for those. And then look at all those lovely pockets that you're going to fold and stitch. And then put little gifts, little sweeties. Or this year I'm going to put kind of sentiments and wishes and affirmations alongside sweeties inside my advent calendar. Just nice little messages. Now these are very, very popular. Not surprised, $12.99. One of the things most of us hate, let's be honest, about making an advent calendar is all the cutting out of the individual pockets, pressing in the sides, top stitching. This is folded, stitched across, stitched up, and you're done. And you layer it first with batting and backing and stitch through the whole thing. So it's quick and simple. And what a beautiful design that is. I'm just going to disappear for a moment. How lovely is that, me disappearing? Obviously, you're going to keep this and bring it out year after year after year and just change what goes inside. Absolutely smashing. That is lovely. That's very me. Very me. Cat, producer Cat and I are both very, very traditional in our taste when it comes to Christmas. I love those rich colours, that kind of gold accenting. Beautiful. Very, very nice as a gift as well. Make that up for somebody. Perhaps they're in a new home or first Christmas together. New baby, little advent calendar. Smashing, smashing little gift. Excuse me. Now then, let's look at another panel. we've got the poinsettia lap quilt. Should we do that? Yeah, let's do that. Now this is from Jules Mauve, who I did a lovely show with the other week. I'll show you the pattern first of all. So it's the Christmas poinsettia tree lap quilt pattern. And what you're getting, it's a great design. You're getting the design to create this Christmas tree. It's an alternative Christmas tree. If you don't have space for a Christmas tree, or you want to create an extra little feature in your home, you could hang this on the wall. The actual quilt itself, let me give you dimensions, 31 inches by 31 inches, okay? And so you're getting the pattern, and then what you're also getting, there's a couple of different options here. This is the blue version. You're getting an exclusive panel. Now this is 2.5-inch strips. You're getting 16 of them in all these lovely coordinating, rich kind of country blues. How beautiful do they look? Really smashing kind of federal blues and navies, bit of cobalt, and there's a nice little bit of kind of rusty red in there and green. And I just want to show you for a second that previous panel that we showed with that rusty red. It's the same kind of rusty red. So if you have quite like a rustic country interior, I think that would work very, very well. So you're getting your panel, you're getting your pattern, and you're also getting a metre of white solid as well for £29.99. Really nice, and it's a simple design. It's using half square triangles but cut from the printed panel, so quick and easy. Now we can also do that panel on its own. Details are on screen, £19.99 for that panel. But really good value to buy the kit, because remember you're getting the pattern and a metre of solid as well in there. But there's that panel in those gorgeous rich blues. Now we also do that same design with a kind of rusty red. I'll open this out in green, so a bit more of a kind of traditional, a little bit sort of Highland looking, I think, because you've got some plaids in there as well, or a little bit northwards. So if you like that whole northwards look, I'm just showing you a little bit of the panel here. Look, there's loads more. Very nice, very nice. Now I've got a finished sample I can show you. There we go. Let me just turn that around. That's smashing, isn't it? Really lovely. So you can see it's pieced using half square triangles, a little border around the top and bottom. Yeah, it's not square, so it's not 31 inches square, but we'll... I was looking at the pattern, Kat, thinking it doesn't look square to me, but I haven't got a tape measure. I'm at Sewing Street and I haven't got a tape measure, but anyway, it's a decent size. It's a decent size. But that's more in the sort of rusty reds and forest greens. So as I say, if you like that kind of northwards country look, super. You're getting that panel, you're getting a metre of a light grey, and you're also getting your pattern for £29.99. So you're getting those three elements. Work really well together. Now that panel isn't available on its own, so just be aware of that. Let me have a little look over here. Oh, these are lovely. Oh, I know what it is and you don't. But we love these linen look fabrics, and look at that. Again, this is something every year to bring out that lovely little cushion. Now I would make that up as a cushion. I might be inclined to do like some reverse applique and put something around it, so I kind of frame it, and then something like a red and gold twisted cord around the outside, maybe even with like a little loop at each corner, or bobble trim or something like that. You know me and bobble trim. If you don't know me and bobble trim, check out my Instagram and you'll see. And then, so that's £8.48 for that. And then what would work perfectly well, you're getting, oh, you're getting, what? What? Oh, okay, there we go. I thought it was £8.48 for that. Okay, but you're also getting 1/2 metre of the coordinates, and it's not normal width fabric at all. It is extra wide. Look at that. I'm stretching as much as I can. So, in terms of making up that cushion, you've got more than enough there to create an envelope back. And actually, if you wanted to as well, you could even create like a border to go around, maybe with just a little bit of red in between. So show you what I mean. So for example, here's your cushion, here's your border that you're going to put around, but I would just slip in just a tiny little bit of red, just a tiny little border of red going around that first, all the way around, and then your border, or even like a little binding of red, something like that, just to highlight that colour. But that's a cracking little bundle there for £8.48, 1/2 metre of your coordinate, plus your panel. 1/3 of the stock has just flown out the door. Well done you, if you got that. Multi-buyers as well. Couple of those, one at either end of the sofa. Also really good on a bed. Little, it's Christmas, pop a cushion, little runner, something like that on the bed. It's Christmas, £8.48. Absolutely superb. Remember, all of these come out pre-cut. So if you multi-buy, you'll get a bundle and another bundle. We sold hundreds of these first time they are on air. We've now got less than 20 available. So there's going to be a lot of lovely Christmas homes this year. Absolutely beautiful. If you want it, remember, check out or you will miss out. Now then, we've got a panel which creates an apron. Make the handles, attach the handles. That sounds promising. Yes. No. I'm putting this away. No, I'm going to... Really? Oh, okay. All right. Hunter's Star Cheetah Cloth. Ah, fantastic. Now, Hunter Star is a favourite pattern of mine, notoriously awkward to piece, but this has got the panels already printed for you. You can use this to make a tote bag. You could also, of course, adapt this and make cushions out of it if you preferred. Lovely Christmas look. Actually, you could use this to make pillow shams as well. To have this, plus a bit of coordinate stitched on. Imagine that as 2 pillowcases, either end of a bed, simple quilt. Oh yes, you see these panels are designed for one thing, but they can be used for other things too. Just be a bit creative, you know, make it your way. For £19.99, you're getting lots of options here because you've got your 2 Hunter's Star parts, you've got your coordinates here, and then over here, and again, I'm thinking cushions, our runner, Christmas table runner for going down the centre of the table. You could create using these pieces. We've got them down as the bag handle and the facings, but be creative. You've even got a bit of spare fabric over here, plus full instructions printed on your panel. So you're not having to buy anything else to work out how to make the bag. It's just £19.99 and you're getting all of that. Again, in really traditional Christmas colours, which would look a knockout in my home. What about yours? That's lovely. Now, this one right here. No. This one? Yes. Guide my hands. So this is for, oh no, yes, lovely. Oh, I remember this. This is the Santa apron. Hello. Jessie, our new director, just said, oh, that's a big one. Are you talking about me? Look. Rude. Fabulous. So you've got your apron front, then you've got your pocket for the front, which is really cute. You've got your ties for the apron waist and also for the neck. I think that's also a pocket lining, isn't it, at the bottom? It's terrific value for £17.99. Now, maybe there's someone in your family who's a bit of a reluctant helper in the kitchen. You know what I'm saying? Make them an apron. Make the job a little bit special. Put your apron on. Come on. Come and help me with the washing up. That's how I do it. That's really fun. And I like as well the fact that the fabric that it's printed on, you know, it's got a little bit of weight to it, so which is good news for an apron, isn't it? Because you want it to be protective as well. Now you could use, Kat, help me out here. What's that stuff that we sell? It's not Mod Podge, but you paint it onto Eau de Coat. Thank you. Eau de Coat, the apron, once it's made up, to make it splash proof, wipeable, sort of spill resistant. That would be my top tip if you're going for the apron. And in fact, if you're going to use any of these to create maybe a table runner, again, once it's all made up, eau de coat it, maybe use 2 or 3 layers of eau de coat, and then it'll be wipeable, more splash resistant, more splash proof. Fab. Love that. Now, we were having a look at these earlier on. These were meant to be in our Christmas gifts hour, but we just love them, and they're selling so quickly that we're going to run out of them before we get to that time, and I want to show you them. This is the Quilt Builder card deck. Now, I'm mad keen for every quilter, every sewer to be their own designer and to feel like designing their own quilts and their own layouts is within reach, because trust me, it's not hard. This is wonderful deck of cards, and I'm gonna pull one out, and this is for the Oh Susanna block. Okay. So what you've got in there is you've got the dimensions and the pieces that you need to cut. Alphabetical, you know, it's almost like colour by numbers, isn't it? To create 6, 8, 10, 12 and 36-inch blocks. So whether you want to make pot holders, cushions, table runners, bed quilt, and there's 50 different cards with all of those different dimensions. What about dealing yourself a quilt challenge? What about just picking a few blocks at random? There we go. So I've picked my 3 blocks. So I've got the barrister's block, the old windmill and the sparkling star. And you could use those then and create a quilt, or create a runner, something like that. Or just if you want to challenge yourself to try something new. Maybe you're new at patchworking quilting and you want to expand the possibilities. Now, what's lovely about these blocks is they use those sort of time-honoured units. Half square triangles, quarter square triangles, flying geese style, squares, rectangles. So nice and straightforward, but in combinations that you might not have tried before. Now, £14.99 is a brilliant price for basically a desktop reference guide for quilting. 40 different blocks in there. I absolutely love it. You've also got some other things here as well, because in the front you've got like top tips. So how to cut out side and corner triangles for diagonal settings. That's something that so often we think, how would I do this? What size would I cut? I've got 10-inch blocks. What size would I do setting triangles? You've got it down there. That's one that's been mixed in. What about cutting binding widths? Sewing half square triangles, corner alignment for piecing shapes, that's clever, yardage for rectangles, figuring fabric for a quilt. Absolutely brilliant. On point challenge, so using your blocks on point, what size will they come out at? How about yardage for quilt backing? I mean, this is a brilliant, brilliant resource for every quilter. Really fantastic that. Love the fact that it comes in a nice sturdy box, so that can stay on your desktop. Also very easy to wrap if you're going to gift it. Remember, it was supposed to be in our Christmas gifts hour at 11 o'clock, but we brought it forward because we've got less than 30 available now. We started off with a lot more than that. We've only had them on once before, completely sold out that time, and we don't have that kind of stock this time. We got a few more back in, which have absolutely flown out the door. We've just got a few left now. Now we're going to go for a break, and when we come back, we will be back with Kerrie, bringing her very special ray of sunshine and her loveliness, but this time with Christmas makes. Don't miss it. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Very excited to be back with you on Sewing Street, this time in the studio, this Thursday at midday. I'll be bringing with me, for the very first time, our aloe vera range. Now, aloe vera makes an incredible material because it's sustainable, soft, and luxurious. I'll be showcasing scarves, socks, and even pillowcases, all of which make the most fabulous of gifts. And as an additional product bonus, I'm going to be bringing from your sister company, Primal Living, an aloe vera cream to top it all off. I'll see you there this week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, I'm Kerrie from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard and we've got a full hour of Kerrie from Living in Loveliness back with me for the next hour. It's Christmas. And yeah, sorry about that. It's kind of, no, you've still got time. Don't worry, I was kidding. It's not actually Christmas today, but we've got lovely makes from Kerrie for Christmas, from Living in Loveliness, including her absolutely iconic bauble, which we've got in both the kit form and also pattern only. First time ever. Now, this Christmas bauble is absolutely divine. It's a no-sew project as well, which may very well appeal to you. It certainly appeals to me. Now, in your kit, I love this. This is Kerrie doing the hard work for us. All of the squares of fabric that you need to create the bauble, already cut for you, all cut to size. That is a wonderful plus in anybody's book, I think. You're getting all those squares of fabric and all individually cut and all exactly the right size. You're getting your hanging ribbon and your decorating ribbon. You've also got your special pins that you'll require, just the right length, just the right size of pins. So you're getting all of that in your kit. You're also getting your polystyrene bauble. Now this is a really good size too. So, I mean, 1, 2 or 3 of these on a tree, that's all you need, isn't it, to create real impact? Or what about creating a special hanging ornament in your hallway? Yeah?
A lady sent a photo on one of the shows and she'd put a beautiful garland along the side of the staircase and made several, and it looked magnificent. Yeah,
it's the kind of thing I think once you've made one, you'll want to make more. So I would be recommending multi-buying those kits. You're getting the polystyrene bauble, all the fabrics, all the pins, and they have sold out so many times in the past. So you're getting your bauble, and then, very importantly, you're getting your instructions as well to create the Christmas bauble. So you're getting absolutely everything pre-cut, so you can literally put the kettle on, pop a slice of cake on a plate. That's just for me. I don't know what you're having. And then you've got this wonderful afternoon's crafting. Create, maybe while you're watching Sewing Street, watching an old Christmas movie. I don't know. But you haven't got to start cutting anything out. It has all been done by Kerrie and her team, Living with Loveliness. There's something very special, isn't there, about getting a Christmas decoration out year after year that you've lovingly made. It's our producer's first Christmas in her house. She's already wants to get the Christmas tree up. Kat, I think this bauble would be wonderful. December the 1st, maybe? I don't know. Whenever you're ready. But you're getting all of that, all packaged together, ready to make. Now it's $13.99 and a third of the stock went before we even came to air today. If you want Kerrie's bauble, you must check out. If you're multi-buying, you must check out, because if you've planned 5 for a swag, you don't want to be left with 4 and one of them's gone. Now, colours will vary in your kit. They'll all be Christmassy fabrics, they'll all be gorgeous fabrics, but they will all vary depending on what's gone into the kit. Kerrie, what sort of variety might we expect? What sort
They'll
of colours?
all be along the same lines of the metallic fabrics, and we do like to bring, I love traditional fabrics for Christmas. We're very traditional, so they will certainly be along the lines. I think perhaps I've got a different bundle in front of me to the one that we've got on display, so you can expect to have, now red's always in the centre for our kit, so you will notice in the kit that there is less of the red. So it may be a red star, or it could possibly be the red polka dotty here that we've got with that lovely gold fleck in it. I think when we've got the Christmas lights on, we really want to see those beautiful metallics.
For sure.
And then you'll have 3 other colours, but in amongst those colours they will all have the metallics in there, so you're really bringing out the sparkle on the
And
lights.
are all of your kits the red, green and gold?
They're all red, green, and you'll have some creams in there as well.
So you're not going to get a blue or a purple or something
we haven't
like
done
that.
any in the other colours. We have been asked for them several times, but it's certainly not going to be this Christmas.
This
Maybe
time
next year
around.
we'll branch out, but they will all be Christmassy.
Yeah,
Christmassy
wonderful.
colours.
Well, I'm very much a red, green and gold when it
Yeah,
comes
I
to
love.
Christmas. If you're not, and you want to do purples, teals, peacock coloured, we've got very special, first time for you ever, we're doing the pattern on its own. I've got it right here. It's £4.99. Now that really puts into context the kit, where you're getting absolutely everything cut out for you. I mean, probably a couple of hours worth of cutting to create all those squares done for you. But if you want to add your own fabrics, you can get the pattern on its own. It's £4.99. Now, of course, you're going to need to provide your own polystyrene ball, your pens, and also all of your fabrics, and spend the time cutting them out. But then you're going to get your full instructions, really nice and clear, lots of lovely photography, even how to attach the ribbon and create the lovely little ribbon top. You've got space for notes at the back as well. And it's all nicely packaged too. So if you want to be able to make your own colours, your own versions, absolutely you can. Don't forget you are getting this full pattern in with your kit for $13.99, plus the polystyrene ball, the ribbon, the pins, and all the fabrics which have been pre-cut, which I've got to say, Kerrie, I think represents absolutely cracking value.
It certainly does.
It's wonderful. Just love the ribbon on the top. Now, 3/4 of the stock of the kit has gone.
We can never keep up with
we
you,
can't
mate.
keep in stock. We can't keep it in stock.
I must take your advice from our earlier conversation this morning for tips for cutting.
Yes, absolutely.
We had a lovely chat this morning. Lots of tips to take away.
We were talking die cutting. I think we should throw straight to Kerrie now and let's get on with demo.
Shall we
demo
do
on the bauble? Yes,
yeah,
please.
can I have the bauble, please?
You
Stuart?
certainly can. You want the kit?
Yeah, that's wonderful. Thank you, sweetheart.
Rather
Thank
hoping
you.
to take that home. Not a
you can
chance.
take a finished one home.
Not a chance.
You don't want one half done, surely. Or maybe you do, to have a little play. Now, the kit's inside the bauble. You have got your markings on these bauble to make it even easier for you. If you have a close look at those, and you can even feel these on there as well. And these are lovely and easy to make. You've seen me demonstrate these several times, including the full demonstration. And what I prefer to do, if I'm honest, especially if you're making several, like Stuart said, and you're making a lovely garland of these, or a nice swag for these, then if you've got them, do all of your folding together while you're enjoying that slice of cake. We've talked a lot about cake today. Feel like I need to go and have some now when we finish the show.
You shall, you shall.
So with the fabrics wrong side facing, you fold those in half and just simply run your fingers across there just to score those fabrics. So if we do this as a little bit of a production line, that's why I really like these little projects, because they're nice and fast and super easy to make as well. So run your fingers across, and then the second thing we're going to do is to fold these in half. Now what's really nice and easy about this particular project is you're going to repeat the same on the front, same on both sides, sorry. And if you find the centres of your bauble, very easy to see on the one there where you've got that nice centre. So fold in these, just give them a little score. You could press them with the iron if you wanted to, but there's certainly no need to, because they naturally fall into place, which we certainly like. So once we've got 4 of these, just opening these up quickly now. And you've got your nice centre point, which is incredibly easy to see on there as well. Taking one of your little pins and just pushing that through that centre point. And again, we can just make a little pile at the side. So you can see as you work around, once you've picked up rhythm, or certainly once you've done one layer of the fabric starting with a red, it's incredibly easy to work through the small squares as well.
Now, Jessie, our new director, wants to have a go at making a bauble. Jessie doesn't sew, Jessie doesn't craft, but this has already appealed to him. I think it's got a lot about it that's just appealing.
Yeah.
No sewing machine required. It's sold out. You can still get the pattern on its own, though. Why don't we ever have enough, Kerrie?
I always bring what you ask me for, and then I go straight away and have to cut some more. Which is why we thought we'll bring along the patterns, because I know I had, when Black Christmas trees first sort of came about, I had that lovely peacocky theme colours that you talked around, and I absolutely loved it. And we do go through fads where we change them. In particular, for the kits, we like working with a metallic fabric, so it is nice to have the option of playing with your own fabrics. I realise I've scooted ahead and forgotten one step, so if I come to this side and just show you that first step, my apologies about that. So first of all, and that really is to avoid any of the polystyrene shape showing towards you. So as we pop this on first of all, we're just going to pop a pin into each corner. I always work on the opposite sides, and then you get a nice finish on there.
It's the great thing about fabric. Well, it's the great thing and the bad thing about fabric. It wants to bend.
It wants to bend, yeah.
When you want it to stay flat,
I have to say I agree with that statement there. It has its perks and disadvantages, doesn't it?
Yeah. Dependent
upon your project. So we'll just go back to this start part here. So in the centre there, we're finding the centre and just pushing the first pin through. Now naturally, these raw edges will line up with those raw edges. So again, almost, it doesn't have to be absolutely accurate. And I always tend to find by working with the 2 corners, these 2 pieces of fabric here that overlap each other will just sit nice and snug, ready for you to pop in those extra pins. And it is quite nice actually as they pull against each other, because you expose the inside, giving that an extra little bit of detail. And we're simply just working around on each layer, bringing those fabrics, folding it across. You have already scored this, and you can see there why that first step is so important, because you don't want to expose any of that polystyrene. Now, to achieve the finished look of the ball, you're simply going to continue to do this and work around the ball in layers. On your first layer, you have 4. And then as you work through, if you have a little look at that ball, Stuart, you can see that actually on your second layer, you have 8 of those, and third and fourth layer as well. So nice and easy, a nice easy project.
The thing is, Kerrie, I was looking at your bauble earlier on, and I was thinking, how do you know? Do you have to mark all those lines?
So what I tend to do, and I do mention this, you could absolutely measure them, but actually if you just use your little finger. So your second layer, so if I move on to another colour, just to show you how easy that is. Again, same technique, finding the centre and sliding the pin through. And when we come to work on the second layer, the only thing that's different on this layer, we have 4 on the first one, and on the second layer we then follow the 4 sides, but we also add them into the corners as well, which gives that lovely star technique.
Yes.
So all I tend to do is just pop my little finger on, so the side of my little finger is in line with that centre point, which is really nice and clear to see once you've got the pins in. and then pop the next pin inside. And again, continue to bring these in.
So you have that one in the back, and then you do the corners as well.
And then you do the corners.
Gotcha. So you've got 8 on the second layer.
So 8 on the second. So first row for your second layer, you do all 4 sides, but you also pin here as well.
Gotcha.
And again, it's still the same finger space from the top.
Yeah.
So you get a lovely finish on there as well. Nice fast project, exactly like you say. Nice little mince. I'd go mince pie. Mince pie and cream.
Warm mince pie, cold mince
no,
pie.
Warm mince pie and cold cream.
And cold cream.
Thick, nice cream.
I actually saw mince pies in the supermarket and in a bakery the other day.
They've been there for a while. We've had a few. my husband.
We haven't had Halloween.
But we eat sweets all year round.
That is true. Oh, what should we take on the picnic, Mum? I thought Christmas cake and some mince pies.
We did a picnic once for my children. We all went and everybody just said, oh, bring something along. And I think everybody must have assumed nobody would think to bring the strawberries and the chocolate. And everybody turned up, so that was it. That was our whole picnic, strawberries and chocolate.
No, you have to tell people.
So the following year, we were very organised. We had a list. We just kind of said, oh, bring what you'd normally bring on a picnic. And it was like, we just had strawberries and chocolate.
Gin and tonic.
We were driving, we had to wait.
Yeah. Now, do you just continue, keep going around? How do you know when to stop?
So what will happen is they will meet in the centre here, so you're going to repeat, and I actually find it's easier if I swap the bulb and mirror that. So the red I would do on one side and then repeat on the opposite side. And naturally these may overlap a little bit, but they should really be coming in line with this seam here that you can see on your bulb.
Yes.
When they arrive in line with the bulb, then you're just going to wrap the ribbon around. And I've shown you some really easy techniques, just using your fingers to layer the ribbon over so you get that nice finish on the top of the bulb.
Yeah, it's a lovely finish. You can see there, it really finishes the top of the bauble off well. And do you pin that or glue that ribbon down?
Pin that as well. And the only recommendation I would say for the bauble, because of the weight, because it is quite a large bauble, is just make sure. Now with these ones on the side, don't worry about the angle that you pop them in, they can go straight through. But certainly on the top, if you point your pins at a 45-degree angle, so with the weight, they're not sliding out and rolling off. So definitely the angle there.
It's a really clever project. You agree, of course, the bauble kit has sold out, but the instructions are still available for $4.99. Half the stock has gone, so you do need to check out your baskets, but there it is. Kerrie, can I ask you, if I was going into my stash, how much fabric, quantity-wise, would I need?
You do need less of some of the fabric. So in particular, you need less of the red. But I would certainly, when you come in to cut this, if you want them to, all coordinate, I mean, it would look lovely in different ones. Choose 4 fat quarters. You'll certainly have plenty left over, but go for the fat quarters. But the measurements are all in there, the accurate. Well, we slightly overestimate the measurements as well. So if you've got special fabrics,
Fudge factor.
Yes, then you can certainly have a little look at the measurements in there, which gives you a nice guidance of what to play with as well.
Brilliant. So. And if we're making our own and we can't get hold of that size of bauble, can we use the same principle with other sizes of polystyrene balls?
The larger ones, you'll need a particular size, but if you want to make a smaller ones, you'll need to reduce the size.
I've got you.
My niece bought a huge, I don't know where she found this polystyrene ball, and she said, oh, what are these, like a football? I thought, we'll have to go round.
Hello. I'm going to need more than fat quarters.
We'll certainly need more than fat quarters for that size.
Fabulous. Love that demo. Thank you so much, Kerrie. Now, don't forget, if you want those instructions on their own, you need to be quick. More than half the stock has gone. They're $4.99. We're actually very limited on stock on this now, so lots of you have been checking out your baskets, making sure that you get Kerrie's wonderful pattern from Living in Loveliness. It's the first time we've ever had the pattern on its own, and I think, like me, you're thinking this could be something I'll make an extra one every year, an extra 1 or 2 would be really lovely. You could even put little number charms and put the date,
Oh,
2019, 2020 and so on.
Actually, I have to say, a lady emailed me after the last show, just for a little bit of advice actually. She wanted to pop a photo in the centre. So what she did with her ball is she actually only did 4 rows of the second fabric so she could showcase the picture really nice.
What a lovely idea.
I love it when people do that.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Come
it's
up
gorgeous.
with ideas,
And make
nice
it
idea.
really special, really special. Now, please make sure if you are, you know, have any pictures of your makes from Kerrie that you post them on the fans page so we can all have a look. We love doing that. Now then, we've got another pattern and kit that I want to show you. It's called the Pretty Pleated Cushion. It's sold out in the past. I think we've only had this once before, haven't we? But we've got the pattern on its own, which is $6.99 for the Pretty Pleated Cushion. That looks like a lovely scrap project or fat quarter project. We've got a Christmas version in the studio, which is superb. Love that. So that's your pattern. And then we also have a kit for this. I'm just going to find the kit. I've got it right here. Oh, I love that everything is like, you know, you've just had a delivery. Well, you will just get a delivery. Oh, I do love those tabs.
They're really useful, aren't they?
Oh, fantastic.
Like anything that makes life simple.
Oh, yeah. And everything's wrapped up like a present, which is just divine. So this is your kit for the Pretty Pleated Cushion. And this is the Christmas version. Terrific. Oh, this is lovely. So you're getting different fabrics. You're getting loads with metallic sparkle there.
Yeah, we
you
like
do
the
love your gold
we do
metallic.
like the metallics.
Lovely little holly berry print and pin dots and some solids there as well, and your full instructions. That is absolutely superb. Now we've got the finished make in the studio, which is beautiful. You only need a cushion or two, don't you, on the sofa to add a real extra dimension to your Christmas decorating. Whether you do a Christmas tree or candles or anything else, it's got great texture as well. It's got 3 dimensions to it. This is a Christmas version, of course, but think about your spring version, your summer versions, autumn, winter. You could make this to coordinate with your latest quilt. It's a fab design, great pattern. So you can either get your pattern on its own for $6.99, or I would go for the full kit where you're getting all that lovely fabric, you're getting the design as well for $19.99. Comes wrapped up just like a gift. So if you wanted to gift this to somebody, I'd just tie a ribbon around it, round the brown manila. I mean, brown manila is lovely anyway, isn't it? Yeah. Butcher string, little charm pom-pom or something. Pom-pom, love it. You're like my spirit animal.
we are today, actually. It's been a lovely day.
We're twinning. Could we go to the hexagon bowls next? That would be super. I know you've got some demos. Now, we've got 2 kits for these. I've got them right here. I'm going to open them both. This is fab. It's like Saturday night show, isn't it? Like, you know, let's see what you've won.
And this time...
Superb. So these are your hexagon bowls. They come in 3 sizes. Your small bowl is 6 by 6. Your medium bowl is 7.5 by 7.5, and your large bowl is 9 by 9, and they're all 1.5 inches deep. Now, I think they'd be perfect, lined with a napkin, with your mince pies in one, your slices of Christmas cake in the other, maybe petit fours, chocolate-covered almonds, or Brazil nuts would be rather nice.
Chocolates in general is always lovely, isn't it? A little bowl of chocolates at Christmas.
Exactly. Savouries or sweets. But also this could be for on your work table, for organising yourself, like you have.
Well, it's nice, isn't it, to change your collections in the home, so we might as well do it in our sewing rooms as well.
Not kidding. So. And this is a Christmas version, of course, to work with, your kits. But, of course, once you've got the pattern, make them in all your favourite colour combinations. Vicky Carroll has messaged in. Hello, Vicky. Morning. Stuart and Kerrie, love your scarves. Aren't they beautiful? We'll be featuring these scarves actually at 12 o'clock with our special guest Poppy. They're made from aloe vera fibre and they are
beautiful.
Like silk. They are so soft.
You're wearing yours better than me though.
No,
today.
you're wearing yours better than me. No, I love you more. But aren't they gorgeous? And you know, normally, I'll be honest with you, I normally get too hot with something like this. It's not long. Back of my neck starts sweating and I'm like, oh, not a bit of it. This is so light, but it's keeping me snuggly.
It's very warm, isn't it? Very light, sorry.
It's light and it's snuggly, but it's not overheating at all. And I love the fact that it matches. Now then, let's have a look at the first kit. This is the gold version, isn't it? This is divine.
Very nice. We've not done any silver and gold, so I thought let's have something different this time. But this is absolutely beautiful.
That is really classy.
It feels lovely, doesn't it?
It is beautiful. Now, my very posh china, our wedding present china, is platinum and gold edged. So, because we didn't want silver or gold. Yeah. Because we thought we wanted both. This would be perfect for my Christmas table. Beautiful. Again, bread rolls in one, crackers, things like that on the table. Isn't that beautiful? You're getting that outer fabric, those hexagons, bowls, but then with that beautiful, almost like a sort of net effect with the gold sparkle and the silver. And then you've got the silver star. I'm in love with this colourway. You get lots of fabric.
You do. So you get 2.5 metres and you will be able to make all 3 sizes. They're both 44 inches wide.
That is terrific. And this isn't just a grey print, this is silver sparkle.
We do like sparkle.
Spirit animal. Just lovely. And remember, Christmas, forget the rest of the year, you might be like, no sparkle, no glitter. Christmas, I'm sorry, but everybody has
Why would you not have sparkle the rest of the year?
Well, there is that. There is that. But, you know, at Christmas.
My husband was in the army and he once had extra duties because he went and on his number ones he'd got a little bit of sparkle on the shoulder. And he had no idea where it come from. And
was it from you?
It was definitely.
Had you given him a hug and spread glitter?
I must have done.
Oh gosh,
I wondered why he was home late. He said, I wonder why. It's because I'm covered in glitter.
Oh, poor thing. It's got my sympathies. As every crafter knows, you know, you come into my home at your own risk, you will definitely leave with something sticking to you. Cat hair, sparkle, bits of thread, possibly a lump of quilt
When I
batting.
first met my husband, my mother-in-law used to collect little things, and I used to put these little turny things, you know, little twirly things with sparkle, and she'd say, we always know when you've been, because we have a pile of things with sparkle on them. It's like, well, at least you're returning them. That's quite exciting.
That's true. So this one, our second colourway for your hexagon bowls, traditional Christmas. We're back. We're in the zone. Again, this would fit into my home just like that. You've got that wonderful, really deep sort of cranberry, rusty red in the background, and then a vibrant couple of greens, little white berries. Super. And of course the gold outline that makes it extra special. We're going to demo this in just a moment. Delphine Brooks is also watching Morning Lovelies. Good morning, Delphine.
Good morning,
Delphine's in on Sunday.
Oh, lovely.
We'll all be tuning in. And then you've got that wonderful deep forest green with the gold pin dot. What a fabulous combination. And because you've got 1/2 metre of each, Kerrie, am I right in thinking you could mix and match?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, I mean, sometimes with the kits, people say, which one will you choose for the outside? I generally tend to choose my favourite for the centre, although on this one, I quite like the gold on the exterior part of the basket, and it isn't until we get to a later stage where you have to make your decision. But you can alternate them as well. They are a little trio set, so you could alternate those, so you're exposing the fabrics on each individual bowl as well.
Yeah, bit of mix and match.
Bit of mix and match. We like mix and match.
Absolutely lovely. Well, Kerrie, I'd love to hand over to you now so we can see a really good demo of how we make these hexagon bowls.
So it is a really lovely, easy project to make. Now you can make these, and I think the pattern we talk about using a batting inside these. So if you want a softer bowl, Dependent upon what you're using these for, you can either work with the batting, but in this particular demo I am using a Bauble foam just because I love the stability that Bauble gives to a project. You know, it really makes that collection stand proud.
The one you're using, Kerrie, is that a sewing or a fusible?
This is a sewing one.
Fine,
yeah.
But we could use either.
You could use either, and I am going to apply just a little bit of 505. So if you were using the fusible one, then that's perfect to work with as well. So just a tiny little bit of 505 on there, and then place. And because of course you can decide which way these are going to sit at a later stage, it really doesn't matter at this point which you choose to pop on first. So you're lining that up on top, aligning all of those raw edges, and just running your hands over the top. Now in the pattern, there is actually a tiny little Dresden in the pattern as well. I'm not going to do the Dresden today. If you have a look on the front of the cover, you'll be able to see that. But there is also the templates and the instructions. If you want to give this more detail, get the most from your scraps, then you can add that little Dresden plate in there. And it's really sweet actually because it's so tiny. In the pattern. So that's included in the patterns as well.
I wonder, can you see that on the smallest bowl? That's a fantastic bonus.
It looks really lovely. It is intricate to make because it's so small, but it does look really sweet. And of course, you know, if you're making these in particular for Christmas, and you know, even if you've got perhaps some gold glitter fabric, which I really like working with, it's a nice little addition to that collection on there.
Oh yeah, it's smashing.
Now, when you pop these on top, if you do find you've got a little bit overhanging, just take a moment to trim those so all those raw edges are the same. And all we're going to do on here is just mark up a 2.5 inch turning gap on any one of the sides. Now I am working with the smallest bowl at the moment, or 3 inch gap we'll go for, but just avoid popping your gap onto the corners here. So we're simply going to start with a reverse stitch, sew around the exterior of the hexagon, and finish again with a reverse stitch as well.
1/4 inch seam allowance?
1/4 inch seam allowance on here is absolutely fine.
Yeah, I know you so well.
Now, it would be lovely if you have some lovely metallic threads perhaps to work with, especially if you're making the Christmas bowls. But you can do all kinds of different quilting on the centre of that bowl, which we've done previously when we bought these available in the Liberty prints. So you can really keep them as simple as you like, or you can go to town and practice those lovely quilting. So quilt them or don't quilt them? Quilt them or don't quilt them.
Doesn't matter. It's a nice size as well. There are some nice little stencils you can get for quilting that would work well in the centre, or cross-hatching would be nice,
yeah,
bit of free motion.
Yeah. I think when we demoed these before, we did cross-hatching on here, and it really just changes it as well.
Yeah.
But not only that, it's a nice opportunity to use it on a small project, isn't it? Especially if you just want to practice something as well.
It certainly is. Now, Kerrie's using the Elna 580 Plus, which we'll be featuring in the next hour. We'll be having a really good look at it. It's a fabulous sewing machine. We've been enjoying it today.
It really is. I feel like I've got all these extra little buttons than what I usually have.
So
it's just
fab.
remembering to use them.
I know. The thread cutter is my favourite.
Yes, definitely.
You don't often get a thread cutter included on a machine for under £800. That's our price, of course. It's not £800 anywhere else by any means. And also, just up until Monday, am I right? We're including a £54 walking foot for free with that machine, which would be wonderful for quilting that cross-hatching on Kerrie's hexagonal bowls. Available till Monday or until stocks run out, whichever is sooner, and you know which way I'm thinking it's going to go. So you've sewn around, you left that little opening.
I've sewn around up until that little opening, and then what I find, I've gone ahead, my apologies, is just cutting your corners, but I tend to cut on both corners, especially when I'm using a Bauble foam, because you get a nice finish on that corner there. Okay, and it's not too close on there, and it reduces the bulk because you want a nice finish. So just following this around now and pushing out those corners, and we are going to give this a nice top stitch. Now, I certainly find when working with Bauble in projects such as this, if you use the zigzag stitch, although I use the zigzag stitch in a lot of the projects I make, that it just compresses that little fold over that you've got from your seam on the inside as well.
Control the seam allowance. Yeah, great idea that.
Now, with sometimes with your turning gap, you can certainly find that it's very easy to fold these in and just catch this with your top stitch. When you're making this for yourself, I'm not going to do it because it just takes a little longer, but I would always recommend at this stage just taking a moment or two to finish this with a slip stitch, because you'll certainly find you get a much better finish.
Hand sew that bit.
Yeah, hand sew this. So
lots of us are quite reluctant to do a little bit of hand stitching, but sometimes it's the only way, the best way.
To be honest, I try it. Whenever I'm doing classes and I mention hand stitches, I kind of get the look. I get the look like, are you sure? Is there not another way around this? You have to really smile
when you say hand stitching, don't you, to sell it to people.
Or I get it passed to me for me to do it. But for this particular project, I would absolutely recommend doing that. For today's demonstration, I'm not going to. And all I'm going to do now is to just rest this on the machine, and at this stage, if you've got your walking foot, definitely add your walking foot at this stage, but I am just going to keep the foot on the machine that's there for now, and it will sew across here as well. Now, I never tend to start sewing on a corner, so choose any of the centre of the sides. Avoid the part where we've got that little turning gap, especially if you're cheating like me and not slip stitching that side.
Oh, are you going to sew all the way around it?
So I'm just giving that a lovely top stitch there, mainly to reduce the bulk.
It instantly flattens it and controls it, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely machine to work with this is today.
And of course you'd slip stitch and then still top stitch all the way around the edge, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Especially if you're making these for a gift or even yourself, you know, it's worth that extra few moments.
Oh yeah.
Just to get that, to get a great finish on there.
Might I say as well, metallic thread?
Absolutely. I know, you know, whenever I sew and I've got lovely metallic collections, I think, oh, I should have definitely put the metallic thread on there.
Oh gosh, when you're demonstrating here, I'm always grateful to have thread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was lovely today. There was lots of colours to choose from as well.
You had a whole selection
Very
of colours,
exciting.
didn't you? Oh, we look after you, Kerrie. You do what we can.
Certainly do. Even if I don't bring the lunch.
Yeah, just cake next time is fine. Met Kerrie and husband on Saturday at Malvern. Both a lovely couple. Bought one of her kits because she was so nice. That's from Joyce in Monmouthshire. Oh, and it was a lovely kit, I'm sure.
How lovely.
Yeah.
We had a lovely time.
It's so nice to be back out.
It really, really is. It is wonderful to be back out and about. Now, to create the sides on here is incredibly easy to work with. Inside the book, you've got your 1.5" depth, but if you want to make a smaller bowl, or if you want to make a bowl, that your sides are a little higher, you can change that depth and have a little play, and it will change the shape. The only thing I would recommend at this point is if you want them to stack, which they are designed to do, then just keep that the same width on the side. So I'm simply going to place the ruler at the 1.5 inch point and just turn this as we go and just draw myself the lines. This is to just give myself a nice guideline to create that bottom.
So is that a Chaco liner you're using?
Yeah.
Really useful, aren't they?
I love these. Very useful indeed.
You could use a friction pen, of course, or even a hero marker. I'm a big fan of the hero marker.
Yeah, that is a nice idea, actually. Right, so then you need to return your machine back to your straight stitch. We've lost the thread. So let me just find the thread. So you will need to return the stitch back to the straight stitch so you get a nice finish. Now, if you are going to do any of that quilting, it is at this stage that I'd perhaps add that to the main panel before you start doing any of the popping the sides in place.
Mm-hmm. And details on screen for Kerrie's kits. Now, I just want to pick issue with the graphics actually, because it's 2.5 meters of traditional fabric. You get 1 meter in total, and the graphics are showing 2 meters at the moment. So you're getting 2.5 meters of traditional fabric. Either, so go traditional like I would go, well in fact I'd go both. This is the traditional that I've got in front of me, this gorgeous deep red background with beautiful fresh green leaves, little white berries, And of course, all that lovely gold outlining, absolutely divine. You're getting a 1/2 metre of that fabric, and then you're getting a 1/2 metre of the green pin dot. And this is a lovely deep sort of Christmas tree spruce green with a little gold pin dot. And as Kerrie said, this is so lovely because often on our table, the lunch table, you know, the dinner table, or wherever we're displaying these bowls, we might have some candles going, there's little electric tea lights I'm a big fan of these days, and it just dances off the gold metallic. Now the other option you've got is for the gold and silver, which Kerrie's got her finished samples made out of, which is divine. Most popular colourway, I've got to say, that's the gold and silver. Now there are less than 10 available now. Kerrie, why didn't we have more? Seem to be saying this to you quite a lot today. Isn't that divine? I absolutely adore that combination of silver and gold. Like I say, our really posh wedding crockery that we got the parents to buy for us features platinum and gold, which is very,
I love
very
a tea set. I absolutely love a tea set.
It's really nice. So just
so
show us
all
what
I've
you've
done in
there,
here,
Kerrie.
so first of all, I've just created that first exterior line. This is the line that I've just sewn on top of the one that I drawed on there with a chalk pen. And on the inside, you can just simply use the side of your stitch line up the side of the sewing machine foot, and you can do some really easy quilting on the inside of here, just using your straight line quilting.
But as a minimum, we just need the outer line.
Just the outline.
1.5 inch in.
I thought while you were playing with fabrics, I'd go ahead and do another one. So the next thing to do, and this is actually marked up the measurements in your booklet as well. So I do show you how to use your ruler and your, again, your marking tool, whichever you prefer to work with, and the distance from the folded corner here to mark up. So for this particular one, I'm going to just do that. You might just about be able to see that 1 inch in from the folded edge. Then as a guideline, we're simply then going to join those up. So that 1 inch marking down to the first line of that hexagon there, or that quilting. Once we've done that, then just pop a clip onto the side to hold that into position. And to create that lovely hexagon tray, we're simply going to follow that step all the way around. The more confident or the more frequently you'll start to know the sort of distance that you're sewing, and you can run that through the sewing machine quite quickly as well. So again, another nice fast project. We do like fast projects. It's always quite nice, isn't it, to have your, you know, your more in-depth bag making perhaps, or your quilts, and then have some nice collections that you can make up.
And that, well, especially for Christmas projects as well, because it's lovely to have a handmade Christmas.
Yeah.
And you know, but I mean, actually, most of us just haven't got time to create all those things for a few days or a week. So if we're going to create something, we want something quick and impactful.
Absolutely.
And your hexagon stacking bowls, I think, are brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
And I think if you perhaps, even if you to just choose one project each year, you know, you'll find that your collections, you know, they build up each year, and it's always lovely, isn't it, to get your decorations out. I would have mine out tomorrow if we could.
We haven't had Halloween. I'll say for the last time. No,
what date do you pop yours up, Stuart?
Do you know what? I'll be honest with you. For many, many years, my Christmas decorations went up on Christmas Eve.
Really? Oh, you never get enough time to enjoy them. When do you take them down?
On the 6th.
Oh, so okay, 12, so you still
12 days, yeah, do 12 days. But what I used to do for many, many years was all my decorations were, you know, kind of fresh holly and ivy and mistletoe and apples and all that kind of thing, do swags and boughs and things like that. And of course, they don't last very long, so I'd spritz them with water and stuff. But so I used to do it on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, that's
but now it tends to be, I don't know, maybe about the weekend before that.
See, we always go for whatever the date is, the weekend before, because you need the time, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
To actually get them all out. So ours is always the weekend before.
Becky Alexander Frost has messaged in, loving the scarves, Stuart and Kerrie. I know, aren't they lovely? And mine's turquoise.
Mine's my favourite colour, which is coral. I love that Kat coordinated us this morning.
Thanks, Carol.
Sorry.
It is
I'm thinking of Christmas Carol,
exactly.
maybe.
It's such a beautiful colour
It's a
on
lovely-
you. We've got emerald, we've got rose quartz, we've
We've
got
got lots coming up,
lilac.
haven't we?
Beautiful, yeah. And the story behind the aloe vera fibre is amazing. It's a really interesting and sustainable story. I love the story behind it. So looking forward to that at 12 o'clock here on Sewing Street. Don't miss it. Lots of lovely people watching today and saying good morning. Margaret says good morning to us both. Just wonderful. Thank you for your company this morning. And don't forget, if you've got any questions for Kerrie, get them in. You've got 15 minutes more of Kerrie's company, so get your questions in. Now, the gold colourway of Kerrie's hexagonal bowls has sold out. Well done if you managed to get the gold and silver. We've got the traditional red and green colourway still available. I'm going to grab that one back out. This is the one that would work really well in my living room, because of course this is the kind of project that we could actually make and use in different rooms.
Yes, and very useful as well.
If you have the bowl of nuts, and the nutcracker.
Oh, we like the nutcracker, yes.
I remember as a child. It was literally like trying to crack a pebble, wasn't it? When you're about 7, using a nutcracker, you got no chance. The only person that could get through a Brazil nut, even with the nutcracker, was my dad.
That's why they last so long, isn't it? Why they're always, because it's a lot of hard work to get into them.
The hazelnuts would go quite quickly because we could actually manage those. But you know, what else would you use your bowls for?
To be honest, I've got these on my sewing table, so I do have a set on the sewing table. They're lovely at Christmas, of course, for your Christmas parties. But also, the other thing that's really nice, as we were talking about wrapping Christmas collections, which of course we like, a little bit of cellophane. Perhaps you might go for this middle one, but you could always put the contents, maybe a bottle of wine and some glasses in there, and use it as the base of your gift giving. Bring your cellophane up at the side as well. I do love wrapping gifts, so perhaps use your cellophane at the side, and then not only have you got, if Vicky's still watching, a bottle of Prosecco, your glasses, but you've also got a lovely bowl in there as well. So it's a nice way to add a base to your, your handmade gifts this Christmas as well.
That is a fantastic idea, actually. Yeah, use it all as like a hamper.
Yes.
Super. So many different ways, and again, using them in your sewing room as you know, for your wonder clips, your threads, your marking pens, your all sorts of things. But also as well, you could use these for things like hair care products, you know, hair bubbles, scrunches, grips. Producer Cat has one in her bathroom for all her shower stuff, earrings, jewellery. Yeah, jewellery tidy, that would work as well.
Anything to, to organise your space, really, isn't it? They do look lovely in your bathroom as well, perhaps with your little reusable face cloths as well in there.
That's nice, and you could use shower curtain for the lining, couldn't you? So it was wipe clean.
Absolutely.
How are you getting on? Oh, you're done.
We're done. Now, what I really like doing on here, and I haven't got time to show you, really, because I like to get the most out of each of the fabrics, but perhaps I would do this, and originally when we bought these on, we did do this on the side, is if you push the sides in, they make like a little tier shape. So you simply go into, and I do give you the steps in the instruction as well, slip stitch the side of these so it actually changes the shape of them. But more importantly, if you have got those little self-covering buttons, I mean, those little stars in the centre of your self-covering buttons are really beautiful, or even with a traditional colourway, you could have that lovely holly featuring on the centre of your little button coverings as well. So making that a little extra special. And I think when it's a fast project such as this, we want to perhaps make the project last a little bit longer, so to put some lovely buttons or bells on there are really lovely little tassels. So again, another project, that's nice to put your own spin on. And I think that's what's lovely about the Facebook groups, isn't it? Because people will take the project and add extra things, and you think, oh, actually, I didn't think about doing that.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely right. Would a pen, if you stuck a pen in, would that hold up in there?
Shall we
like
try?
A friction pen?
I think we'd have to put one all sides, wouldn't we?
If you put one on all sides, I'm just wondering if it could
It
be
does
your,
actually.
and then like in the centre of it, you might have your dish with your pins in.
Do you know,
your
this is
wonder
probably the
clips.
best idea I've heard today, because yesterday when we were in the studio, my sister who works with us said, I'm sick of finding friction pens everywhere. There's one by the kettle, there's one on the table.
You told me earlier on you were tidy. Oh no, you said you were always making things too tidy.
I said I make things to make me feel tidier.
We've got a message from Margot. Really handy in the camper van. I use often. Absolutely. Limited space. You've got to be tidy, haven't you? Brilliant that. Yeah, quick question. Can you wash them? Lovely demo.
Yes.
Triana.
Yeah, absolutely. The Bauble products wash beautifully as well. So pop them into the washer and they'll be absolutely fine. They'll come out still. You still have that lovely stability as well.
Brill. Norma's asked, Stuart, can you tell me what size was the polystyrene ball in the Bauble? Got the pattern, need to get the balls. Totally get that, Norma.
They're
Kerrie?
10 centimetres.
10 centimetres.
10 centimetres in the Bauble.
Fantastic, thank you. We've got one more kit to introduce, and these are the padded trees, $12.99. Every day feels like Christmas with you, Kerrie.
I love Christmas. I love this time of year. And can we do another Christmas show? I'd do one every month.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. I think I mean, what's nice is when you've got those appealing little makes that you think, okay, an afternoon, I can do that. Yeah. I can do that. You know, it feels achievable then, doesn't it? So tell me about the background to these. These are your plush padded Christmas tree garlands.
I mean, we did in the summer, we did the little Christmas, the heart, sorry, we did, you can't beat bunting, can you? I always think
bunting.
The first classes that we have, the beginner classes, we always make some bunting. So at Christmas, it's nice just to have that extra little bit, isn't it? And of course, this is designed, you have enough inside your kit, isn't it lovely? That's the first time we've included that fabric in one of our kits. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yes, yes, yes.
So this, I mean, you can use these as the garland as it's intended in the pattern, or you can make these as little tree hangings. And again, we've had these on several times. And it's been wonderful actually to see what people have done with these. In particular, one lady sent me a photo of individual ones that she'd made, and she said she enjoys a variety of crafts, so she'd stamped people's names on the front of them.
Smashing.
So they made their little place settings, you know, on the centre of their table, so everybody's got a little gift to take away.
That's a lovely idea. And we've got the garland hanging. So can we make 5 trees?
You can make 5 out of this one, yeah. If you're using some of the fabric as well, you might even get some more out of these as well, because this particular fabric doesn't have a pattern direction.
Have you got a little demo for us?
Yes, we can do a
Wonderful.
very quick
Let's
demo.
jump in.
So nice and easy. Your pattern will tell you to cut your 2 pieces of fabric into strips, one wider than the other. Then we're simply going to place the smaller strip on top of the larger strip there, pattern facing. So this keeps it nice and speedy.
Love a speedy sew, so a bit of strip piecing first.
So again, just using that 1/4 inch.
It's a great price too, $12.99 to get everything in there. That's terrific, isn't it? Including the stuffing and the ribbon. So literally add a reel of thread. That's terrific. And you've got the instructions as well, of course. Full-size template, all beautifully packaged. You're just handing it to us on a plate, Kerrie.
We like to make it easy.
Yeah.
So really nice and easy to make. So you've got your 2 strips together. This is going to form your tree and the base. And it's quite nice to mix up the colours as well. We're then simply going to press the seam over to the darker side of the fabric, whichever that is, dependent upon which way you've chosen to make these. You might want some little green trees instead.
Yeah, you could mix and match that really nicely, couldn't you?
Yeah, and the strips of fabric actually you will get, in fact you'll get at least 6 out of this out of your strips there.
Oh, fantastic.
And what I tend to do with these is where you've got the red on the top on this one, green on the bottom, you'll have the opposite with your strips that are left over as well.
Got you.
So keeping that nice and speedy, simply folding that in half, pattern facing, aligning your seams just here. And if you pop your template on top, you've got a little guide here for your seam. Just pop this on and just using a few pins.
See, I noticed this, Kerrie, on your patterns that we did at 8 AM. You put like registration marks on your pattern that make the process so much easier?
Well, we didn't originally when we started doing the patterns, and it's always quite nice, isn't it, to receive feedback from people who've used the patterns, and it was something that we were asked to do. Gotcha. So we've just, you know, future patterns, we've made sure they're included in there, and then gone back over some of the previous patterns we've created and just updated those.
Yeah, super. Really like that. So you put that little dotted line that goes along your seam line.
That's right, yeah.
And then just trim around.
And then we're simply going to trim the excess away. And again, you do have some lovely, lovely remnants left over from this particular kit as well, you'll see.
Kerrie, I'm thinking this would be a lovely project to do with children.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all get the fabrics, choose your combination, sew them together, because you've got some nice simple piecing there.
Yeah.
You're making something fun as well at the end, bit of stuffing to do.
Well, it's nice as well, isn't it, if you're encouraging. My little boy is really into sewing at the moment. He's got an old-fashioned, Chase. He's got a little old-fashioned singer that he loves. He just absolutely loves sitting at the side. So this is a project that's perfect for him. In fact, Mulder, it was lovely because there were so many panels to have a little nosy at. And of course, you have lots of lovely panels on the show as well, which, you know, we like anything that make it easy, and they're brilliant for children.
They can sort of see what they're going to make, can't they, already, you know. Yeah. Laurie's got a nice idea about the hexagonal trays. She put in the corners, you could put things like your small stalk scissors.
Yes.
And I would say things like your seam ripper.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could go in there as well, couldn't it?
That will stop me from losing mine.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we all want to know where to find our seam ripper. Thrown in a corner, probably.
Yes.
Hilary says, hello, Kerrie, Stuart, lovely show, loveliness at its best. What a lovely message. Thank you. That was from Hilary.
I'm guessing Hilary might be the lady that we named the pattern off. So this is the Hilary hexagon bowl. And if it's Hilary who I think it is, it's Hilary who attends the classes.
Hilary B.
Yes, it is. Hilary attends my classes. So once I'd run out of nieces and nephews, we started using the names of children and adults who attend the classes. So we're working through them. So to pop your little hanging loop in the top, we've just got your tiny little piece of ribbon there. I think that's about 6 inches. Just slide that inside the little tree there if you're having these as little tree hangings, and then bring the fabric over the top. Slide your pin through.
Lovely message, by the way, that we've had sent through from Pam. Morning, Stuart and Kerrie. Oh, hello, those are... I've just finished 3 baubles for a tree that is being displayed in the church in town, the Crooked Spire in Chesterfield. My craft group, U3A at Newold, is displaying a red and white one this year. I have a few more to do for my contribution, and that's from Pam. Pam, they're beautiful.
Pam's got that lovely fussy cut in there with Noel in the centre as well.
And
absolutely
that's from my
beautiful.
Merry and Bright Christmas collection, fabric collection from last year.
Oh, how lovely.
Yeah, that's my fabric. Thank you. See, look, you and me.
What a lovely way to end the day. I'm not going home. What are we doing after the show?
Can you stay? Well, we're doing Christmas gifts. We're doing Christmas gifts at 11, and then we're doing scarves and aloe vera socks, which are so soft, and pillowcases. Beautiful. I mean, you've been using the sewing machine all day. Why don't you just stay on it?
I'll stay here and play. That sounds like a very...
I'll talk you demo.
That sounds great.
It's just been the most smashing morning, Kerrie. I've really enjoyed it. It's great for me at the moment, you see, because I'm meeting all our Sewing Street guests for the first time, you know, and I don't know why, but our paths have never crossed at shows or... We're
still very new. We're still very new.
How long have you been doing this?
About 18 months, I think.
Wow.
Yeah. So it might be longer than that. I think all the days are rolling into one now, aren't they? I've been teaching classes for a long time, but actually doing patterns and kits, maybe coming up to 2 years, I think.
Fab. Wow, you do them
But it still feels like I started yesterday. It's still always very exciting.
Well, when you've got that excitement, you know, every day at work doesn't feel like a day at work.
It's very true. It's certainly very true.
It's like when we start a brand new project, you know, what a wonderful feeling that is.
It is. I think you're absolutely right there, and your fabric's arriving, and what can you make with those?
Exactly. When you joined around the edge there, Kerrie, did you leave a little gap?
Yes. So what I've done here, again, I've just used a fabric marker to mark that up to remind myself to stop here. Again, I've just sewn around each of the raw edges at the top. Just make sure when you come to this ribbon, you want to make sure you catch onto that ribbon. So just drop your pin when you pivot into the ribbon. And then just to get a nice little finish onto the sides, if we just snip into those corners, pop your finger into the turning gap here, poke all the way down to the bottom of the tree there. And I always tend to find that's certainly easier to push through if we go to the tree. And you've got your little hanging loop there on the top. And then nice fast little projects. I mean, whether you really want to put all those extra details on, like we mentioned, names or bells, or you know, all the lovely embellishments that you can use, or just using the fabric. I do like rick-rack.
I love a bit of rick-rack.
Pom-poms, I like
pom-poms,
trim.
hello. Have we met?
And then all that's left to do is to add your stuffing and slip stitch the side.
Fabulous.
Nice fast project for...
It's a great project, and like I say, really nice to do with the kids.
Yeah,
that will be
absolutely.
a fun project. Oh, it's adorable. I love that. Less than 10 of those available now, so have proved very popular. Kerrie, all of your kits are wonderful. Love those hexagonal dishes. I need those. We've had a message from Julie with a picture. Oh, this is my take on Kerrie's pleated cushion. Fantastic show as always.
Oh, that's fabulous.
Isn't that fabulous with the
seaside
corners?
theme. I love it when we see the photos. The corners is a wonderful idea as well.
Stitch and flip. Fantastic. Really like that, Julie. Thumbs up from us?
Yes, definitely. Lovely way to end the show today.
Yeah, fantastic way to end the show. Kerrie, thank you so
You're very welcome.
much for bringing your loveliness to the whole of the studio. Do you know when you're back?
I can't remember the date.
Haven't we got you in the diary?
I just can't remember the date.
Kerrie. Head shall roll.
The days are rolling into one. I'm very sorry.
You.
I'm not.
And
brilliant.
Christmas is just around the corner. Thank you so much as well for modelling that beautiful coral scarf.
Do I have to leave it behind? That's
I
so
don't
sad.
know. You wouldn't if it was left up to me. You take it with you. That's Kerrie from Living with Loveliness. Now, we're back after the break with Christmas gifts, so stick around. I'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Grab yourself a cup of eggnog and I'll see you right back here.
Hi, I'm Claire from Native Lighting. I set up Native Lighting 18 months ago when I realised there was a real lack of craft lights in the market that were high quality, affordable and modern. Not only do Native Lighting lamps give you the perfect lighting for your craft, but they also look amazing in your home as well. I started to train as a florist when I was much younger, and it made me realise how you need the light on all the different colours when you're trying to match the colours with the flowers. And that's what's really important with your crafting as well. I've been in the lighting industry for 10 years and worked in many different sectors, but my heart always lies with crafting. I think that also comes from my time of training as a florist, when I just used to love working with all the flowers and the colours and how different they could look in different colours of light. My top advice would be, when you're thinking about buying a light, you need to think about where you're actually going to be doing your work. We've got lots of different types of lamps. We've got floor lamps, we've got magnifiers, we've got portable lamps, and we've got desk lamps. If you're sitting in a sofa or a chair, I'd suggest that you use one of our floor lamps. If you're working with intricate details, then have a look at one of our magnifiers. We've got 3 different types here. We've got our 7-inch one, we've got our 4.5-inch one, and then we've got a desk version here as well. All of those magnifiers have all 3 different colour settings, including the really important daylight for your colour matching, and they've all got brightness settings on them as well. If you work with a sewing machine, our Lumina lamps are absolutely amazing because you can bend and wrap them around the sewing machine, which is brilliant for when you're working on a sewing machine and you can get that light exactly where you need it. If you do Facebook Lives, or you like to do video tutorials for people, or you're doing teaching online, then our ring light is amazing for that, because you can obviously use that, put your mobile phone in there, and also that we've got a remote control which will operate that for you. You may have a cutting table or a wide area that you need to light up. Then I'd suggest you go with our task lamp here, which gives you a really wide spread of light. If you're on the move, when you're working, then we've got a selection here of portable lamps. We've got our reverse lamp, our zigzag lamp, and our LED desk lamp. These are rechargeable, so it means that you can charge them up and then you can take them with you and you've still got light when you're on the move.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Very excited to be back with you on Sewing Street, this time in the studio, this Thursday at midday. I'll be bringing with me, for the very first time, our aloe vera range. Now, aloe vera makes an incredible material because it's sustainable, soft, and luxurious. I'll be showcasing scarves, socks, and even pillowcases, all of which make the most fabulous of gifts. And as an additional product bonus, I'm going to be bringing, from your sister company, Primal Living, an aloe vera cream to top it all off. I'll see you there this week.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Good morning, good morning. How are you? Ah, such a wonderful, wonderful last hour with Kerrie. I've ended up with a little present, her wonderful hexagonal bowls in gold and silver. She's given to me for my Christmas table. I am absolutely thrilled to bits. Firm friends from now on. Now, thank you for your company this morning. It's wonderful to have you here. Talking of wonderful gifts, what about the ultimate Christmas gifts? We've got them in this hour and in the next, actually, for the next 2 hours. So giftable for yourself, for that very special sewer in your life, for that special person in your life. Friends, family, we've got some gorgeous Christmas gifts, sewing themed. Including the ultimate sewing themed gift. And it is a gift even if you're buying it for yourself, because it's not just what you get on the day, the delight of opening that present, saying, oh, that's lovely. It's every single time you sew, isn't it? If you've got the best machine that you can have, it means that every single time you want to sew something, you are enjoying yourself. It's a pleasure, right from threading it, to programming in, to sewing. Now, the very first thing I want you to do before I tell you anything about the Elna 580 Plus is I want you to Google it. I want you to Google it. I want you to do a price comparison. I want you to see what's available out there. Remember to look for the Elna 580 Plus. We found this one for £899, which is the right price for this machine. They've got 3 in stock. You can buy it from them, absolutely, £899. They've got 3 in stock. This is the price that we found the Elna 580 Plus everywhere. This is the right price for it. Now our price, because we're very good friends with Elna, is £789. So that's already £110 cheaper than we could find the Elna 580 Plus anywhere else. But then last week I was looking at the machine. We'd done some shows, and I was having a talk with one of our senior buyers here, and I said, look, the one thing I feel that the 580 Plus is missing for me, for it to be perfect for me as a quilter, dressmaker, home decor sewer, is a walking foot. Why isn't there a walking foot with this machine? And I know I can go onto the Janome or Elna website and I can find the walking foot, but why isn't it included? So our senior buyer went away and came back and said, okay, Stuart, you get your own way. I've included a walking foot. It's £54, but we're going to put it in with the package for free. Which I wasn't expecting. You know what? I mean, I was always told if you ask, you won't get. That's what I was brought up with. Okay, but actually, I believe the more familiar saying, if you don't ask, you won't get. So there it is. There it is. We've added the walking foot. This isn't a deal that we're going to be able to do forever. In fact, we're only doing it until Monday, or if our stocks run out before then we won't have it till Monday. But we definitely won't be doing it beyond Monday, because this walking foot is £54 of value, and it is of value because, you know, if I was to talk about any sewing machine for any sewer, I would always say add in a walking foot, add in an extension table. If it doesn't come with an extension table, this one does, by the way, you do get an extension table, but also add in a walking foot. And that doesn't matter whether you're a dressmaker, home decor or a quilter, because you're going to use that walking foot for any long straight seams. If you're pattern matching, say you're joining 2 widths of fabric for curtains, which almost any size window will require joining. If you're sewing around the sides of a Roman blind, if you're sewing the straight lines that go through the middle that attach your rod pockets, you'll want to use a walking foot for that. If you're doing dressmaking, and you're sewing the back seam of a dress or a coat, and you've pattern matched, if you use a regular foot when you're pattern matching, your seam will creep, your fabrics will creep, and what was a perfect match will no longer be a perfect match. If you use a walking foot, it will be a perfect match. Kat, our producer, learned to sew with a walking foot because it controls the fabric from both the top and the bottom. So if you're quilting, if you want to do in the ditch quilting, if you want to do outline quilting, or really any straight line quilting, even on something small like a placemat or a table runner, you want to use a walking foot. Otherwise, your fabric will start to creep and you'll get tucks and pleats on the back of your work. If you use your walking foot, that will not happen. It'll be perfect. So you're getting this included. It should be £54, but we've included it for free until stocks last, or Monday, whichever comes sooner. If stocks run out before then I'm afraid you won't get the free walking foot. You won't get the machine because we'll have sold out. And it's very, very unlikely or impossible to get this back in before Christmas. It's really unlikely, I think it's fair to say. Now let's have a look at the features of the 580 Plus, because what I want to show you is what a huge amount of machine you're getting for £789. Now, to start off with, the sewing space that you work, so this is what's to the right of the needle bar, what you push your quilt through, your home decor, your dressmaking through, is 210 by 120 millimetres. Now, just to give you a comparison, That is exactly the same space that you get on the 580 plus, sorry, the 680 plus. Yeah, you know how much I've got the 680 at home. You know I love that machine. But the 580 plus has got exactly the same amount of throat space, okay? Now you're getting 120 stitches included, and that includes all of your utility stitches that you're going to use, whether it's quilting, dressmaking, home decor, stretch fabrics, thick fabrics, you name it, your machine can cut 120 of those, including 7 automatic one-step buttonholes. Super important for dressmaking and home dec. You've got your needle threader built in. You know, I couldn't even look at a machine that didn't have a needle threader these days. You've got an easy guided bobbin threader, built-in cutter. It makes filling and installing your bobbin a snap. Auto declutch, an easy bobbin winder with built-in thread cutters. The auto declutch, by the way, simply means you push the bobbin to the side and it stops your sewing machine sewing while you wind to the bobbin. That's the declutch. Automatic and programmable thread cutter. This is a boon. At the end of every seam, just press that button, it cuts your thread. Or use the programmable function so that at the end of your line of sewing, it automatically cuts the thread. You've got your front storage case, extra wide extension table. Remember, the 2 things I would tell people to buy with a sewing machine, if they didn't come already, are a walking foot. We've thrown that in for free till Monday, and an extension table. You get that included in the price. So it ticks those boxes for me, and 120 stitches. Now I love the fact on an Elna, all of your stitches, including 2 alphabets by the way, are displayed at the top of your machine. So you don't have to start scrabbling around trying to find the manual to work out where's my blanket stitch. It's there in a handy guide. Super easy to program in. You've got this lovely bright LCD display, and then underneath it's simple. Choose the stitch, find the number and key it in. You've got stitch width adjustment of up to 7mm. That's the widest I ever need to go. In fact, most of the time I go up to about 5mm wide. So you've got up to 7. Maximum stitch length of 5mm. So again, brilliant if you want to do something like machine based. You saw this morning actually Kerrie, when she was making her lunch bag, she machine basted around the outside edge of the bag before she made it up. She also machine basted some elements in place. I do that all the time. Use a long stitch length. You've got your buttonholes there. Now let me just show you those. They're right here. You've got 7 automatic one-step buttonholes. And I often get asked, why do I need so many different buttonholes? Surely a buttonhole's a buttonhole. I mean, if you look at your clothing, you'll see that they vary. Sometimes you've got vertical, sometimes you've got horizontal. You need a different kind of buttonhole, sometimes, depending on the weight of the fabric. You've got a keyhole buttonhole there. That's for if you're using extra thick fabric or an extra large button. The keyhole part increases the space that your button can get through without having a massive buttonhole that your button would just slip out of. You've also even got an eyelet function there. So for example, if you're making things like corsetry or you want to do like a lace-up front on a blouse or a shirt, or if you want maybe like a tie cuff, you could put eyelets in using your machine as well. You've also, of course, got the button sewing function. I love this about the Elna 580 Plus. Even sewing on buttons can be done by machine rather than getting out a needle and thread. Just brilliant. It's a very, very simple to operate machine. Kerrie, this morning our guest, who's an expert sewer, of course, but you know, we just put the machine in front of Kerrie at 7:30 this morning, and she just jumped straight on and was able to sew. Very, very quick to set up, full of functionality. And remember, my #1 top tip when you're choosing a sewing machine or upgrading is, if you're an experienced sewer, think about the sewer you are now. What do you need a sewing machine? You'll know what you need a sewing machine to provide for you. If you're more at the beginning of your sewing journey, or you're just starting to get into it, you've been doing a few years and you're exploring lots of possibilities, think about the sewer that you want to become in the future. Because you might be making patchwork right now and doing nothing else. But as I discovered on my sewing journey, you never know when dressmaking is going to get thrown at you. Or someone's going to say, could you make, or you move house and you think that is a really awkward or a very large window. I am not going to pay £1,000 to have curtains made for that window. I'm going to make my own. Use the same machine. Now remember, this is exactly the same throat space, sewing space, as the 680 Plus. Comparison of stitches, 120 on the 580 Plus, 170 on the 680 Plus, and there are 50 extra decorative stitches, okay? But all of your utility stitches are the same. You've got 7 automatic one-step buttonholes. Now, we do encourage you to do a Google search and do a price comparison. Remember that you're looking for the Elna 580 Plus. The 580 Plus has extra features that make it different to the 580. Okay, so make sure that you're comparing the 580 Plus here. We did have someone email in who'd found the 580 for less than 789, but it doesn't have the same functions. This has more functions on it. And of course, don't forget that even the 580 and the 580 Plus anywhere else will not come with a walking foot. That's £54 of extra value, and we've put that into the bundle for free. And that was really because I said, look, this machine needs a walking foot. We should provide a walking foot. And actually what I meant was we should have the walking foot on the website for sale for £54 so that you can add it into the bundle. Because remember, if you're talking about the 680 Plus, divine machine, but it is £400 more than the 580 Plus. It's £1,100 give or take. And that includes a walking foot. What I wanted to show you was that actually you can get the same throat space, 120 stitches, 7 automatic one-step buttonholes, a large extension table included, and even a walking foot thrown in for free for £400 less. So it's still a fantastic package full of functions. Now let's have a little look at what else you get with this machine. Let's look at things like the feet, the accessories. Okay, so you're going to get your standard foot, that's foot A, and you're going to use this for the majority of your utility stitching. That comes on the machine. You're going to get an over edge foot. This was a late discovery for me. I'd spent years using a zigzag for the edge, which you can still use with this foot, but with the edge rolling and wrinkling, the over edge foot holds the raw edge down of your fabric. You stitch over it and you get this beautifully neat seam like you've used an overlocker. You get a rolled hem foot there too for creating beautiful edging on fine fabrics. You get a zipper foot. You get your satin stitch or embroidery foot for stitching out all those decorative patterns. You get a blind hem. You get an open-toed satin stitch foot as well. Super useful for foundation paper piecing too. You get a blind hem foot. 1/4 inch seam foot, brilliant for quilters or anybody following Kerrie's patterns, for example. She always uses a 1/4 inch seam allowance. You get your buttonhole foot. You also get a circular sewing pivot pin. So this you would use with decorative stitches to create circles of decorative stitching. Really nice on things like bags, table runners, home decor projects. You get a quilting guide bar. You get 4 bobbins. A seam ripper, we need it, we don't love it, but we need it. Needle set, lint brush. You get spool holders, large and small, and also special. So for using things like speciality spools. You also get an additional spool pin, so you can even wind a bobbin without unthreading your machine. You get your screwdriver, you get a touch panel stylus, so if you don't want to do fingertip pressing of the buttons, you can use the stylus. You get an extra wide extension table, which I have on my machine pretty much all the time. And notice as well on the picture, you've got kind of screw-on feet, and you can adjust all of those independently if your table is an uneven surface, like my kitchen table is at home. Foot controller, the machine runs with or without the foot controller, so if you can't use or don't like to use a foot pedal, not an issue. And you also get a semi-hard cover. Brilliant package this, absolutely brilliant package for £789. And don't forget that we are also including £54 worth of value in the walking foot, absolutely free, but only until Monday, and only because I asked really nicely. Now, we haven't taken away the option of split pay. You can still have 3 split pays at £263. Now, I remember when I bought my very first sewing machine, which lasted about 6 months because it only had about 7 stitches, and then I outgrew it. That was in 1992-3. It was about £90 then. I then bought a computerised sewing machine, brilliant machine, that was more than £500, more than 25 years ago. For £263, that's about half what I paid for that computerised sewing machine 25 years ago. This is the first of your 3 split pays. It's amazing how the technology has advanced and the price relatively has come down over the years. Just incredible. I wanted to just show you the semi-hard case. So this is actually got like a sort of firm frame around it, but is a canvas, heavy-duty canvas cover for your machine. So you've got a really set of 3 deep pockets in the front, foot controller for your power lead, and also things like accessories can go in there. And then on the back, I'm just going to turn the cover around so you can see. On the back of your cover, you've got a really wide pocket there, and that's for keeping things like your manual, and also you can keep your extension table in there as well when you're not using this. So I'll just pop that to one side, useful to have. And then the other thing I love about this cover is, yes, in your sewing room or spare bedroom or whatever, where you want to use it as a dust cover, and do please always remember to cover your sewing machine when you're not using it. Dust is such an enemy of your sewing machine. And also extremes of temperature as well. So don't ever leave your sewing machine in the car overnight, or in the shed, or in the garage, or anything like that. You don't even want to really leave it in somewhere where you get extremes of heat and cold. So I would even avoid leaving a sewing machine, like for example in a conservatory that maybe gets really, really hot sometimes. But when you open the top up, you can then grab your handle and then lift and carry it around wherever you need. So rather than having a handle, which I'm never quite sure whether the handle on a case is going to be strong enough, I really don't want to drop my machine. So I really like that feature. And then when it's not in use, cover that over and it keeps everything dust free. Or you could make the sewing machine cover from my new book. Plugger, me? But that's terrific. I mean, it's a massive amount in a sewing machine for under £800. Absolutely incredible. I think when you look at this machine, you'd be forgiven for thinking it was the 680 Plus, wouldn't you? It has a very, very similar profile. It's exactly the same throat space here. Exactly the same throat space as the 680. You've got a maximum sewing speed of 820 stitches per minute. I think that's fast enough. You've got 120 stitches. You've got 7 automatic one-step buttonholes. You've got a plethora of decorative stitches, and also things like heritage stitches for heirloom sewing. You've got that eyelet stitch. You can darn with it. Of course, you can drop your feed dogs on your machine. I'm just going to turn the machine to one side so that I can show you. Now, often with sewing machines, it's kind of on the opposite side to the feed dogs. There's a little button at the back. But on the Elna, the button is here. Okay, and you can tell, it's difficult to see on screen, but there's like a little motif above it that shows the feed dogs up and below a line. And all you do is just push that button across and that will drop the feed dogs. And then when you want to bring them back up, just push that button again. They won't automatically pop up until you take the first stitch. So don't panic, you haven't broken your machine. As soon as you take the first stitch or turn the balance wheel once, those feed dogs will pop back up again. Now also another feature I love on the 580 Plus is that you've got all of your accessories where you need them. Now you've got, all of us are used to it, the accessory box on the front, right? So we have our little accessory box on the front. I often fill mine with Smarties, that's just me, but technically they are supposed to be for your accessories. Okay, now we can also lift that out and we've got space in the bottom. Okay, so we've got lots of stuff in there. This also, of course, slides off and this creates our free arm for when we're doing things like adding sleeves, cuffs, turning up trousers, anything like that, or making bags. Super useful. I'll just pop that back on. But then also, this is the other feature. Now this is something like, now Kerrie wasn't used to this machine, so she didn't spot this immediately. Hello. Now these are your most often used feet. Okay, I'm going to turn that around so you can see. So within there, you've got your circular pivot pin. So basically you stick that through your fabric into a little hole in the top of the sewing machine, and then you can sew in a perfect circle. It's really neat. Your A foot is already on the machine, that's why it's empty. Don't think you're missing a foot, that will already be on your machine. And then you've got your other most commonly used, your rolled hem, your overedge stitch, your zipper foot, and your embroidery, your satin stitch foot, are all installed on your machine in those little pots. And these just flip forward, easy access. There's really no excuse for me not to be tidy when I'm sewing, and also not to know where my feet are. If you always put them back in their little boxes. Don't worry as well, I know the labels are here, but also let me just show you very, very helpfully, on every one of your feet you have got a letter debossed onto the foot, and that corresponds with both the section that it lives in on the front of your sewing machine, but also it corresponds when you pick your stitch that you want to sew. You'll see just here a little icon that shows the foot, and then underneath it will be a letter. Now for stitch 0, that's going to be foot A, which is our standard foot, but depending on which stitch I pick, it'll tell me the foot that I need. I mean, it's just so clever, it's intuitive, it's helpful. It means that whatever your sewing ability, whatever your level, you've got extra support. So well thought out. Beautiful machine. It's got a great weight to it. Weight's important with a sewing machine. You don't want it to rattle around while you're sewing. You want it to be nice and stable on your table. However, it is still very portable. So if you're taking this from one room to another, if you're going to workshops and classes, Kerrie and I were both getting very giddy this morning talking about going back to teaching classes. And actually I'm attending a workshop early in November, which I'm super excited. This machine is 9.8 kilograms. Now, for a machine which is going to primarily, I would say, live in your sewing space, you know, that special machine, that machine that does it all, this is terrific. It's a great, great machine. We didn't actually know we were going to have this offer with the free walking foot until yesterday. As soon as we did, I had to do a little Facebook Live just to let you know. Really excited about that. We have got very limited stocks of the Elna 580 Plus. Congratulations to everyone who's got one so far with your free walking foot, don't forget. They cost £54. Also, on that note, anything else that you might want to add into your machine. Now, if you were thinking about getting the 680 Plus, you're going to be paying £1,100 for that. You've got a massive amount of that functionality, those features in the 580 Plus. It's missing a walking foot. We've added that in for free. You don't get a darning foot for free motion quilting with the 580. That was the other thing that I asked for. I mean, I wasn't going to get both, was I? Let's be honest. But I got them more expensive. We've had a look around this morning to find out. We found the exact foot that goes on this machine for £19. All you've got to do is call up Elna. There it is. It's a category D embroidery or darning foot, £19. I think this machine's got absolutely everything else that you would want. It's got the 1/4 inch foot for patchwork. It's got the walking foot. It's got the extension table. If you missed out on the 680 Plus, because my goodness me, that machine flew, didn't it? I was here the weekend it came back in stock. It was my first weekend actually at Sewing Street. It was absolutely mind-blowing. I mean, you had all been waiting for that machine, and it was supposed to be our stock for Christmas. We knew it wouldn't last. We didn't realise it would go quite that quickly. So if you missed out, or maybe also the 680 Plus is just beyond your price range, it's, you know, or £400 worth of out of your price range. I get that. This machine for £789 offers the vast majority of those features, and we've included that walking foot. Now, let's talk about postage. This is nearly 10 kilograms in weight. If you were having to go through one of the delivery companies, they're all incremental, aren't they? Up to 1 kilogram, 1 to 2, 2 to 5, and so on. What would 10 kilograms cost? This is going to cost £3.95 in delivery charges. And actually, if you've already bought something today, it could be a pattern, it could be a fat quarter bundle, you've already paid your postage and packing. We're not going to charge you another penny. This will come direct from Elna, so it will be a separate package. You might get 2 on the same day, your pattern, but don't panic if you don't get it on the same day. Now, don't pay for express delivery through us because it is more expensive and it's not coming from us, so it won't alter the delivery time. So just pay your £3.95. It's normally turned around in about 5 days, so well before Christmas. And you'll be able to also get started so long as it hasn't been bought for you for a Christmas gift and you're being made to wait, which I think is cruel. But you'll have paid off your sewing machine in those 3 easy pays, those 3 split pays rather, if you choose them before Christmas. Now, one little recommendation I would have for you is this. If you're going for the 580 Plus, jump onto the Elna website and download the manual. Okay, you don't have to print it off. Just download it as a document, perhaps onto your Kindle, and spend some time reading through it. Because while you're waiting those perhaps 5 days for your machine to be delivered, get ahead, learn about your machine so that when it arrives, it's already going to feel familiar, in fairness, because it's designed to be easy to use. But why not learn about how to use that programmable cutting function so that at the end of your line of sewing, your machine will cut your thread automatically, even without touching that button? Why not learn how to combine letters so that you can create your own name labels or personalised projects or labels for your quilts? Absolutely smashing machine, so much for the money. And then we've gone one extra step and given you a walking foot, which was the thing I felt was missing from the bundle, for free. Superb. Have a think about that. We know it's a considered purchase. Do have a look on our fans page too, because lots of you have bought the Elna 580 Plus and are loving it. So why not ask people's advice? Now, we've had a question from Sheila. Thanks for tuning in, Sheila. Hi, I bought the 680, which is fantastic. I'm trying to buy a ruler foot. I've been on the Elna website, however, no prices. How do I find out the price? I think the best thing to do there, Sheila, would be either give Elna a call and ask them for stockists, or if you do a sort of wider search, you will find that ruler foot where it's available in stockists, and they will have that price. But if you call Elna, they should be able to give you a price for the ruler foot. And if you're wondering what that means is, so for example, if you're using one of the wonderful quilting rulers that can be used with your sewing machine to help guide your quilting, you need a special foot, and Elna produce one, of course, that goes on their machine. There are also lots of accessories. So for example, if you do a lot of dressmaking and you do a lot of invisible zips, you can actually buy an invisible zip foot, which works very specifically with the curled teeth of an invisible zip. It's worth getting if you do a lot of dressmaking with invisible zips. For most of us, not an issue. Now then, let's go over and have a look at some Christmas gifts that you might consider buying for loved ones. That is such a lovely machine. Oh, Rowellin's emailed in to say, hi Stu, it will be a lovely 50th birthday present for me soon. But my husband will say, how many sewing machines do I really need? Rowellin, I've got 7, so as long as you've got less than that, well, if you could have more. I'll tell you what else I've got, some Tim Holtz fat quarters. Let's start with those. Now, you know me and Tim Holtz. I just love his fabrics. The minute I walked through the studio, I saw these. Kat knew already that the minute I saw them, I would buy them. And indeed, I did. I got straight onto the phone line to our UK-based phone centre. I bought them. How beautiful. Am I allowed to open these? Oh, good. Oh, love it. Love Tim Holtz. He's been designing fabrics for Free Spirit Fabrics now for about 9 years, I think, 9 or 10 years. He is a very, very popular designer. Excuse me. And I love his mixture of kind of steampunk, grungy, kind of distressed, antiqued designs. These are absolutely wonderful. I'm going to start laying these out so you can see the designs. We've got a few neutrals in there, which still have some lovely kind of soft pinks and blues. And then this wonderful array. I mean, these are absolutely delicious fabrics. This is just the start. Look at these. I absolutely love these solids. I mean, you can't call them solids really. Look at all the design and the detail. It is beautiful, isn't it? It's almost like it's somewhere between a terracotta and a deep rose pink. Look at those. Absolutely incredible designs here from Tim Holtz. Wait till you see this next one. Hello, lovely. Oh my goodness, look at that. If I hadn't already bought this, I'd be running off set at this point to grab my phone. That is absolutely stunning. I'm sorry to bang on about Tim Holtz, but I absolutely love his work. And I don't think there is another fabric designer out there that does anything even remotely like his work. These are incredible. Just the other week, I launched his new monochrome collection, and this would work absolutely beautifully with those fabrics. This is a superb collection. You're getting 20 fat quarters. It just keeps going on. There, I'm done. I mean, it's rainbow, isn't it? But a different kind of rainbow effect. It's absolutely breathtaking. £79.99. It's £3.99 a fat quarter for Tim Holtz fabric. And you know what? It is very, very difficult to find Tim Holtz collections, especially in their entirety, in quilt shops. It is very rare. To find the whole collection in a fat quarter bundle here today, well, I had to get my credit card out and buy them because it's just a superb opportunity. They are so beautiful. Absolutely stunning. These would mix really well also perhaps with a solid, or something like a Moda grunge would look good, or a Moda marble, or even solids would look absolutely great. Superb design there. Lots of fabrics there as well that do not have the sort of typical floral motifs. So if you're making for people who don't want that kind of floral look, amazing, amazing. I mean, we have gorgeous Liberties, we have Rose and Hubble, we have Riley Blake, but so many of these collections do feature flowers very heavily, whereas with Tim Holtz, you've got a little bit just there of floral, but basically it is nothing to do with florals, flowers. It's that kind of wonderful kind of like blueprints and shop labels, graph paper, plans, brand new in today, superb. Our scheduler Hayley has just sent a note through to say, wow, love. Yeah, these are mine, Hayley. But if you jump on the website quickly, you might be able to get some for you. Now we also have the neutral colourway, which again found its way into my basket today because again they just work so beautifully, not just with other Tim Holtz fabrics, but with all sorts of other fabrics too. I'm going to grab these open. Same price, £79.99. They're very tightly tied together. I think this is bordering on cruel to make it so hard to get into those fat quarters, but I'm going to do it. Love the musical notation on the top. There we go. I'm in. There we go. I was about to grab a pair of scissors and just cut my way in. So again, we've got this wonderful selection of neutrals. I'm doing inverted commas there because, I mean, come on, look at all of this. Musical notation. This is like from a dictionary, pages from a dictionary, old-fashioned script and letters. This one has got kind of numbers, feathers, all kinds of little details. This one is amazing. I'm going to open this out. I mean, imagine something like a purse or, oops, see, that's Patrick Lose trying to get in on the act. Patrick, I'll come to you, don't worry. Imagine something like a messenger bag or an attaché or a Kindle cover made with this fabric, just featuring these fabrics, or really stylish interior decor, maybe some cushions. It's a stunning fabric and the detail in the printing is second to none. You've got those blenders, I mean, in their own right, absolutely amazing fabrics. So you've got these wonderful warm honey colours and tans, and then we start getting richer and deeper here. I love this next one, rulers. Imagine something like a sewing machine cover or a sewing bag, or you know, those kind of mats you put under the sewing machine. That would be super. Just beautiful. This one's lovely. I love this, like sort of an old-fashioned street map. Clock faces. Again, brand new in today. Not had this on air before. It's an absolutely superb, and then right through into those deep charcoals. That is a neutral collection to show off just on its own, isn't it? make a feature of those. This isn't to blend with other, this is to be the star of your quilt. £3.99 a fat quarter. So you're paying £79.99 for 20 fat quarters. That's 5 metres of fabric there. It's superb. I love it. It's coming home with me. Well, it's being posted out to me actually, but I'm excited. I am super excited. Now, I talked about Christmas gifts, and we have got some wonderful Christmas gifts on the show, including some beautiful lunch snack boxes, button boxes, sewing boxes, however you want to use them really. Have a look at these. Now these are from Moda, and it's the Moda So Wonderful Sewing Machine Snack Box. This is adorable, absolutely gorgeous. Made of metal. They're metal boxes. Let me just, oh, is it the other side? Honestly, what am I like? There we go. Now this might be biscuits, cookies, cake. This might be your cake tin. What about taking that along to your sewing class with flapjacks for everyone? Yes, please. What about when you're visiting a craft fair or a class, rather than having to buy something while you're there, take a little packed lunch in the most beautifully presented tin. So lovely. How gorgeous is that? What about using this as the basis for a Christmas present, and then inside there you could line it with maybe a fat quarter, put a little bit of scrunched up paper, line it with a fat quarter, and then maybe like a little seam ripper, pair of scissors, some reels of cotton maybe, something like that would be absolutely super. Or a thread collection, something like that. Maybe you could use this for keeping your tea bags. Little tea bag selection would be fun as well. You could have this just next to your sewing machine, and just have this with things like the notions that you use all the time. Or what about just taking this to work with your lunching? Everybody knows you sew. Now they really know. Keep this with you. Absolutely lovely. Even the sides are gorgeous, aren't they? For $14.99. Now we have a second colourway available, which I'm going to grab and show you now. This is lovely too. I think this would be good for boys and girls. You are so wonderful. You are so wonderful. Maybe you could keep your embroidery bits in there, your English paper piecing bits and pieces. Maybe this is where you keep all your special threads. Maybe you've inherited some special sewing notions from mum or grandma, and you want to keep them somewhere really precious. You could also, this would be rather nice, if you like miniatures, you could turn this into like a little room setting for a toy mouse or a little doll. Do you know what I mean? Like a little room that you can open up. Would be wonderful. Absolutely super. Again, really lovely construction. You've got that little handle so you can carry your lunch. I think that is utterly wonderful. Now, Donna's said, do you realise it's Count Your Buttons Day? I've just been looking through all the vintage buttons that I inherited from Nan. Donna, I did not know that, but what a lovely, lovely day. This tin would be perfect for a button collection, wouldn't it? Now, if you can't decide between the two, So Lovely, You Are So Wonderful, why not buy them both and grab yourself a bargain? Why not save £5? Here's the bundle where you can get both. The Moda So Wonderful embroidery hoop and sewing machine snack box bundle. You save a £5, you get them both for £24.98. Those are instant Christmas presents, aren't they? Just as they are, but if you wanted to add in some maybe Christmas cookies inside, wrapped in greaseproof paper, that would be nice. Or you wanted to put like a little sewing kit inside, or you could even put a little book and some other bits and bobs in there. That would be really nice. Very giftable. Now, if you've got 2 grandchildren, of course, you will need both. Won't you? You will need both. They're absolutely lovely. Love this one with all the blossoms. Brand new in today. Never seen this before. I think they are just absolutely adorable. So, so cute. Now then, I don't know about you, but sewing mends my soul, and it's what fills me with joy every day. This is a lovely little stocking filler present, really. £3.49. It's from Simplicity's vintage range. Got a wonderful kind of 1960s image from a sewing pattern, 1012. I'd love to look that pattern up. It says "Sewing Mends the Soul," and it's a fridge magnet. So it's got magnetic on the back. Really lovely that. Make a great little gift for somebody who sews. Add it to your order. It's just £3.49. You're not going to add any extra P&P if you've bought something else today, even if you've already checked out. I think that's super. Love their vintage range, actually. There's some really nice gifts now from Simplicity. Now, we've got a couple of lovely mugs here. Let's start with the pink. Now I'm going to just open this up so you can see. Our producer Kat had to ask Rebecca Reed very, very nicely if we could feature this, because we're Sewing Street, not Yarn Lane, but we just thought these were so cute. How lovely is that? You've got your ball of yarn, and you've got your little needle there. It's just so lovely and decorative. That's ace. And plenty of room for tea or coffee or hot chocolate or whatever you want. Or maybe you're going to use this for your crochet hooks or your DPNs to stack them in and just keep them somewhere decorative. That would be lovely too. This is a great present for anyone who knits, crochets, or sews, because frankly, we all do a bit of everything, don't we? That's not just me. Now we also have this in a grey, so I think that covers a lot of bases. Let me show you the grey. I'm going to hold it there so you can see. That's the grey version. Exactly the same principle. Got that little needle pushed through in a grey colourway. Absolutely lovely. £9.99. Again, it's a Secret Santa price, isn't it? Yeah, it's one of those, well, we'll all buy each other a little present, but no more than a tenner. If you've already paid your postage and packing today, that's just going to cost you £9.99. Now, one last beautiful gift that you might choose. This is absolutely lovely, and we've saved, I think, the best till last. This is the Crafter's Dream Dressmaking Shears. We've got less than 20 available. This is really very, very special. Now what you've got here is you've got a pair of premium dressmaker shears, and if I can tell you, the weight of these in my hands feel absolutely amazing. And just listen. Oh, can you hear that? It's that, oh, going through cloth. I think only sewers understand what that noise does to us. It's absolutely beautiful. You've got that pair of shears. You've also got, I mean, if you were ever to turn something which we really do not like into a thing of beauty, this does it for me. You've got your seam ripper. It's really good size, very nice in your hand. Seam ripper. A lovely message there. Well, it's a review from Derek. That says, a strong, sturdy set of shears, a great addition to the sewing kit. Couldn't agree more. And then you've also got this beautiful tape measure, retractable tape measure, really classy, beautiful that. And I think that would be a great gift for man or woman who was into their dressmaking, their tailoring, or their home decor. It's a really beautiful set. It comes very, very nicely packaged. Easy to wrap as well. I just trim this little bit off here, so you haven't got to worry about that flap. And it's very easy to wrap. Beautiful, beautiful shears. They're 12 inches in length, so perfect for doing that major cutting out when you're cutting out your pattern. Sharp to the tip. You've also got your seam ripper and your tape measure. Beautiful, beautiful piece of kit that, and a great Christmas gift for under £20. So we've had some lovely Christmas gifts there to show you, but in the next hour we've got even more beautiful things with gifting in mind for yourself or for anybody else that you love in your life who you want to gift with the beauty of aloe vera fabric. Make sure you stay with us for a special guest, some very special prices and a wonderful hour talking and experiencing this sustainable fabric. Join me after the break.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi there, my name's Alison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Very excited to be back with you on Sewing Street, this time in the studio, this Thursday at midday. I'll be bringing with me, for the very first time, our aloe vera range. Now, aloe vera makes an incredible material because it's sustainable, soft, and luxurious. I'll be showcasing scarves, socks, and even pillowcases, all of which make the most fabulous of gifts. And as an additional product bonus, I'm going to be bringing from your sister company, Primal Living, an aloe vera cream to top it all off. I'll see you there this week.
Oh my goodness, I've been waiting all week for this hour. I'm really excited to bring this to you. We had a phone call earlier on with Poppy, our wonderful guest, Poppy Hadkinson, to talk about aloe, and I've been excited about it ever since. In our show today, we've got a brand new product for here at Sewing Street. It is just wonderful. It is the power of aloe vera in fabric form. Absolutely beautiful. I've been wearing this scarf all morning. I do not want to take it off, Poppy. Normally a scarf around my neck makes me feel all hot and a bit sweaty around the back. I feel fresh as a daisy in this. Poppy's going to explain why and the science behind that. Now, you might have seen things like bamboo scarves in the past, but this is aloe vera fabric. Not aloe vera infused, but the actual fabric itself created from aloe vera in a selection of the most beautiful fashion colours that I know you're going to love. Now, we did not have these colours in the bamboo, did we, Poppy?
No, we did not. Hello as well.
Hello, welcome. I've been excited about meeting you all week.
Likewise, absolutely likewise. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's my absolute privilege and pleasure to be here. I'm so pleased to be able to show you something that is really innovative. We are getting in on the ground level when it comes to aloe vera, and that is the truth, because like you said, you touched upon it briefly there, this isn't infused, it is the actual 100% in the scarves in particular and the pillowcases, aloe vera, and then very high content with the socks. We put a bit of elastic with the flexibility. But colours wise, oh my goodness, yeah, we didn't have these colours within the bamboo range, so you've got some fabulous colours to choose from.
They're so exciting, and I think as well, the fibre brings the colour to life, doesn't it? It adds a luminant quality. They feel so amazing against your skin too. I'm not sure, Poppy, what I was expecting from aloe vera fabric, but I thought it would be a bit sort of homespun, a bit crunchy, a bit kind of rough. I was not expecting beautiful, drapey, so soft against your skin, silk-like, but not that sort of. Can I just say I find silk a bit weirdly slippery?
I would have to agree with you on this. As beautiful and as luxurious as silk is known to be,
yes.
My preference, and I'm not just saying this is the gospel truth, hands on heart, my preference is aloe vera because it has the luxury that silk offers, but it's not as slippery. It doesn't have any sort of slipperiness to it.
No, it doesn't.
It's just luxurious. It has a bit of a sheen to it, which I've been asked before, is that something added into it? No, that's just the quality of the material, that's the fibre, that's the weave of it, and that's whereby you get that beautiful, almost sort of iridescence coming through.
It's incredible, Poppy. Why haven't, I mean, I've been in the fabric industry for decades. Why haven't we seen aloe vera fabric before? Where's it come from?
Okay, so what's interesting to know about aloe vera is that, well, in fact, many of us will already recognise that aloe vera is very much used in the health world. That's no secret. That's very well known. There's loads of designated land and farming for the cultivation of aloe vera. It's commonly used, traditionally used in the likes of cosmetics, creams. In fact, I've got a cream for you today because I know with sewing that can really, play havoc on your hands. So we've got something for you later today. But also it's often used in supplements. The part that gets wasted, that often gets thrown, so you're helping the environment by making and buying and wearing the aloe vera fabric, is the outer shell. So it's actually the leaves itself, so the gel inside, which many of us recognise when we think of aloe vera. In fact, I've got an aloe vera plant on my windowsill.
Me too.
Oh, I love them.
Me too.
How's yours looking?
Mine's looking spectacular. I normally manage to kill house plants, but I'm having a very good run at it at the moment. But this is also a very important part to the whole sustainability about aloe vera, because it survives in drought, so it does not require the watering that things like cotton require. It doesn't require the pesticides
No.
that cotton requires. So in those senses too, it's environmentally friendly, it's sustainable. But also this is using a product which in the past has been sort of rather carelessly discarded.
That's it.
Not anymore.
No, not anymore. A waste by-product. Gone of those times. We're actually utilising this part of the plant, and that's what makes it fabulous. Shall I take you on an aloe vera journey?
Could you?
It'd be my pleasure. It'd be my pleasure. So have a look at this here. Aloe vera material, what makes it so amazing? So as we've mentioned already, it's the fibres from the outer skin of the aloe vera plant that are manually extracted. So inside you've got the gel, which is also spectacular, but that's more often used for supplementation, so for supplements that we have out there. In fact, we do a range of our own outside of what we've got today, but you can see those on our website, primalliving.com. But we're using the outer fibre here. So this is then spun into yarn, ready for creating beautiful textiles like the scarves, pillowcases and socks that we have today. Now, aloe vera, it is sensational because, like you've said, it is hypoallergenic. So for anybody that suffers with irritable skin. Me. Oh, so what, yeah, where do you suffer with it?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. My skin is so reactive. It gets red, gets itchy, feels dry and flaky. So I have to be really careful with what fibres I have next to my skin.
Me too.
But also things like what products I put on my skin. And just the general environment. So, for example, I'm already leaning towards, these feel amazing. We'll get to pillowcases, but I'm just face against pillow all night, everywhere I travel. So if you were to go out now into the car park and look in the back of my car, you would see my pillows.
So when the show finishes, if you happen to see me like this on your car, you won't judge me then?
That's why. You're not being weird. But I take my pillows everywhere I go, whether I'm staying with friends or family, whether I'm staying in a hotel. Because again, what I put my face against all night, I have to be really careful. So yeah, I do have very reactive skin.
No, well that's a brilliant idea. I mean, gosh, it's called beauty sleep for good reason. The material that we lie on of a night time for hours on end in our sanctuary, that is our home, that is our bedroom, you want to ensure that it's something that is, it's not likely to irritate your skin.
For sure.
And that's the beauty of aloe vera. Hypoallergenic, so if you've got psoriasis, eczema, just generally sensitive skin. I remember when I was younger, back in my school days, a long time ago, but when I was at school, I had tights as part of my uniform, but I had to be excused from wearing tights because I had such terrible psoriasis that I couldn't wear them. And I used to really, rip my legs to shreds. It was dreadful. So like you and so many of you, I'm sure as well, I have to be very particular about the materials that I wear, the pillowcases that I sleep on, the socks that I have.
But also, Poppy, with pillowcases, it's easy to forget, isn't it? There are no other circumstances that I can think of where our face is against fabric. I mean, my body is swathed in fabric most of the time. Clothes in the daytime, pyjamas at night. I understand and accept that. It's easy to forget the fact that your face is pressed against fabric for 8 hours, 9, 10 hours a night. And that matters.
Massively. No, most definitely does. And sleep is one of the 4 pillars of health. In fact, this comes under 2 pillars because you've got exercise, nutrition, relaxation and sleep. So this goes under relaxation and sleep.
For sure.
And the material of which you're lying on, like you say, long periods of time, hours at a time, makes a difference to not only your sleep, the quality of sleep that you get, whether you're woken up of an evening irritated, actually, something else to reference.
Ding dong.
Light bulb moment. Does anybody wake up like this of a morning?
Well, personally, no, but I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, you hear us. So it's anti-static as well, which is also fantastic. So reduction of fine lines and wrinkles on the face. So when you've pressed
I was
against
just about to get to that point, Poppy. I've definitely got to the stage in my life where I don't just have laughter lines and expression lines. I'm starting to get this line here, and this is directly from where I'm against my pillow at night. Now, I have read the beauty advice, I have read the what to do, which is all about having a silk pillowcase that you sleep on so that it doesn't push. But again, I don't like that slipperiness of silk.
I actually find silk quite difficult to sleep on, as luxurious and as wonderful as it can be in other aspects. For me, this is my preference. It's got the softness, the anti-static ability, hypoallergenic for anybody with sensitive skin. You know, it's anything from eczema, psoriasis, rosacea, anything, and also reduction of bacteria. Because let's not forget that blocked pores, blocked bacteria can also spur on the likes of spots.
Yes.
So it's many properties are known to help in many different ways. It's fabulous for clothing because, as we say, super soft. It's moisture wicking.
So here's the science we were talking about, Poppy.
Okay.
I asked Poppy earlier on, why haven't I been getting all sort of sweaty around the back of my neck? I've been wearing this scarf now for the last 4 hours and there isn't a drop.
No, and you look amazing in it. So the colour is incredible.
I love the colour.
The colour's gorgeous.
The colour.
All the colours are fabulous and you've got a real variety to pick from. So moisture wicking, what does that mean? It repels moisture. So if you get hot and bothered in other scarves, and actually I'm a sort of person that gets claustrophobic in other scarves. I'm asthmatic. Kat, who's producing at the moment, Kat, gosh, I've known Kat for years. Kat will know and has probably even seen me be quite breathless here and there. And I'm really funny about anything too close into my neck, apart from materials like this that have that softness, that don't make me feel anxious and closed in. And because this is soft, it's not irritable, it's moisture wicking, all of those elements allow for it to be not something that, I mean, yes, absolutely, it's a beautiful accessory, but it's got health aspects to it as well.
Yeah, I love that about it, actually, because it is, you know, just a beautiful scarf as well. Let's be honest, it is absolutely stunning. I mean, I adore this turquoise colour. Details are on the screen. It's £29.99, beg your pardon. And it is absolutely beautiful and luxurious. I like to twist a scarf up to kind of create this look. I said earlier on I had an announcement to make, and here it is. These scarves aren't £29.99. They're £29.99 on the Primal Living website. That is the usual price. But here, because it's a really special day on Sewing Street, we're going to crash that price right down to £24.99. So £5 off every scarf. If you've already checked out, don't worry. You will pay that £24.99 price. Just amazing.
It is
This is the code for the turquoise, by the way, that's on screen. That's the one I'm wearing, which I am absolutely loving. And I'm wearing it with cobalt blue, but I mean, that would look absolutely beautiful with tans and browns, wouldn't it?
Most definitely. The great thing about these is you can dress them up, you can dress them down. In fact, this exact one I took to a wedding recently. So I was a guest at a friend's wedding. Bless them, they'd had it rearranged about 3 times with everything going on. It finally took place. And it was a magical day. And incidentally, I had an emerald green dress with white polka dots.
Beautiful.
Well, this was obviously brought with me. But, you know, pair of jeans, jumpers, when you're going for walks, you know, out in the autumnal weather, you're taking perhaps your dogs out as well. And thank you, by the way, again, for allowing us to showcase these to you. We are part of a bigger company, so we're all part of the umbrella brand. And I really wanted to showcase this to everyone here because I know that you adore your materials. There's so much more you can do with this, I know.
We're all about fabulous fabric here. At the end of the day, you know, I think everybody who does dressmaking, home decor, quilting, loves and is invested in beautiful fabric. And this is brand new for me. I have never seen aloe vera fabric before, and I'm absolutely blown away at the quality and the feel. On the screen now, you can see the information you need for Poppy's emerald green. This is a stunning colour. And Poppy's wearing a neutral outfit. That pop of colour is sensational.
It really
isn't it?
It's so luxurious, but also will look fantastic for the festive season.
Oh, for sure.
Yes. What are your plans for Christmas, Stuart? Have you got
Christmas,
organised?
a big family get together,
Oh,
yes. So
lovely.
we've got family in Nottingham. We're in Yorkshire, but we've got family in Nottingham. So we're having a big family Christmas together, big gathering, which will be wonderful. Lots of people in the room. So again, you're going to want to wear quite light clothes. I mean, often winter clothes tend to be a bit heavier, don't they? But when there's lots of you in the room, all that body heat, you want something moisture wicking, you want something comfortable,
Very good
but
point.
glamorous.
But glamorous. The beauty of this is that there's so many ways in which you can wear it, you know, wrap it around you like that of a shawl. And by the way, they're super sizable. We're talking 170 by 70 centimetres. I mean, if I hold this up, this is taller than me. I mean, I'm not terribly tall, so let's be honest, but it is taller than me. The amount of fabric of which you get in this, and that's right down to the floor, by the way, is sensational. We've looked at everything. 100% aloe vera. We touched upon aloe vera infused earlier, just to explain a little bit more about that. So if you go online, in fact, I would encourage you to do so. Have a look elsewhere and type in aloe vera fabric. There's a lot of information about the importance and wonders of aloe vera. So aloe vera is described as the lily of the desert. It's known as the plant of immortality. It's very symbolic, by the way. It's associated with healing and beauty and luxury anyway, and then obviously spun into a beautiful fibre. But do watch out for aloe infused. As wonderful as that is also, that's cotton or polyester with sort of aloe capsules within it.
Yes.
So yes, it's giving an additional softness, but this is actually aloe vera fibre, and that is the ultimate luxury.
And I love the story behind it too, about actually becoming more sustainable, and we are surely moving towards more sustainable fabric production. We have to, because actually a lot of fabric production is incredibly polluting. That's the sad fact about it. So to find a fabric which is actively fighting against waste products, I mean, how is the fibre actually made, Poppy?
So it's spun like other materials are out there, and as I say, it's taking the outer shell. So the way in which we create this, and even the dye itself, by the way, is chemical free. So the soap is chemical free, so it's known to be azo free, of which you can see more about online. But we've looked at every aspect from the manufacturing to the dyeing to the process from beginning to end to bring this to you on screen. It is the ultimate material, in my opinion. Aloe vera has over 200 bioactive compounds. Those are compounds that are known to be associated with health benefits for the skin. It's full of vitamins, and when it's made into the likes of scarves, it's a lovely way as well to wear it. That
rose quartz is so beautiful. It's been really popular, Poppy. The rose quartz has flown today. It is a beautiful colour. It actually, to me, that looks like a peony flower, the way that's draped as well, with all those layers. But weightless, I mean, just beautiful against your skin. How beautiful would that look if you were wearing something that was quite sort of sheer, low cut, but you want a little bit of a cover up? It's absolutely beautiful.
Most definitely. And also personalising these. I mean, gosh, there's so much that you could do with these. My grandma, Nana T, unfortunately isn't with us anymore, but Grandma was an incredible seamstress. I mean, she could make everything from wedding dresses. She'd look at something and she'd just know. She was like our own personal seamstress, actually.
Fabulous.
Bless her heart. You know, she came from a very large family, one of 11. You know, they didn't have a great deal of money, and she learnt to sew, and she had a gift in her fingertips, as so many of you do. And she put a stamp of authenticity, so to speak, on so many different pieces, scarves included, which, of course, I mean, the possibilities are almost endless as to what you can do, additional embroidery and patterns.
You could add some beading, you could add some fringing to the end, couldn't you? That would be really lovely. Some beaded fringing or some embroidery would be super.
Absolutely. So many possibilities and so many different colours.
Absolutely, yes. We've already seen the turquoise that I'm wearing, the emerald that Poppy has on. We had a look at the rose quartz a moment ago. Now, this morning, our guest, Kerrie, looked absolutely stunning in the coral version, the details are on screen right now with that crashed price of £24.99. This is a beautiful, beautiful scarf, and this is our Sewing Street TV exclusive price. You know, one of the things I loved about this colour, actually what I love about this colour, is that it reflects that light and that colour up onto your face.
Yes.
So if you're feeling a little bit peaky, a little bit under the weather, you're lacking a bit of colour in your cheeks, wearing these sorts of colours next to your skin does help to brighten your complexion, doesn't it?
Most definitely, ever so flattering to the skin tone, giving that pop of colour to not just an outfit, but the face of yourself in itself. It's absolutely spectacular. Just a reminder is, as we've referenced, the price is exclusive. I wanted to do something special here today because this is the first time. In fact, Stuart, you know, this is the first time, albeit I have done one show with you before, it was virtual. It's the first time I've been in the studio.
What do you think?
Yes, love it.
Love it.
Everyone's fabulous. The studio is fabulous. The range that we have for you is fabulous. No, it's wonderful to be here with you live in the studio.
You know, and it's great because we are very much at the beginning of aloe vera fabrics journey, aren't we? It's really a very new fibre. I'm already thinking about all the sorts of possibilities. I want pyjamas.
We're working on it. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, I see.
Yeah, I want pyjamas, shirts. I mean, it's just a beautiful fibre against the skin. I want it closer to my skin as well.
Most definitely. To wear something that is comfortable, that is lightweight, that looks luxurious. And for anybody, as I say, that has sensitive skin, what you put on your body, and particularly around your neck, makes a huge difference. I mean, I almost have to wear a scarf as well when the weather gets cooler, because, you know, the weather catches my breath, you know, and it's something that makes a gorgeous gift for anybody, but particularly perhaps someone that you know really needs to take extra care. And wrap up warm. It's a staple part of your wardrobe. You know, they appeal to all ages. In fact, one of my friends was saying that she's been wrapping her little one in it, her newborn.
Gorgeous.
Wrapping her newborn in it. She said that absolutely calms her little one down because of the softness. I said, that isn't, I've actually bought it for her.
Yeah.
But baby and mum, I'm happy that both are getting use out of it.
Yeah.
It completes an outfit, like we said, dress it up, dress it down. And in terms of the health aspects, it creates this form of insulation, but it can also add something for us to reference. It ventilates as well.
Right.
So if you are...
It's breathable.
It's very breathable. So you leave the house and it's, oh, it's cold. Wrap yourself up in one, but as you're walking around, going for a wander, collecting conkers, taking the dog out for a walk, taking the, you know, children, grandchildren, it will also keep you cosy.
Yeah. Well, this is what you get with certain kind of what I would call wonder fibres. They keep you warm when you need it, but they also help to cool you. I don't even know how that happens.
So it's actually called smart fibre. So similar to bamboo in that aspect. So bamboo that can also be spun into beautiful materials is known in the industry as a smart fibre, smart material. So it has the ability to ventilate whilst also almost recognising it. It sounds incredible and bananas almost, but that is the case. They are just spectacular. And in terms of, the environment, when you look at the fact that biodegradable, and by the way, when I say that, because someone said to me once, they said, so does that mean that it'll just biodegrade when I wear it?
While you're wearing it.
No, you'd have to dig yourself a nice hole in the garden, then put it and wait a while. But these are designed to last a lifetime, you know, goodbye fast fashion.
Sure.
I mean, Stuart, that's something I know that is a big thing in the industry, isn't it? That we're trying to move away from. Fast fashion, fast materials, something that you can wear and enjoy for long periods of time, for a lifetime.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think that it's an important message about what biodegradable means, and it's really about the action of soil enzymes on the fibres. So as Poppy said, you know, you have to bury the fibre under the ground for a period of time, and that's what makes it. So wearing it to garden will not affect it. Splashing it with soap will not affect it. It's actually being buried. Now I've just had to change. I finally fulfilled my ambition to be a catwalk model, and I think I'm doing rather well.
You're doing an amazing job.
This is the final colour, and this is the lilac, which I've got to say is beautiful. And again, it's got that wonderful silkiness. without the sort of what I think is a bit sort of strange slipperiness of silk, but it feels absolutely wonderful. I mean, the sheen on that is absolutely gorgeous, but it's subtle and classy. And it feels almost weightless.
It does. It's so lightweight. When it comes to anything that we bring you from Primal Living, whether it's clothing, whether it's cosmetics, whether it's supplements, we look at, it's almost sort of 3 facets here. Healthy body, healthy mind, healthy planet. And this is exactly why we ventured into the world of aloe vera. And the beauty of that is Steve also, our founder, Steve Bennett, who I think you've seen on air before.
We love Steve.
Steve is fabulous. Steve is great. Steve goes direct to source. So we actually go out to these locations. You know, we get the aloe vera in bulk as well. And we're utilising what would otherwise be wasted on the plant. So the gel, as we say, would be used for cosmetics and supplements, where that outer fibre, that shell, the leaves, if you like, that's then spun into this amazing, luxurious, lightweight
And it is
material.
incredible. And these scarves are 100% aloe fibre, aren't they? Which I just find incredible. It's often the way, isn't it, you know, that we've been discarding something for years, and then suddenly somebody looks at, well, what is that thing that we're throwing away? Can it be used for something else? And I was looking at some research actually this morning about the outer shell of the aloe, which was talking about it having natural antioxidant properties.
That's it.
And also being naturally antibacterial, and in particular the kind of bacteria which are difficult and resistant to treat with antibiotics, which I thought was an amazing new
part of this.
Just incredible.
On the note of antibacterial, yes, all of which is true. Now, this will also mean it reduces bacteria in your skin, but you won't need to wash them as often as perhaps other scarves. So you're saving on your own electricity, the environment, and the hassle, but they are very easy to look after.
Well, we all wash our clothes too many times and too often anyway, don't we?
Yes, we do.
There is the care, by the way. If you're wondering how to care for them at home, use a machine wash on cool, 30 degrees, so no hand washing required. Does that work for everything? The socks too?
That's it. You can do the same with the now. By all means, if you wish to hand wash, you can. But these wash beautifully. They actually a little bit like bamboo. They actually get softer in the washing machine.
Like that.
I know. So often, you know, when you wash something, you think, oh gosh, it just doesn't come out the same. I feel that bamboo and aloe vera as 2 materials only gets better. And in terms of ironing, there's certain clothes that I don't, I'm sure many of you agree with me on this. Yeah, there's certain clothes when my partner says to me, can you please iron? There's a couple of shirts which iron like a dream.
Yep.
There's a couple of shirts which it doesn't matter. Oh, just absolutely. And I think I've done a really good job when I put it on the hanger, or Sam will then try it on, and I look at it and I go, it's just not worked, has it? No. This is one of those materials that just glides across it. And also, yes, of course, you can.
We've steamed it.
You can steam it as
Yeah,
well.
we steam them. We've got a question, I believe, about the price. Just, hi Stuart, great show today. I've actually bought the coral scarf, but it checked out at $29.99. Will it automatically be charged to $24.99 when I'm charged? That's from B. Yes, it will, absolutely. Everybody who has already bought and checked out, the system is used to this, will just automatically update at midnight tonight and adjust the price. So don't worry, you'll be charged $24.99 for your scarf. That's wonderful. Thank you for that, by the way.
It's my pleasure. It is a TV exclusive. This is because it's the first time I've been on screen with you showcasing the aloe vera range, and I know how much you love your materials here. I know you love personalising. There's so much you can do with this as well, you know, add beading to it.
You really could. Yeah. You really could. Now, I've just got to say, the most popular colours at the moment are the rose quartz, which is absolutely stunning. It's going to suit, I think, every skin tone, that. Just beautiful. And also, I'm rather proud of this actually, Poppy, the turquoise.
As you should be, Stuart. As you should be.
Because I tell you genuinely, I love this colour. It's just beautiful.
It's almost like a Caribbean sea,
It is.
isn't it? It's beautiful. I mean, gosh, it can be worn all year round. It's not season specific, but it does give you that brightness and that colour and that joy to an outfit that many of us often look for. You know, you can put it with anything. Dress it up, dress it down, jeans, whatever it may be. I mean, even taking this right through to spring, summer, when we get there again.
For sure, we'll get there.
We'll get there, we'll get there. I mean, I've got to say, I do love autumn. I do love autumn.
It's my favourite season.
A lot of people say that.
Layering, all the cute clothes.
Yeah.
You know, why wear one outfit when you can wear three, Poppy? Yeah. I mean, come on. But also the options for accessorising in the autumn really comes into its own. But because this scarf's so lightweight, I'm thinking that this would be great to put in your holiday pack-in. I mean, loads of people now, I'm not jealous, are booking last-minute little holidays, cheeky breaks, 4 days in Spain, thank you very much. I'll have a week in the Caribbean, not a problem. Little accessories like this where you can dress up a simple outfit, those basics that we take on holiday. And this is ideal, isn't it?
Most definitely. It's lightweight. It's going to take up no room. I mean, little room within your case. In fact, I'll talk about my dad in a little bit, because actually the story I'll tell you links to the socks. I've just recently been to visit my dad, who's in Austria, and I had hand luggage, and almost got in trouble actually for how heavy the hand luggage was. Almost had to pay extra. Didn't quite happen in the end, but that will be my shoes. That will be my shoes. But I did take both scarves with me, so I have at home. In fact, actually, that's fantastic. Both the scarves that you can see at the moment, and you can see the rose. That's also beautiful. But I've got the emerald green and I have the coral, and both came with me, and they're just so versatile.
Oh, and the coral and the rose quartz with a little bit of tan. You know, oh, lovely. If you've got a warmer skin tone, absolutely beautiful, beautiful. All these colours are just so flattering. Love them. Can we talk about pillowcases, please? I'm going to grab the white up. This is our most popular. I'm all white bedding at home.
Are you? Clean, crisp and stylish.
It is. And also because I use a lot of quilts and a lot of bed covers at home because of what I do, I kind of feel like I need to use them. I want to use them properly. But I like nice neutral bedding. But although I'm now looking at the chocolate and the blue and thinking, actually, I could make room. These feel amazing. You know, when you've stayed in those really luxury hotels and you think, you can keep the dressing gown, I want to take the pillowcases home.
Yes.
These feel like that. They are incredible. I'm desperate to put my face against this, but I don't want to rub American tan everywhere.
Well,
do you know what I'm saying? I
do know what you're saying, but interestingly, we've tested the tan test has been put to the test. Okay. Yes. Well,
Sounds scientific.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, it's my own test at home of taking the tan out in the washing machine, and it did wash beautifully. Again, I'm not advising that you put tan on it just for fun. Just for fun. But I do occasionally, you know, and I take my makeup off of an evening, but if there's any little bit still left here or there, or if I'm sometimes lying and watching telly in bed of a daytime, and I still have my makeup on, and I end up sort of rolling one way or another, then you know,
I'm always taking pillows onto the sofa, snuggle down. This is beautiful. Now the price that you're paying, £34.99. Great price. Great. Absolutely great. Beautiful, beautiful pillowcase here. $34.99. But not your price today. We're going to do a TV exclusive price crash. It's coming down, $29.99. And Poppy, that's for 2 pillowcases, right?
It most certainly is. So the pillowcase set, pack of 2, beautiful, luxurious, and very sizable. You've got pillowcases here that are, just looking down to give you the exact measurements, 51 by 75 centimetres. And then, and this is my favourite part now, look at this here. So the flap, which I will now tuck over, is a full 20 centimetres.
You know, I was just going to say it's a really nice, generous tuck.
If you've got a large pillow, I mean, it goes, just to show you, it goes right down to here. So you've got that extra material. I've had with pillowcases before, Actually, I've spent a little bit on pillowcases over the years because of recognising the importance of what we're sleeping on and how that can affect the quality of sleep that we're getting. And I did buy a really beautiful one going back a while ago, and actually I only started with one because of the price.
Yeah.
This was not these. Elsewhere I said, I'm going to get one, dip my toe in the water, we're going to give you a set and sleep on that one and see how I get on, and then invest in the other if I love it. Now, I love the material, but the insert, the flap, didn't cover the whole of my pillow.
Got you.
And when I was walking into the bedroom, and it's just little things, little details, isn't it? And I thought, oh, do you know what? It needs to be bigger. Yeah. And we've taken that into consideration with these. So the sizing, the material, and once again, this is 100% aloe vera.
I must be so distracting for Poppy at the moment because I've spent the last 5 minutes going, I can't stop feeling it. Poppy, I cannot stop smoothing it and stroking it because it is so silky and soft and feels really cool.
It does.
So I'm just thinking about in the summer when it is too warm and you can't sleep and your head's against the pillow and it feels hot and you're constantly turning your pillow. I'm not the only one that does that, am I? To try and get the cool stuff. This feels like it's always going to feel cool against my skin.
Most definitely. I mean, the question is, are you a pillow flipper? That's what I tend to do. So, middle of the night, this, lie on it. Then I'll move to sort of one side of it, the other side of it. This is known to be incredibly ventilated and breathable and soft and cool. So not only will you not have to constantly do this throughout the night, but what you'll actually find is that you have less lines of a morning. So when you wake up, you have less of the creases on the face. And therefore you look, it's called beauty sleep, isn't it? For good reason.
Yeah, and that static on your hair too.
Yes, if you wake up in the morning, and let me just say before I say this, I love Albert Einstein. I think I was about to say, I think he's a genius. He was. But known for some wild, wacky hair. So if you have this look of a morning and you're trying to reduce the static, then this is known to have an anti-static quality to it as well.
Beautiful. Now, Poppy, can I ask, the white, could I dye this at home?
If you want to personalise it, dye it, or add any sort of embroidery onto it, personalise, by all means, you know, once they're in your home, that they are yours to play with and personalise.
And it would take a dye?
It should take a dye, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
What's good to know about them actually with the pillowcases, there's no visible stitching on the front. I say that because your fabrics take dye differently, and typically thread doesn't take the dye up. The only place where there is any visible stitching is on that back flap. So for example, I wouldn't expect that stitching to dye, but certainly I think you could dye. Experiment. The blue, I've got to say, is absolutely fabulous. Let's grab that and have a little look.
Very regal, isn't it? Very royal.
It is. It is. It is a beautiful colour. So this is the blue. It actually matches my shirt rather well.
You did that very well, didn't you?
You know, I think about these things, Poppy.
As if it was just planned.
Happen. It doesn't just happen. Want to smooth that crease out there. Give me an iron. Oh, it's so soft though. It's quite unlike, it really is unlike cotton, even really fine, you know, 1,000 thread count cotton. It feels very different.
Most definitely. I mean, the fibre of it is known to give that softness and that quality. Think about what you're currently sleeping on in terms of pillowcases. Is it something that often causes irritability? Do you get itchy of a night time? It might be worth giving this a go to see how you get on, to see if it can aid in a good night's sleep. And I mean, sleep, you don't need me to tell you this, you know this, that one night of poor sleep can affect you the next day. Obviously, multiple can really wreak havoc on the body, but sleep is so incredibly important, you know, for our social interactions, for the way we think, feel, and let's face it, look as well. It does play a role. True. You can see it. So having linen and covers and bedding that's something that you are comfortable in, that you're not going to be itching in, makes a big difference.
It really does. It really does. And these feel terrific. Let's have a little look at a price comparison. Remember, ours is 100% aloe fibre. This pillowcase is infused. So this is just regular cotton. Regular cotton, and then it's what, been sprayed?
It's either sprayed or they put capsules in, so it's integrated within, but you don't get the same level, of course, of aloe vera. This is the aloe vera fibre itself, 100%. And bearing in mind, 2 of those, well, that you're looking at £40, near enough 40. You are getting 2 sets with us for this spectacular price that's on your screen here.
And of course, as well, you know, that's always only ever going to be a cotton pillowcase infused with something else. This is an aloe vera pillowcase. This is a skin rejuvenating pillowcase. What does that even mean?
So that's essentially what we're talking about here today. You can find online skin rejuve. Stuart, wake up, whistle on it. Wake up, wake up.
I was just having a little late.
You just want to have a little, just don't mind us. But you can find online skin rejuvenate. You just have a little nap. I'll take over for a minute. It's fine. And that is about reducing the appearance of fine lines and wrinkles on the skin. So silk is associated for that, but you can pay. Can we show that one more time? Is that okay?
£50, 55,
that's
£50.
One. That's one. That's just one as well. Yeah. One pillowcase. And as beautiful and as wonderful as silk is known to be, in my personal opinion and preference, I'd much rather have aloe vera because it's not as slippery. I almost sort of slip and slide off it as I'm going to bed.
I agree. I mean, I know you can get silk bedding, sheets and pillowcases, but I've always thought, personally, I found the idea really unappealing because I do like the crispness of cotton, but having felt this aloe fibre now, it feels it's beyond 1,000 thread count cotton in its smoothness and silkiness. I mean, really good, finely woven cotton pillowcases do have a silky feel, but this goes way beyond that. Way beyond that. And then you start to add in those naturally antibacterial, antimicrobial qualities, that moisture wicking quality. And then you add in the sustainability and that story behind that there is a global industry around extracting the gel for supplements, for drinks, for medicines, for food too, isn't it? You can find it in drinks, all sorts of things. But actually all those fibres have been going to waste in creating, you know, well, all sorts of issues. But now we've got a way not just to use them, because sometimes, you know, when you use waste products, it's a little bit crunchy and a little bit...
I know, when you hear the word...
This is wonderful.
It's wonderful, but when you hear, and I recognise, appreciate and understand this, when you hear the word waste, you think, oh gosh, okay, so what am I getting here? Think of this more as you're saving. You are saving what was otherwise being thrown. So the fact of the matter is you're helping the environment just by buying aloe vera, by the leaves being manufactured into something so beautiful, so luxurious. You're helping to reduce what would have otherwise been wasted. It's fabulous turned into a fibre. Not everybody has the resources to do it, and that's why you won't often see. And actually, I have a personal prediction. So there was a time where bamboo clothing, for example, very new, very new. In fact, we got in very early on bamboo as well. But now, again, you won't necessarily get it for the same prices or the concentration percentages of quality that we do. But bamboo's everywhere. Aloe vera is online, but in infused varieties. So, you know, aloe vera sprays on pillows, aloe vera capsules integrated into the fibre and so on. But to actually have the aloe vera material fibre itself, you're getting in on ground level, and
really?
that's honestly, by all means, please do go look online. It's more difficult to find, and by the way, I love bamboo, but it's far more difficult to find aloe vera material, the actual material, not infused, than it is to find bamboo now. As beautiful as bamboo is, this is something that's really innovative.
Now, a question from Julie in Surrey. Hi, Stuart and Poppy. Can we expect sheets and duvets soon? Love, Julie. Julie, if it's got anything to do with me, yes, that was exactly my thought. Poppy,
Okay,
no
Poppy.
pressure.
Julie, it's a fantastic question, and yes, we are working on expanding the ranges all the time, and it's a big thank you to all of you in helping us to do that, because by sharing this with your loved ones, you know, writing your testimonials, we've got reviews we can talk about in a bit as well. This has allowed for Primal to grow, and we're forever bringing you new products. So
It's
yes,
wonderful.
we're working on it.
This is the thing, you know, you support that innovation and then it can grow and expand. I also want pyjamas, Julie. I've put in my request. Poppy's got a whole list of requests.
Someone
to
get me a
take
pen,
home
please,
with
so I can
her.
write all these down.
Absolutely wonderful. Now, the white in the pillowcases is the most popular at this point. Remember, you're getting 2 pillowcases for $29.99. They're 100% aloe fibre, which, like I say, I was not expecting anything like the feel and against my skin, the smoothness, the silkiness. I mean, that doesn't even come close to describing how it feels. Just wait until you get these pillowcases or scarves or socks home and just see what I mean. The feel is incredible.
It's
Absolutely
sensational.
incredible. Now, shall we start on socks? I've been so excited about these because I love socks. Am I allowed to open these? I want to put my hand
I'll tell you
inside.
what, Stuart, you can open them and you can keep them.
Oh my goodness.
It's a gift.
I wasn't hoping for that at all. I'm getting all the gifts today.
That was not my plan all along, I promise.
I've got the navy here. Aren't they terrible? Now, oh wow, these feel great.
Remember, our feet really do need some love. They are often in shoes, and even when we're not wearing shoes, I mean, I wear socks around the house all the time, but what is against our feet makes a huge difference again to our skin and our health. Our feet are amazing, you know, they're holding the weight of us. They go through an awful lot, but often, I don't know if you'd agree with this, I often feel like they get forgotten a little bit.
You're not kidding,
No.
really neglected. I mean, I had a few years where I was teaching in a beauty college, well, a couple of beauty colleges, one in Leeds, one in Manchester. And, you know, that kind of foot care, not just pedicures, but actually really looking after the skin. When you consider how much weight and how much stress we put on those tiny bones and that small area, that skin, the changes in heat, the humidity, just the sheer expectations we have of our feet. We've got to take care of them, haven't we?
We have.
These feel amazing. And I just want to point out the fibre content of these socks is 78% aloe fibre, 19% spandex, 2% elastic, 1% nylon. There it is on screen. Now, I make a lot of socks, and although my yarn of choice for knitting garments with would be pure wool, I never use pure wool for socks because they wouldn't wear properly, they wouldn't stretch properly. There's always about 25% nylon in sock knitting yarn. So am I right in thinking this is why the mix?
Yes, absolutely. So it's to give it that give, that stretch, and allow for it to be comfortable. In fact, if you don't mind, I'll reference my dad, who I've recently been to see, who I gave these socks to. So my dad, unfortunately, hasn't been terribly well as of late, and he had a thank you. He's an absolute trooper. I mean, he's just made of iron, that man. But he had a rather large operation, and I'm sure many people have experienced this as well. Water retention. His feet were swollen like balloons. I mean, they didn't even look like his, bless him. And it was really, really heartbreaking. And with diabetes as well, circulation can be an issue. I know many people have mentioned this previously. Circulatory issues, diabetes. You know, feet go through a lot day to day, and then you factor in additional variables like conditions or operations and so on. And I thought, again, you know, in my hand luggage when I went away, I took my scarves with me as well. They were for me. The scarves were for me. The socks are for my dad. But I took them out, and my dad said to me, because he's got size 10 feet anyway, and they were swollen. And he said, sweetheart, I don't know if they'll fit. He said, I've got to be really careful with the elastic around my ankles
you don't want
as
them
well.
tight, do you?
No, absolutely. For anybody, you know, they can be really irritable and painful. he absolutely loves these, even with swollen feet. And he said that they have brought him so much comfort. He said it was like walking on a cloud, and it brought him so much. It actually, he said it would help reduce pain for him.
Well, you know, if you've got that support in your feet and they feel good, I mean, that really can happen. I've got both the navy and the black here. I mean, really traditional Christmas present, of course, so very, very giftable. With that story behind them too, you're getting a pack of 3 here. Now we want to do a price comparison, which we've got right here. Now these are aloe infused spa socks. You get 2 pairs for £32.40.
Yes, and we're doing a pack of 3, so 3 pairs, and they're not aloe infused. They are aloe vera, so you've got 78% aloe vera fibre in this. We've added the additional material to ensure that you don't get holes in them. My goodness.
Quite.
I mean, this is something that commonly people experience. In fact, a pair of socks that I wore recently, I walked into the kitchen, it was not these. In fact, as I say, I gave my pair, I thought, I'll take them out to my dad. But I walked into the kitchen, went onto the tiles and was like, oh,
that feels
no,
cold.
Something's going wrong here. Lifted my foot, oh yes, big hole. These are designed not to get that because of the durability of them.
Well, I was thinking earlier on with the spa socks, I was thinking, well, they sound like the kind of thing you put on your feet and have to lie down, and then if you want to walk anywhere, you take them off. They don't sound hard wearing. These are everyday, wear to the office, wear to work, wear on the school run. Have we already dropped the price on these, by the way? No? Okay, come on. $16.99 for 3 pairs. Amazing. Now, we've had a question from Donna, how tight are the tops? So I'm going to stretch these out. So they are really, really nice and stretchy. I was going to ask you actually, Poppy, about sizes. Now, are these designed for women, men? What size would they go up to? I mean, I've got a size 8 feet. My husband's got size 12.
Well, this is, I believe, definitely will fit for you. My dad has, well, it's actually size over size 10 feet, and plus they were swollen from this operation, and he said they were absolutely fabulous. We say they go from 4 to 10. I would argue from own personal experience that they'd actually go even higher than that, and that's based upon my dad trying them. But really 4 to 10 for a definite. They're beautiful, and they do have a lot of give. In fact, Stuart, can I...
But they're also springing right back to their original as well. Do you want me to hand you a pair of my socks?
Could I have a? Well, if you don't want to, share them, I completely understand. Can I ask a favour?
Go on.
Could you do a sock puppet for us?
Yeah, of course.
And then could you present like this for the show?
To be honest with you, I was already doing a sock puppet earlier on.
If you could stretch your hands out like this, I just would like to show everybody at home the stretch. This is what we're talking about.
You do a screen grab of that and keep it on. Come after you. So this is navy. We have black as well, but we also have grey. Poppy, you've got the grey over there. That's a nice smart colour.
It's a very smart grey that we have for you. We've gone for classic colours for you that are incredibly wearable. Very classic colours that you can wear day, night, different outfits. They are for both men and women as well.
Yeah.
You can wear them pulled up. In fact, Stuart, I'm so sorry, but could I ask you to do the sock puppet again for us, please?
Yeah, of course
Thank you very much.
It's not an issue.
Thank you very much. So if you could give them a good stretch for us, just to show how high they can go, but of course you can roll them down as well.
They're going further. I mean, they are really stretchy. That's gone past my elbow. What did you do at work today, darling? Well, let me tell you. And also, nice degree of cover as well. Even really, really stretched. They're not starting to look like tights, are they? They still look like a sock. They're not exposing lots of skin through there. Fab. And actually, I'm very hairy, Poppy, and my hairs are not popping through either because they're a really nice, you know, very, very finely knitted fibre. Terrific. Love the branding as well at the top.
Branding's fabulous. Yes, this is our aloe range, and as Julie asked and Stuart mentioned, we will be expanding the range. We're continuing to bring you more products because aloe vera is just sensational, and we want to ensure that we are utilising every part of that plant. So perhaps you're looking to go more green.
Yeah.
Doesn't get any more green than aloe vera, does it?
No.
Go more green, and you know, also a material that in itself is vegan, the material itself, something that's more sustainable, but something that you'll also love and enjoy. This is what we have for you. Can I just also reference, if that's okay, you might have noticed these.
I was just about to say exactly the same thing, Poppy, yeah.
Okay, so it's all well and good me stood here talking about sustainability, eco-friendly, going green, biodegradable, and then we're going to send it to you in a plastic bag. It's not plastic. It's not plastic. It's very, very clever and looks similar to plastic, but as it says in the circle in the top corner there, and it shouts it almost, I am not a plastic bag. So this is made from bio-based material, so compostable material, and that's what it will be delivered in. So we try to, even with the packaging, and look, we're always improving. There are areas that we're still looking to make even more eco-friendly.
Steps towards, isn't it?
Steps towards, but this bag, which I always keep mine as well and utilise it, upcycle, it's fabulous. Yeah. And it looks stylish if you're gifting it to somebody as well.
Absolutely, and remember, it's not going to dissolve away if it's, you know, it's all about those soil enzymes. Fabulous. And before you go, we've got some beautiful aloe vera cream. Can we just talk about that, please?
Oh, it would be my pleasure. Okay. So I stayed at my mum's actually last night just before I came here, and as I had to go into her bathroom to nick a bit of toothpaste. Mum, if you're watching, I've pinched some toothpaste, and I noticed this on the top. Now, Mum, you didn't actually ask me to get this, so she's gone ahead and ordered this off her own accord, which is fabulous because this is how loved it is. Aloe vera, as we've mentioned, can be utilised in materials, it can be utilised in supplements, but here today I'm showing you in a cream. I recognise and understand that many of you with your very busy hands, the gift that you have in your hands with your sewing, your embroidery, that can wreak a bit of havoc, can't it, sometimes on the skin?
It really can. And this cream, is it designed for hands, body, or can it be used on the face too?
Absolutely anywhere and everywhere. So this is an all-over body cream, hand cream, face cream. It smells...
Oh, it smells amazing.
It's not heavily fragranced because we didn't want something overpowering. In terms of ingredients, 95% natural. High concentration.
Amazing.
Aloe vera is one of the many ingredients we have. We've got the likes of olive oil, glycerin as well, which is a humectant, so it locks in moisture.
So exactly the opposite of that hydrophobic fibre that repels the moisture. This draws the moisture to us. It's what we want, isn't it, for our skin? We want moisture.
We do. Moisturised skin is supple, youthful.
We look more awake, don't you? You look better. I mean, even if you're a fit, healthy person, if your skin is dry, if it's dehydrated, you can get those fine lines and wrinkles, especially around your eyes, simply because your skin is dehydrated. Nothing to do with age. It's not, those lines are not there because of age. £9.99 for what? That's amazing. Can I try?
Absolutely, absolutely. Please go ahead. Is that another one that you're wanting to take home?
Could I? I'm just going to try everything. I'm going to try this with fat quarters. I'm just going to. Can I keep that? Now, if you want 3 of these, that's 3 for the price of 2. Come on, that's not a £5 off. That's amazing.
It is a TV exclusive, Stuart. Oh. We wouldn't do this on our... look, if you go to our website... It's amazing.
Superb.
If you, in fact, Kat, are we able to show Primal Living's website, if that's okay? Just to showcase and really prove to you that the deals that we're doing today. I appreciate that so many of you are busy embroidering and sewing and therefore wanted to bring something to help care for your hands. Aloe vera is known to be healing.
Amazing.
It's known to be healing.
That's £19.99 for one. Amazing. Amazing. We're doing 3 for £19.99. That's amazing.
That was, yeah, is that okay?
Well, I was looking kind of, am I going to say this out loud because it looks like a terrible mistake?
It is a very big saving. It is a big deal.
Big saving. It's absolutely beautiful. Poppy, the hour has flown by.
Gosh.
I've had the most wonderful... Really, this is an innovation, and that is so wonderful to be part of at the start. Thank you so much for bringing your expertise and your view on all of this. It's just been an absolutely amazing hour. Thank you.
It's been a delight. It's been so lovely to be here with you, to finally meet as well, to be in your studios. Just a reminder again on aloe vera. Vitamins A, vitamins E, all these bioactive compounds. I've paid double the price for something 50 ml. That's a full 100 millilitres. It's not greasy or oily. A little will go a long way. But yes, thank you. It's been my privilege and pleasure.
Well, I hope we'll see you again really, really soon. And don't forget, pyjamas, duvet cover and sheets. Thank you very much. Now, tomorrow's shows, let's just go through the menu before we say goodbye. At 8 a.m, it's the Christmas table runner with our lovely Alison Marion. At 9 a.m, Around the World quilt with Emma Bradford. Now, at 10 a.m, Christmas advent bags and tucker return with Alison Marion. And then at 11 a.m, it's Christmas festive flower panels with Emma Bradford. Now, at 12 p.m, we head on over to Yarn Lane for Christmas knitting with Carol Ibbotson. That sounds like a packed and rather wonderful morning to me. Don't forget to join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. Thank you for your company. Don't forget to check out your baskets. I'm going to be leaving with all my lovely aloe vera products. I hope you will be too. See you soon. Take care.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again.